فضل الله عليك ورحمته لهم طائفة منهم أن يضلوك وما يضلون إلا أنفسهم وما
Sir, may I have the permission to start the proceedings? Thank you, sir. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Honorable Chief Guest, Admiral Zafar Mahmood Abbasi, Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, former Chief of Naval Staff. His Excellency, Admiral Ravindra Chandra Sri Vijay Gunaratne, the Sri Lankan High Commissioner. Honorable Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, retired, Rector Bahria University. Dr. Shahida Jaffrey, Chairperson, Institute of Rural Management. Vice Admiral Ahmed Said, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, retired, President Nima. Respected speakers, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. We are pleased to inform you that our symposium is streamed live on Facebook, Bahria University Television, and other platforms through Zoom link. We extend a warm welcome to our online audience. Thank you so much for logging in. I am Iman Intikhab Qureshi.
And I am Sana Fatima, researchers at National Institute of Maritime Affairs.
On behalf of NEMA and Bahria University, we extend our profound gratitude to all the esteemed guests. We are greatly honored by your presence. This event is being jointly organized by NEMA and Bahria University.
We'll start the proceedings with the recitation of Holy Quran and Durood-e-Pak. I would like to invite Muhammad Rashid Ibrar for the recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وما يستوي البحران هذا عذب فرات سائغ شرابه وهذا ملح نجاج ومن كل تأكلون لحما بحريا لحما طريا وتستخرجون حلية تلمسونها وترى الفلك فيه مواخر لتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون صدق الله العظيم.
Translation. And the two seas are not alike. This is palatable, sweet and pleasant to drink, and that is salty and bitter. And from them both you eat fresh tender meat and drive the ornaments that you wear. And you see the ships cleaving the sea water as they sail through it, that you may seek of his bounty and that you may give thanks. Durood-e Ibrahimi.
اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد.
It is our great pleasure to welcome you all to the International Maritime Symposium 2024. Today, we have gathered to discuss the significance of maritime economy with a special focus on blue economy and its vital connection to the Sustainable Development Goals. The International Maritime Symposium is the fourth flagship event of the National Institute of Maritime Affairs, bringing together experts and leaders to explore critical issues affecting the maritime domain. We have an exciting agenda ahead with 3 engaging sessions planned for today. We are also pleased to announce that in the final session of today's symposium, NEMA will be launching 5 research reports and 1 book authored by NEMA researchers. So stay tuned for that. But before we begin the first session, allow me to briefly share the concept note and the central topic of discussion for this symposium. The maritime economy plays a pivotal role in economic development and prosperity in the world at large, whereas blue economy is represented by 3 interconnected sustainability pillars: economics, social, and environment. It strives to balance economic growth, social equity, and environmental conservation, thus ensuring a long-term sustainability. However, in pursuit of greater economic gains, overexploitation of resources and unhealthy practices impacted climate and marine ecosystems. In the same context, United Nations promulgated 17+1 Sustainable Development Goals to ensure sustainable economic growth by 2030 and 2050. The importance of blue economy was further reinforced with the incorporation of UN SDG 14 with focus on life below water, which aims to promote sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources. The blue economy, despite its enormous projected advantages, is not being fully realized by the developing countries due to its inherent challenges, which are lack of awareness amongst policymakers, financial and technological constraints, inadequate understanding of international laws and policies, and insufficient ocean governance mechanisms. To unlock the full potential of the blue economy, Pakistan needs to adopt sustainable policies, practices, governance frameworks, and investment in these sectors. This can help promote economic growth, create jobs, and improve livelihoods while preserving the marine environment and ecosystem for the future generations. This symposium aims to bring together maritime professionals, academia, practitioners, policymakers, and stakeholders to deliberate and discuss various options for Pakistan. The recommendations of the symposium will be shared as a policy-level input to the relevant quarters. The topic of the first session is Maritime Security, Imperatives for Blue Economy. The programs of all three of today's sessions are as flashed. The speakers of the first session are being flashed on the screen. The program of first session is being flashed on the screen. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, Hilal Imtiaz Military, retired, President of the National Institute of Maritime Affairs, who will now deliver the welcome address. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Please, sir.
With your permission, sir. May I start, sir? Ji, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Admiral Zafar Mahmood Abbasi, Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, the former Chief of the Naval Staff, the High Commissioner, Sri Lankan, Admiral Ravindra Chandra Siri, Senator Mushahid Hussain, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik, the Rector Bahria University, our most valued guests, speakers, Professor Ali Ibrahim, who will be joining us online from Turkey, and Dr. Shahida Jaffrey. Ma'am, thank you for joining us. Dr. Ishfaq, sir, your presence is very grateful to us. Mr. Rabnawaz and Rear Admiral Faisal Ali Shah. General, flag and air officers, foreign delegates, distinguished guests, maritime practitioners, dear students, and our viewers, those who are watching us on social media, Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, with proud gratitude, I welcome you all on the occasion of 4th International Maritime Symposium 2024. On behalf of the National Institute of Maritime Affairs and our co-host, that is Bahria University, we are truly honored to have with us Admiral Zafar Mahmood Abbasi, sir, the former Chief of the Naval Staff, as a chief guest. Sir, we are extremely grateful to you for gracing us today. My special thanks to the Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid and all the worthy speakers for adding enormous value to this symposium by joining us today. Allow me to start with a quote of Jaffrey from his book, The Blue Economy 3.0. The marriage of science, innovations, and entrepreneurship. He says, it is fair to say that in our quest for modernity, we have demonstrated considerable ignorance concerning the impact of our innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, since the industrialization era in the mid-18th and early 19th centuries, we have been overexploiting our natural resources, both at land and at sea. Now it has reached to a level that it has started threatening the longevity of our planet. Let us admit first that we, as the guardian, that means Ashraful Makhlukat of this planet, failed to protect our environment. Our practices have been destructive. We know that oceans are our lifeline. With the support of biodiversity, it regulates climate, making them essential for our planet's well-being. They not only act as a huge carbon sink for absorbing the CO2 from the atmosphere, but also produce oxygen to millions of phytoplanktons present in the sea. They also regulate wind patterns and drive weather systems like monsoon on land. Thus, the disturbed oceans system not only damage ocean ecosystem, but also deeply impact the life on land. On the other hand, maritime provides enormous potential for economy. Over 26 trillion US dollar is the overall volume of the maritime economy, and that is almost equal to the United States of America GDP. 80% of the global trade ply at sea. Hydrocarbon resources, cheap protein resources, tourism is about 10% of the world GDP, and that stands around 11 trillion, in which Pakistan's contribution is in fractions. Pakistan, too, being a blessed maritime nation, has over 100 billion US potential, whereas we are effectively utilizing about 2 to 3% of that. Despite all these potentials, let me say that developing countries are facing tremendous challenges. Naming a few: limited capacity, no access to the latest technologies, inadequate training setup, weak governance and legislative frameworks, lack of finances, and above all, absence of long-term political vision. To unlock the blue economy's full potential, ladies and gentlemen, we require a comprehensive long-term policy to promote sustainable practices like the National Maritime Policy. We also need a national action plan on conservation of environment in line with the provisions of Sustainable Development Goals. We need to galvanize our society, motivate our youth, instill a robust governance model at sea, incentivize public-private partnership, is the local businessman first and the foreigner second, which will propel the blue economy growth, reducing inequality and ensure environmental sustainability for the generations to come. As we gather here, we are united by the shared mission to explore the vast potential of blue economy through the critical lens of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly focusing on the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead for developing countries like Pakistan. To achieve these objectives, the symposium has been carefully interlaced into 3 sessions. So the session first is designed to focus on maritime security imperatives for the blue economy, whereas session 2 is centered around the prospects of blue economy for Pakistan to realize United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the last is session 3. It is entirely dedicated to the green ships recycling and implementation of Hong Kong Convention in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as a president of National Institute of Maritime Affairs, I proudly acknowledge our collaboration with the Bahria University in promoting this essential dialogue. I am confident that insights and recommendations that shall emerge from this symposium will serve as essential guidance and will positively resonate beyond these walls. It will surely influence both in academic circles and at national as well as international maritime policymakers. At the end, I would say that we have problems, but problems offer greater opportunities. Let's identify how the other nations did it and how we can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm welcome to all of you to this symposium, and I'm looking forward to a very fruitful, positive, and productive discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for extending a gracious welcome to our esteemed guests. Now, I am delighted to invite our sponsor for this signature event of NEMA, Syed Hassan Sajjad, CEO of TELEC. Please, sir, welcome to the stage and honor us with a few words. Please clap for him.
Welcome. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Syed Hassan Sajjad, CEO TELEC Group. On behalf of our chairman, Syed Jaffrey Sajjad, we would like to introduce TELEC Group as one of the leading training and consulting company in Pakistan, and it's been like almost half a century. We founded back in 1952. And we are operating in basically 6 major business groups in power generation, port equipment, civil construction, electronic test and measurement, IT cybersecurity, and training solutions. So it is my great honor to welcome participants to the International Maritime Symposium 2024. And the theme, as it says, like the realization of blue economy through the prism of sustainable development goal, options for developing countries, including Pakistan. So reflects our shared vision for a sustainable future. Pakistan recognizes that international cooperation and constructive dialogue are vital for achieving these goals. The blue economy presents developing nations, including Pakistan, with a unique opportunity to responsibly utilize maritime resources while ensuring environmental sustainability. This approach is not only an economic necessity, but also essential for social equity and resilience against the climate change. By adopting ecosystem-based management and circular economy principles, we can address challenges and empower vulnerable coastal communities. Sustainable blue economy fosters economic growth, job creation, and food security by promoting sectors like fisheries, shipping, tourism, and renewable energy. However, challenges like climate change, marine pollution, and overfishing threatens ocean health, necessitating innovative and collaborative solutions. I'm confident that this symposium will generate actionable strategies that empower developing countries, including Pakistan, by leveraging innovative and emerging technologies, sharing experiences, strengthening international partnerships. We can align our efforts with the Sustainable Development Goals and navigate towards a prosperous maritime future. I commend the National Institute of Maritime Affairs for organizing this crucial event. NEMA's commitment to fostering collaboration in the maritime sector is invaluable in addressing future challenges. So the Tele Group wishes all the participants a productive and inspiring symposium as we work together to secure a brighter and sustainable future. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Syed Hassan Sajjad, for gracing us with your presence. We are deeply honored to have with us today Senator Mushahid Hussain Syed. Senator Mushahid is a distinguished statesman, academician, and journalist. Please join me in welcoming him for the keynote address.
In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Our good friend, a very distinguished former Chief of the Navy, Admiral Zafar Abbasi Saab. I remember that our think tank, the Pakistan-China Institute, together with the Pakistan Navy, when he was also there, we had the first international conference on CPAC in Gwadar in 2016, and he was the moving spirit. And I saw his vigor and dynamism in action, and I'm glad that he's here as the chief guest. Our neighbor and friend, Admiral Said Saab, who is a thinking admiral and who has injected new vigor and life in the National Institute of Maritime Affairs. The distinguished High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, for whom I have great respect. Sri Lanka is a great country. It is the first country in the third world that, on its own initiative, without support of the West, but support from Pakistan, managed to fight successfully an inland war against terrorism and defeat them. And we are proud of our support to you. And I have very good memories of Sri Lanka because I had my honeymoon in Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka has a special place in our heart. General Raza, other distinguished diplomats and admirals, and I see one lady sitting on the extreme left, Dr. Shahida Jaffrey. She reminds me of the famous saying of Chairman Mao. He used to say after the Chinese Revolution that women hold half the sky. But Dr. Shahida Jaffrey, in her different positions, Vice Chancellor of the first Women's University in Balochistan, also in the Rural Support Program in Gilgit-Baltistan, in different areas in the Asian Development Bank, she has held more than half the sky. And I'm proud to note that she's also my sister, elder sister. Thank you. I would like to commend NEMA for this great initiative. This initiative comes at a very important time when the world is in turbulence and transformation. And this transformation provides us, as Admiral Said rightly said, with new opportunities. Let us first look at the big picture. 90 years ago, the great poet-philosopher Allama Iqbal made two predictions which have come true. Dekh mashriq se ubarte hue suraj ko dekh. See the sun rising in the east. We are seeing the dawn of the Asian century. Gara khab chini sambhalne lage, Himalaya ke chashme ubhalne lage. Gya daur sarmayadari gya, tamasha dikha ke madari gya. The rise of China was predicted by Allama Iqbal. And today we see that the global balance of economic and political power is shifting from the West to the East. And the figures show that in the last 10 years, from 2013 to 2023, global economic growth, China has contributed 30%, more than all of the G7 countries put together. So that is what we are seeing, the big change. The other big change is that the global center of gravity in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics is now centered on the high seas and the oceans. That is where the interaction is, that is where the conflict is, that is where the cooperation is, that is where the connectivity is. And in this context, we have this historic opportunity because Pakistan has been able to extend its seabed territory by 50,000 square kilometers from 200. Continental shelf has increased from 200 nautical miles to 350 nautical miles. So for the blue economy, this is a very historic opportunity. As we examine the global landscape in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics, we see two contrasting narratives before us, two contrasting worldviews, two contrasting perspectives. One being presented by the West, which talks of a new Cold War. There is talk of an Asian NATO. There is focus on what is called the Quad, Australia and Japan and India and the United States. New organizations have emerged like the AUKUS, Australia, UK, US. And the United States, in the so-called war on terror from 2001 to 2021, for 20 years, they squandered $6.5 trillion fighting futile wars in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Somalia, and also in Yemen and parts of Pakistan in Fatah. At the same time, China, with a focus on the Maritime Silk Road, with a focus on connectivity, with the focus on trade, with the focus on commerce, spent $2 trillion in 3,000 different projects in different parts of Asia, Africa, Middle East, Latin America, and Europe. So these are the two contrasting perspectives. And in this regard, Pakistan's role is paramount because we are located at the center of gravity of not just geopolitics, but geoeconomics. I would like to commend the Pakistan Navy for taking initiatives on maritime security, maritime diplomacy, and maritime economy, especially in 2021 when they organized the Iman 45 exercise, which was quite a success, bringing together 45 different navies. And they gave this perspective that the Pakistan Navy, which is a protective navy, a defensive navy, but which is playing a positive role for humanitarian assistance. Sri Lanka remembers the tsunami, and the Pakistan Navy was one of the first to be there. And from Indonesia to Djibouti, the role of the Pakistan Navy has been positive, anti-piracy operations, humanitarian assistance, and other areas which have been good for regional connectivity. So as we look forward, what is the way forward for the blue economy? I think three elements are very key. Fortunately, among our policymakers in Islamabad, an abiding and enduring sea blindness. We still see the world through a different focus, which is outdated. And I've seen that even this new organization, the Strategic Investment Facilitation Council, SIFC, the focus was on mining, the focus was on investment, but they did not focus on the blue economy. And now they have started talking about that, but this has to be a key plank of Pakistan's future economic endeavors. So this is the first thing, ending the sea blindness, and I think that in this regard, today's International Maritime Conference organized by NEMA is a major step forward, because we have in this auditorium of the Bahria University a diverse and distinguished audience of policymakers and also opinion leaders who can take this message forward. Secondly, as we see our region, what are the names that come to mind? We talk of Gwadar, we talk of Chabahar, we talk of Hambantota, we talk of Neom, Saudi Arabia's flagship Red Sea port. So this is what the future is going to be. For example, for Pakistan, this is extremely important. Central Asian republics, and Dr. Shwag, you did a great study recently, which I saw at NUST. Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, landlocked. They want to be land-linked through Gwadar. We are the country that can provide them that opportunity to enter the warm waters of the Indian Ocean. And I'm very happy to note that next we will have, inshallah, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. And last week I was in Moscow and I was attending the BRICS conference. Although we are not yet a member of BRICS, but I was invited as the first and only Pakistani to address that conference in Moscow with the Chinese, the Russians, the UAE, the Egyptians, South Africa, India, all these countries, Brazil, they were all there. And this is an important area because we are seeing the emergence of an alternative world order where Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, and other areas of connectivity are going to be paramount in linking the world. And in this linkage, the blue economy has to be focusing on three pillars: trade, technology, and tourism. And I think that this is one area that will be pursued forward. I think the Bahria University, together with NEMA, can play this role, and we can promote this very effectively because Pakistan has the opportunity. And recently, with the announcement of new oil and gas discoveries offshore, the role of the blue economy is paramount for the future of Pakistan. So I want to thank the Pakistan Navy. Long live Pakistan Navy, long live Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mushahid, for such an enlightening address. Moving on to our next keynote speaker, Dr. Shahida Jaffrey. She serves on the Board of Directors for the Rural Support Programs Network, Institute of Rural Management as Chairperson, NRSP and Microfinance Bank. Please welcome Dr. Shahida Jaffrey for her keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Admiral Zafar Mahmood Abbasi Sahab, Bahria University Rector, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik Sahab, President NEMA, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed Sahab, and I'd say, as he introduced, my brother, Mushahid Hussain Sayyed, one of the greatest of officers that I see here, faculty, Your Excellencies, students, Assalamu alaikum. I was invited to be here today. I feel honored. And since I am also for women in a very, very sensitive area, Khata, in Balochistan. It's the Sardar Bahadur Khan Women's University, established in 2004. And we have about 14,000 or so women students there from all over Balochistan. So I am honored to be here at the Bahria University. This is the first time that I'm here, and I'm really, really impressed with it. I was given the topic of talking about the sustainable goals, and I do not have a presentation, and I thought I will share my work and my experiences of development in the country, in the entire country. So to begin with, I would just share that it was in the 1960s, up in the northern areas, which is now Gilgit-Baltistan, very remote, very, very poor people living up on the peaks of the mountains. There was a little village where a jeep of the Pakistan Army engineers drove up the steep mountain, billowing smoke, and stopped in front of a little village, a hamlet, small homes. And when it arrived there, the villager came running out and brought a bucket of water, and he put it in front of the jeep, saying that this animal must be very thirsty after this treacherous climb. That was the area in the 60s, and then the Karakoram Highway was built, completed. They were building the road. It was completed in 1978, and it brought about some transformation for that area, built by the Pakistan Army engineers as well as the Chinese. There was a man, a civil service officer, Mr. Shoaib Sultan Khan. He belonged to the CSP 1955 batch, and after 25 years of his service, he quit the service and joined the United Nations and was in Sri Lanka, in Mahaveli village, where he worked with the United Nations as a social development consultant. And I remember we were in the Philippines, my husband worked with the Asian Development Bank, that the Newsweek carried a one whole page, a write-up written by a Sri Lankan journalist, titled A Man Named Khan. It was written about the work that he had done. And then after that, His Highness the Aga Khan, that you come to Pakistan and you work in the northern areas for the poverty alleviation program to improve the quality of life of the local population there, because that was the poorest area then. Just as I said, people there had not even ever seen a jeep in their life, and they lived in the remote mountains and subsistence living just on the little land that they had, and there's hardly any land. The mountains are like that. They have maybe one canal of land. So Mr. Shoaib Sultan Khan came to Gilgit, and he introduced the Aga Khan Rural Support Program. It's a not-for-profit company registered under Section 42. And he brought with him the development model of Recitation. Recitation was sort of a social scientist developer in Germany in the 1800s. And Germany then was suffering from agriculture failure, people were poor. So he began the cooperative movement of people working for improving their own quality of life themselves. So he based the development model on three principles. One, that you organize yourself. Number two, you generate your own income, have savings, as money is power. And third, enhance your managerial, your human resource development skills. There were the three principles. So this Shuaib Sultan Khan took that and went to every village in Gilgit on the remote mountains and introduced that the people, you have to be together, you have to meet every a week, once a week, all of you. You have to identify your issues and problems, and you have to resolve them yourself. And you have to have your own money. They said, we have no money, we are so poor. He said, okay, you have to have your savings. You have the eggs, go sell them in the market and get the 2 rupees and save them. Over years, crores and crores and crores of rupees have been saved, which are sitting in banks now, and microfinance banks have been established too. So this is the methodology that he used, and I joined the Aga Khan Rural Support Program in 1990, and I worked and lived in Gilgit since then. I worked there. Today, what you see, that was what it is, what he did, and along with that, on that model, the objective was that in 10 years of work, the income of those people will be doubled. And they will develop a model for rural development which can be sort of replicated in other provinces, in other countries around the world. So very successfully, after 10 years, that was achieved. And then thereafter, another 10 rural support programs were created in the country. There is one national rural support program which works all over the country. There is a Sarhad rural support program. There is a Balochistan rural support program that I was the CEO of also. And Sindh rural support program in Thardeep, all over the country. So there is this grassroots development that is not only women in development, it is the organizations are called the village organization, the women's organization, then there are those cluster organizations, then on top are the local support organizations that link up with the government. So we have the presence, the rural support programs have their presence in every village in the country. When the earthquake in Kashmir happened, it was impossible for the government or anyone to reach the remote villages through these organizations that were created at the grassroots. The government was able to reach them and to provide them help and for their rehabilitation. Talking about women in development, then in Balochistan, I was the CEO, and Balochistan is not an easy place to be. And I, being a woman, I headed that rural support program. I was there for 5 years. Then for development of women, we are talking about, just as Mushahid said, I think I myself am the greatest example of developed women in empowerment. Women, it's not only, we don't focus on women, and men. We work for everybody. Men need that help. Women need that help in Sindh, in Thar Parkar, in Thar and everywhere. Children need that help, and we work with everyone, with whatever they're able to do. We help them with credit, we help them, and the skill enhancement. I am the chairperson of Institute of Rural Management, which is an AHRD. It began 32 years ago, and over 32 years, 27 lakh of people have been trained in technical and managerial skills. So we have to provide skills. We do have, just as I know at the university, we have these girls coming out, or these people coming out of universities with master's degrees, but they're not able to get a job anywhere, as they have no skills that way. The emphasis is on skills. So, this is, I just thought this is talking about the Millennium Goals. We are sort of covering through the rural support programs, all of that, and I'd share that with you. So I was given only 10 minutes. I hope I haven't stepped over that. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with the challenges of rural communities. It was truly an informative address. It is my privilege to introduce Rear Admiral Faisal Ali Shah, a decorated and highly respected officer of Pakistan Navy. Throughout his service, he held key leadership roles within the Navy, where he was responsible for overseeing critical naval operation, strategic defense initiatives, and maritime security. Currently, he has focused all his efforts for research in maritime sector. We are privileged to have with us Rear Admiral Faisal Ali Shah, Hilal Imtiaz military retired, who will now speak on maritime security in the Indian Ocean region, challenges for the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Sir, Excellencies, dignitaries, distinguished guests, my so many ex-bosses, seniors, mentors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. I'm indebted to Rector Bahria University and President Nima for having invited me to talk on a subject of immense importance. While the speakers following me will be focusing more on different aspects of maritime economy, my job here is to first establish a relationship between maritime security and maritime economy or blue economy. And having done that, I shall talk on environment, both regional and international specific to Pakistan, and challenges and opportunities lying therein. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, interestingly, maritime security and blue economy or maritime economy are still considered as new concepts, more of buzzwords. Both do not have any universally agreed definition. But if we really want to understand the concept of maritime security and its interplay with maritime economy, we need to go back to the time of Phoenicians, some 1500 to 300 BC. Phoenicians were the people who lived on the shores of Mediterranean and relied on maritime trade. And to protect their maritime trade, they always have a fleet of galleys filled with armed men, and each ship was called trimere. So it is said that behind the merchantmen there stood a trimere. The interplay of maritime security and maritime economy is at least as old as 1500 to 300 BC. Now, maritime security is generally defined as a particular set of circumstances that ensure the security of global maritime domain. And it encompasses a whole lot of things. You can see maintaining good order and discipline at sea, ensuring conducive environment for global trade, commerce, economic activities, freedom of navigation, protection of marine environment, and most important, human security. Maritime security has 4 cardinals: sea power, marine safety, blue economy, and human resilience, and all of them are interrelated. So let's see what all these have in them. When we see maritime security through the prism of sea power, it brings us to the traditionalist understanding of national security, like having a naval force, resorting to maritime power projection, protection of sea lanes of communications, and ensuring security along the coast. When we see maritime security through marine safety, then maritime security contributes to safety of ships and maritime installations, protection of maritime professionals and marine environment, regulation of construction as well as recycling or breaking of vessels and maritime installations, education of maritime professionals in complying with regulations such as IMO, etc. When it is viewed through blue economy, maritime security ensures enforcement and monitoring of laws and regulations. ensure safety of shipping and fishing, protection of harbors and offshore installations, providing conducive environment for seabed mining and coastal tourism, and ensuring secure environment for special economic zones and free zones whenever they are established along the coast. This is most important, human resilience, and maritime security contributes a lot to this. First of all, it brings awareness to thwart sea blindness in countries like ours. It ensures an environment that provides food, shelter, sustainable livelihoods, and safe employment, and does it sound corresponding to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, starting from physiological needs to self-actualization. It protects against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, safekeeping of seafarers, and safeguarding vulnerable coastal communities against maritime threats. So, ladies and gentlemen, maritime security and maritime economy have always been going along hand in hand, and they have had an intimate interplay. Now, coming to the regional environment specific to Pakistan, something interesting has happened in our neighborhood, and it has been happening for the last 35, 40 years. We have not been oblivious to this development, but it is something that we must pay heed to. There has been a shift in strategic thought of our both neighbors from continental mindset to maritime domain. For instance, China. It entered the race for maritime power projection much later than its competitors in Europe and US, maybe in late 1970s, but it has been rapidly developing its maritime assets, its naval assets. And it was in year 2015 that China surpassed US Navy in size, may not be in tonnage, but in size. But their pace is continuing, and it might get accelerated also. We know that already 3 aircraft carriers are in the water, and the 4th one is coming next year. A couple of submarines, surface combatants, including amphibious assault ships, are under construction and have been added to the fleet also. So no wonder in few years they might cross US in tonnage also. Likewise, India, our neighbor and adversary, has been investing in its naval assets, in its maritime assets for more than 2.5 decades. And it was inspired to gain control from west coast of Africa to South China Sea, which is a big swath of sea, and for that a huge navy is required. You can appreciate their shift in priority from the fact that in financial year 2023 and 2024, the Indian Navy's budget saw a rise by 13%, while Indian Army saw 11%. There is a clear shift in priority. Does India intend to become net security provider? Yes, they do have that intention, and they are encouraged to have that intention as well as the capability. Likewise, India's obsession with emerging technologies. Now, there is nothing wrong in it. The technology of today and tomorrow should be adopted, and every country has that right, but when India does it, it has implications for Pakistan. Their IT industry achieved a revenue of $227 billion in financial year 2022-23. Their increasing use of AI in military affairs is worth noting. They founded Defense AI Project Agency with an annual budget of $12 million, which has completed 30 maritime AI projects, while 25 more are in the offing, which will be completed by the end of this year. India's entry into supersonic missile club and employment aboard ships is also worrisome for us. BrahMos has a stated range of 290 kilometers with 2.8 Mach speed, and recent commissioning of second nuclear submarine at Visakhapatnam has also consequences. When we see the international environment specific to Pakistan, we know that major powers rivalry is going on between US and China, and US has come up with Indo-Pacific strategy to impede or curtail influence of China, or at least maintain US or West influence in the littorals of both oceans, Indian and Pacific. This strategy encourages regional countries to form bulwark against China in through cooperation in 4 domains: political, economic, military, and technological. It is stated to be based on multilateralism, but in fact it is working on millilateralism, meaning thereby forming small groups of like-minded nations in different parts of both oceans to impede the growing influence of China, like Quad, Quad 2.0, AUKUS, and I2U2, and we know that India is part of Quad and I2U2. So any advantage to India in all these 4 domains or any of these 4 domains has consequences for us. Therefore, this strategy has the potential to instigate arms race, enmity, armed conflicts, and polarization in the region, and we might see rising temperature in Indian Ocean in times to come, because this strategy completely obviates the concerns and interests of important countries like Pakistan while bolstering Indian hegemony. Coming to maritime terrorism. Alhamdulillah, no significant incident has happened so far along our coast, but we must not forget presence of Kulbhushan Yadav in our proximity and his plans and intentions to disrupt CPEC as well as destroy Pakistan's coastal infrastructure or maritime infrastructure. And precedent for maritime terrorism has been there in the world. Case study Sri Lanka. Then since 1961 up till 2024, there have been incidents of maritime terrorism. Mind you that maritime terrorism is not only destruction of ships or ramming of ships or destruction of coastal infrastructure, but it might be cutting off pipelines under sea. It might be disrupting undersea cables. These activities also form part of maritime terrorism, and this is my assessment that as CPEC takes off, inshallah, Gwadar comes to its full potential, there is a likelihood of corresponding rise in maritime terrorism that can happen, that we might face in our water, so we must not lose sight of. We have a long coastline and 3 harbors. 2 harbors are busy and 1, inshallah, will get busy in times to come. We need to take care of them. And about long coastline, we have 1,000+ kilometers of coastline. The Sindh coast, which is called which is our eastern coast, is contiguous to India. It is porous, although it is being guarded by Marines and Navy, but the chances of ingress by miscreants into our territory cannot be ruled out. Likewise, our west coast is open to open sea, and many activities are happening over there, and it is contiguous to Iran. So many fishing boats or other boats traverse between Pakistan and Iran on daily basis, and unfortunately we have loose regulation of fishing vessels. We will discuss it in the next slide. Wait a minute. Correct? Yeah. Now you see these red lines. This is called Hashish Highway, unfortunately, because approximately 110 tons of heroin and morphine emanating from Afghanistan pass through Iran and Pakistan and reach international market. We have over 37,000 boats plying our coast, and absence of vessel monitoring system makes identification difficult, who is friend and who is foe. Conversely, this technology being used by miscreants make their job easy. So human trafficking, liquor smuggling, and miscreants movements via our west coast are a source of concern. There is an impact of climate change, because Indian Ocean is the warmest ocean. According to the data recorded between 1950 and 2015, the temperature in Indian Ocean rose by 1.04 degrees Celsius versus 0.68 degrees Celsius anywhere in the world. It has been rising at a rate of 3.7 millimeter per year. And these are the effects that are happening in different parts of Indian Ocean. rise in sea level and surface temperature, migration of fish, migration of communities, coastal communities, people associated with maritime economy. There have been decreased biodiversity. And mind you, when people are deprived of their livelihood, they are vulnerable to criminal activities, illegal activities. If land inundation is happening along our coast, I think the greatest impact would be on Silk Creek issue, because change in land orientation over there will impact the outcome. The important thing is, ladies and gentlemen, I have not come across any study that has been carried out or that is being carried out to identify the impact of climate change along our coast or in our waters. I think that is a great need, an urgent need of the time. These are the challenges that I have summarized. Conventional threat, standing conventional threat, great past tussle in or near our waters, terrorism, smuggling, cyber attacks, poaching, piracy, and climate change effects. But there are some opportunities also that we must capitalize on. If we have been a sea-blind nation so far, I think this is the time to overcome this sea blindness. We must pay heed to what oceans and seas are offering to us. We must focus on revolutions in military affairs, and more than that, revolution in naval affairs and revolution in maritime affairs. And we know that any technology of today or tomorrow, when you induct in any government organization or department, it ultimately spreads horizontally, and it is a win-win situation for everybody. We must forge regional cooperation with West Asia, Africa, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia, and we must work on interoperability, not only with the regional navies, but also with extra-regional navies to thwart challenges, common challenges like terrorism, like trafficking, smuggling, climate, and last but not the least, promotion of domestic tourism to coastal areas. Ladies and gentlemen, please note the word domestic tourism. Whenever tourism comes to our mind, we see foreigners coming to our land. Believe you me, no foreigner will venture into a land where you and I don't go. So we have to actually visit our coast. We need to incentivize people to visit our coast. That will accrue us two benefits. First, it will generate local economy that will help, that will contribute to our overall economy. And it will also bring in security, because this is my personal experience and belief. A crowded place, a frequented place is more secure than a less frequented and isolated place. So generating domestic tourism basically will not only help our maritime economy, but also the security. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the challenges of blue economy. We now turn to our next speaker, Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan, a distinguished economist with decades of experience in economic policy, fiscal management, and development economics. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan, Director General of the National Institute of Policy Studies, to deliver his address. Please welcome Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan.
Let me first thank Admiral Saeed Saab for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on blue economy. And this is the first time that I will be speaking on blue economy. And again, this is the first time that I don't have any presentation, because I did not get time to prepare my presentation. This is not my way of presenting the audience. I do come with presentation, but 15 days has been very, very hectic. We had Prime Minister of Malaysia coming to NUST, and we hold a special convocation for awarding him honorary doctorate degree. And then immediately after that, we had an energy seminar. So that took a lot of my time, and therefore I could not prepare my presentation. But I will be speaking on the subject. Now, blue economy is basically defined as judicial use of marine resources. In a very crude language, that use these resources for improving the life of the mankind, improving the economy, but without destroying and damaging the resources. This is basically how we define blue economy. Why we are discussing blue economy today, and in the last 1 or 2 years, this topic has emerged as an important topic in the field of economics as well. The reason is that in 2015, United Nations included life below water, means ocean resources, as one of the Sustainable Development Goal, which is the goal number 14. And since we are also committed on Sustainable Development Goal, and this is also part of our national agenda, therefore we are discussing blue economy. And today's international conference is exactly in the same line. We have coastal areas of over 1,000 kilometers, and we are blessed with significant blue natural resources or resources under water. If you look at overall contribution to the world economy, it is contributing approximately $1.5 trillion per annum to the global economy, and some more than 3 billion people are deriving their livelihoods from these resources, ocean resources. And some 350 million fishermen are engaged worldwide in this business. As far as Pakistan is concerned, we have enormous potential. And if you remember the last presentation on security aspect, although Admiral Saab has covered security aspect, but it can be seen that we have enormous potential. And as I stated earlier, since this was not on the radar of any of our government in the past, I could see blue economy discussion since only 1.5 years or 2 years. Therefore, we have enormous potential, and I will highlight the potential in a moment. Today, blue economy, if you look at Pakistan's case, through fisheries production, our fisheries production is about $1 billion, slightly above $1 billion in 2003-2004, so 23-24 fiscal year, means last fiscal year, which is only 0.3% of our GDP, 0.3%. So sky is the limit. And we export roughly around slightly above $500 million of fisheries to the world. And that's it. We have, oh good. I will be explaining this slide at the end. ठीक है, इसको यहीं रहने दें आप. Very good. And thank you very much. जिसने भी ये बनाया है, बहुत अच्छा काम किया. Thank you. This is what I was explaining, that I did not get the time even to prepare my slide, so it was handwritten. I sent to Admiral Saab this morning कि जी अगर हो सके तो कर लें, वरना मैं वैसे ही बोल दूंगा. लेकिन this will help me to explain in a better way, but I will explain this at the end, because this is the summary of my presentation. There are 142 coastal states in the world, and Pakistan ranks 74th in terms of coastal length. And the coastal length, as I stated, is slightly above 1,000 kilometers. And 95% Pakistan's trade uses sea routes, and our total trade, both export and import, are estimated to be $84 billion last year, which was $50 billion in 2010. So imagine that $80 billion trade is taking place, and our export and imports are transported to the rest of the world through foreign shipping companies. And I would like to highlight a very sorry state of our shipping industries in Pakistan. In 1963, National Shipping Corporation was established, and we had one ship, and its name was MV Rupsa. Increased to 53 vessels, which were owned by 10 private sector people. हमने गोखल साहब का भी नाम बड़ा सुना था एक ज़माने में. आजकल पता नहीं कहाँ चले गए वो. So 10 private sector people added 53 vessels, and then our national fleet grew to 71 vessels before the separation of East Pakistan. तो यूनाइटेड पाकिस्तान में 71 vessels थे हमारे पास में. After the separation, 57 vessels remained in West Pakistan and 14 ships remained in East Pakistan, तो वो उनके पास चला गया. And on January 1971, the then Prime Minister nationalized the shipping industry. और जितने भी गोखल वोखल थे और बाकी वो सब गायब हो गए. That included the private sector ships as well. So nationalized fleet strength increased to 51, including 26 nationalized ships and 25 state-owned. ये मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि this is a very sorry state of our national shipping. और ये हम बैठे भी हैं Bahria University में, and there are so many marine officers, naval officers are also here. In 1977, we added 14 more ships, and that increased to, and till early 90s, Pakistan had 60 ships, early 90s, in its fleet. But how many are today? Sadly, only 12. From 60 to 12 ships. Imagine करें कि if these ships would have further expanded, we would have earned billions of dollars through shipping charges. And since we are paying billions of dollars through shipping charges for our import and export, because we had only 12 ships to carry our export and import, which is not possible, so we rely on other ships. and then we pay charges. If we had this much amount of ships available to us, 60, 70, अब तक तो 100 के करीब हो जाना चाहिए था, तो आज we would not have relied so heavily on foreign shipping. तो ये है state, and this is the area there we must be concentrating on revitalizing our shipping industries in Pakistan. इसी तरीके से there are serious measurement issues in terms of fishing production. हमारे पास कोई mechanism नहीं है how to measure कि कितना हमने फिश ये जो नंबर मैंने आपको दिया $1 billion का, ये बस जो वो दे देते हैं हमारे पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स को, वो हम रिपोर्ट कर देते हैं. वी डोंट हैव एनी मैकेनिज्म टू नो हाउ मेनी फिश वी आर कैचिंग और प्रोड्यूसिंग. So there is a serious measurement issue, and there are serious issues of corruption in these industries. मुझे पता है, because I was in the ministry at that time, I know कि क्या हुआ करता था. Why some political parties are interested in the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, क्योंकि National Shipping Corporation उनके पास होती है. And then I don't want to explain, go into the detail. But this is an area for reforms and expansion. ये scope है पाकिस्तान को कि utilization of marine resources. इसके अलावा shipping services जो हैं, we have about 220 kilometers of inland shipping, inland water transport के लिए 220 kilometer from Daud Khel. One is from Port Qasim to Nashera, Atak to Daud Khel. ये inland water हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? We have a shipping coastal areas हैं जहाँ हम ये शुरू कर सकते हैं. आप सोचें कि this will also enhance our tourism also. इसी तरीके से why can't we launch shipping services from Karachi to UAE, Qatar, and other places in the Middle East? Tourism भी हो सकता है and cheap travel भी हो सकता है. Similarly, we know our historical links between Pakistan and Oman. Gwadar was part of Oman for 178 years. Gwadar became part of Pakistan in 1958. We bought from Oman with $3 million. Why can't we launch shipping services from Gwadar to Muscat? Because there are 30% population of Muscat or Oman is Baloch. They have to, when they come to their own country, they use airplane. Why can't they use the cheap services, shipping services? Trade के लिए भी इस्तेमाल हो सकता है, tourism के लिए भी इस्तेमाल हो सकता है. And I was aware that in 2010, 2011, this issue was discussed at the government level, but no progress was made. This is another area that we can enhance our tourism, coastal tourism, using ships from Gwadar to Muscat or Karachi to Middle East. ये जो आप देख रहे हैं, let me summarize this. This is the last slide. There are three main contribution, as I see, economic contribution. One is basically fisheries. आप जलो में देखें fisheries हैं. Then catching fish. कितना हम catch कर रहे हैं, कितना हम export कर रहे हैं. The more we catch, It will improve the life of the people, livelihoods. It will increase employment. It will contribute to GDP. Aaj only 0.3% contribution to GDP is coming from fisheries. It can be expanded. Similarly, from export side, today, we are only exporting $500 million of worth of fish. It can also be potential to improve, and it will add to our export earnings. IMF से जान छूटेगी आपको. This is another area जहाँ से जान छुड़ाना हो तो आप इसको भी promote करें आप, अगर हमारे अंदर दम कम है. And it will create jobs. The other is shipping services, yellow में. Inland भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं and foreign shipping के लिए भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. Tourism purpose के लिए भी हो सकता है. And this is the coastal tourism. If you look at the China-Pakistan economic corridor, and if you read the long-term program of China-Pakistan economic corridor, coastal tourism is part of the of China-Pakistan economic corridor. हमने कभी बात नहीं की है इस पे. कभी किसी ने इस हॉल में भी पता नहीं कितने लोगों को मालूम होगा कि coastal tourism is also part of long-term strategy of CPEC. This is an area where we can promote. तो हम क्यों नहीं प्रमोट कर रहे हैं? तो ये शॉर्ट ये है कि देयर आर इनॉर्मस पोटेंशियल टू एनहांस आवर फिश प्रोडक्शन. इसका मेजरमेंट इश्यूज भी हैं, इसको भी ठीक किया जा सकता है पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो के साथ मिलकर. देन शिपिंग सर्विसेज हैं. व्हाई कांट वी स्टार्ट इनलैंड? वी कैन सेट अप इनलैंड वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट अथॉरिटी अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ मैरीटाइम अफेयर्स में. हम बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं ये. एंड देन यूज फॉर कोस्टल टूरिज्म, द स्काई इज द लिमिट. तो if I summarize, we have billions of dollars of potential in this area, and I hope so that this seminar will ignite some ideas and thoughts, and it will reach to the right quarter. So thank you very much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Ashfaq, for delivering such an incisive address. The next speaker has joined us online all the way from Turkey. Associate Professor Dr. Ali Ibrahim Akutay graduated from Ankara University, Faculty of Law in 2004. He completed his master's degree in public law at Ankara University, Graduate School of Social Sciences in 2007, and his PhD in public law at Gazi University Graduate School of Social Sciences in 2011. Currently serving as a senior researcher at the Hukam, Associate Professor Dr. Ali Ibrahim Akutay has authored several books, including Continental Shelf Beyond 200 Nautical Miles, Diplomatic Protection and the Relationship Between Human Rights. Marhaba, Dr. Ali Ibrahim Akutay.
Thank you for this kind greetings. Honorable Director of NIMA, Director of the Bahria University, and I don't know who are in the hall, but by saying that the distinguished high-level officers in the hall, greetings from Turkey. I would like to share a presentation, if you may, and then I'm going to make my... Okay. As you can see, I have two titles. I'm working as a senior researcher, but also I'm a law professor at the law faculty in Turkey. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. But as I am a law professor, I'm mostly try to explain the things related to the implementation of the international treaties and rules, which we can understand the effective use of these goals for the needs of the developing countries. I'm not going to talk about all the goals listed. As you know, you can reach online from this address, but the ones which are related to the international ocean governance can be listed like this. But besides that, we have to consider that setting the goals or setting the rules is it sufficient for the effective implementation, or if we need to find another way in the legal sense. So these are, yes, the goals set by the United Nations. Almost every country in the world agreed upon the use of these goals, but the question is that, are we able to use them effectively as we intended to? When we start with the equitable sharing of the resource, which is a part of my presentation, as you know, the equitable sharing doesn't mean that the equal sharing of the resources. So having more coastlines in the sea and also having another power in the world make you come to another condition in international relations. So there are lots of developments and continuing conditions, the current conditions in international community, which we can talk about the use of the seas as the exploration and the exploitation of the living and non-living resources, preservation and protection of marine spaces and marine living resources, and the conservation of marine environment. These are all important because you cannot differ from one from the other. You have to take them as a whole and find a solution in this context. The position of the developing states also another part of my presentation, but I do not want to bother you with the boring legal rules. I want to remind you something today's presentation with the entry into force of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. You may ask to yourselves that I'm a citizen of Turkey, which is not a party to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, but my aim is to show you something that the Sustainable Development Goals may change their names, characters, etc., but they were discussed in international community. They were always trying to find a way to use of the resources by the developing countries, but can international law manage to do that? Is the main question. As you know, UNCLOS was authenticated at the date of 1982, but it can only came into force at the date of 1994. There was only one reason for this. It was the use of the mine resources in the deep seabed, and there was a progress in international law, which we can see in the next presentation, started with the Arvel Pardos, the Malta delegate to United Nations, statement speech in the General Assembly of the United Nations. And after that, the United Nations General Assembly took the decision for the use of the non-living resources by stating that they are the common heritage of mankind. And also this became the provision of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. But the developed countries, by stating that the developed countries, I mean the industrialized countries, didn't accept this situation, even though it became a customary rule of international law. So they changed the system relating to the international seabed authorities institutional structure, which now gives more rights to the industrialized states than the developing states. So a system was established at the date of 1982 for the protection of the rights of the developing countries. But at the date of 1994, the industrialized states preferred to change this situation, and they changed the rights of the jurisdiction of the International Seabed Authority, that the industrialized states were more effective. Today, still they are more effective. So it means that there is always a struggle, conflict, whatever you call, between the developed states and the developing states. And these goals can only be applicable if we can find a solid ground for the implementation of those principles. Depending on my explanations, I have my conclusions and suggestions related to that. Setting the rules, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, is not sufficient. So yes, they are really important goals, objects and purposes, but we have to create a binding instrument. But is it sufficient? No, because international community concluded the Treaty of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Treaty, but they only could make it come into force by giving industrialized states more rights or benefits. So the interests of the developing states can only be protected by the binding instruments and the effective implementation of those binding instruments, preserving the rights of the developing countries. So, as we can understand, as they were established under the authority of the United Nations, we say the intents of the industrialized states correspond with the objects and the purposes of the goals, but it must really correspond with them. Otherwise, the effective implementation again cannot be possible. So there must be a binding instrument with the effective implementation, and there is a need for a real cooperation between all the states. Nowadays, as you know, there is the process of BBNG Treaty for the biodiversity in the high seas. The reason why I am talking about the deep seabed mining is mostly related to this treaty. This treaty has been changing the regime of the high seas and the use of the deep seabed sources by adding the genetic resources to that. So the actual developments in international community on setting the rules related to the law of the sea must be assessed with the needs of all the states in the world. Thank you for your patience, and that's all.
Thank you, Dr. Akutai, for sharing such valuable insights with us. Our next speaker is Mr. Rab Nawaz from World Wildlife Fund for Nature, Pakistan. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. So, first of all, thank you for inviting DLF to this very important symposium and meeting. And I hope my presentation comes up. I was glad to see you asked us to talk about the ecosystem and environment. I wasn't too pleased you only gave me 10 minutes. This is a very complex matter, as does seem bring up the presentation. Okay. So I spent 10 years in Karachi in my service as WWF, living on the coastline. And I love this expression, sea blindness. I think that's Senator Mushahid Sahab has quoted that very well. I mean, it is an unbelievable coastline we have. And it's including the fisheries, the potential, and it's not being used. And I can start, I hope. It was a basic video. Yes.
The ocean is where we come from. The ocean gives us life. Here on the rugged coast of Pakistan's Balochistan province, where the desert meets the sea, an age-old dance plays out between humans and the creatures of our oceans. We rely on the oceans to survive, to feed ourselves, our families, even to earn money. And the oceans rely on us to treat them carefully, to take only what we need. Too often, we have betrayed that trust. Places that once teemed with life have become barren and sick. But our oceans are resilient. Life is resilient. And so we still find places where the incredible diversity of the oceans shines through. Like here, in the coral reef off of Pakistan's Charna Island, home to countless fish and corals, whales and turtles and sharks. People come to visit, to fish, but within reason, and so a balance is maintained, and life on this reef persists. But we humans don't usually do well with limits. We take and we spoil without thought for the future, without thought for the creatures we co-inhabit this planet with. Without a conscious effort to actively protect the health of our oceans, these places of natural splendor will become more and more rare. And so, it is perhaps a reminder that protecting our planet's delicate places is not always about doing something more, but about doing less.
So I thought I'd use my 3 minutes of my 10 minutes to something more interesting than me. So just coming to the challenges, I'm going to just break this into two parts. The challenge, you know the challenges. But I'm also going to tell some good stories coming out of Pakistan and the marine environment. So you all know the fisheries in Pakistan is one of the most destructive fisheries. We have gill nets, we have benthic trawls, and we are destroying the marine ecosystem through bycatch. So gill nets is a big issue. In North Indian Ocean, we're the bad boys of gear. So Iran, Pakistan, Oman, and it's nice to see Sri Lanka has actually changed its gear now to a multi-day, multi-gear approach for tuna, which is having a big effect. But we do have to sort out this fishery and the effort that is going on in the coastal areas of Pakistan. So again, it's a vicious circle with the fishermen. The catch gets smaller, and with the catch getting smaller, the nets get smaller. And now if you go to our coastal fishermen, they're not nets, they're mosquito nets. Even a mosquito couldn't grow past them. So again, this is not the responsibility of the fishermen or the government, it's a joint responsibility that we have to solve. Because each year, the income is getting less and less for the fishermen. They eat kind of on a daily basis subsistence, and there's no incentive for the fishermen to improve or to adopt new nets or a new fishing type. Indus is one of the first or second most plastic polluted river in the world. And where did that all end up? In the oceans. Again, we need to turn this kind of catastrophe into a solution, into a potential, because this is not trash. This is worth money. But we are, if you look at Karachi, the entire daily sewage of Karachi is dumped into the ocean untreated. We have, I think, 4-5 TP plants there. None of them are working at full capacity. I don't even know any of them are working now. So while the mangroves of Karachi love this sewage because it's high, but we have to realize it's bad for the overall environment. We have really poorly planned coastal development, and until recently we didn't have any protected areas, and we're losing our mangroves. But I will give a couple of success stories. And lack of awareness. I think, again, this is a common and chronic issue with the politicians all the way down to the public. But I'm going to talk about some positive things. So we know bycatch is a big issue, especially in the tuna fleet. But we've been working with the fishermen along with the Marine Development Agency and the Coast Guards. Okay. I can go back one. So this is what we do. This is the gill net. By simply
joining us. We have a message from Ms. Rumina Alam, coordinator of PM on the climate change. She was supposed to be here, but she couldn't. And Ms. Bushra, Secretary, National Security Division, ma'am, so very kind for joining us. And all the distinguished panelists, my seniors, flag officers, general officers, and air officers, ladies and gentlemen, it's my profound pleasure to say you welcome today at this August gathering. I am privileged to extend a warm welcome to all of you with our worthy guests for session 2. This is the International Maritime Symposium, 4th time we are holding this, and its title is Prospect of Blue Economy for Pakistan to Realize United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's a great pleasure to see such a diverse and distinguished group of scholars, policymakers, and industry leaders united in their commitment to advance the crucial relationship between the blue economy and the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, NEMA has remained and will remain a beacon for promoting Pakistan's maritime interests and facilitating essential dialogue that shape our national policies. This symposium, therefore, marks a significant step in our collective journey towards harnessing our economic potential. This session, discussions will delve into various aspects of theme, from assessing the current state of Pakistan's maritime sector to identifying actionable strategies for sustainable development. We will focus on pivotal topics including the geostrategic environment of the Indian Ocean, region of blue economy, prospects or challenges of Pakistan, and the role of international maritime law and the IMO. Maritime tourism potential, the economic contribution of maritime service and technology park, and impact of climate change and Pakistan's maritime sector. Each area is vital for capitalizing on opportunities that propel economic growth, uphold social equality, and safeguard our environmental future. I wish to extend my profound gratitude to Bahria University for their collaboration in advancing this maritime discourse with NEMA, and I also extend my appreciation to the Pakistan Navy and our partners for their wholehearted support for making this session possible today. And towards the end, I once again reiterate my warm welcome to all the participants. Let us seize the opportunity to collaborate and involve and innovate as we chart a course towards a prosperous maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious remarks. Pakistan Observer has been a sponsor partner with us in organizing IMS 24. Pakistan Observer is one of the finest and leading English language newspaper, providing comprehensive coverage of Pakistani news, views, and analysis. With a strong focus on objective reporting, in-depth commentary, and investigative journalism, Pakistan Observer provide readers insightful perspectives on national and international issues, politics, business, sports, and culture. We will now play the recorded message for you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and honored speakers, Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to represent Pakistan Observer at NEMA's International Maritime Symposium 2024 titled Realization of Blue Economy Through the Prism of Sustainable Development Goals. Our newspaper commitment to informed discussions aligns perfectly with the symposium's theme, Realization of the Blue Economy Through the Prism of Sustainable Development Goals, Options for Developing Countries. Pakistan Observer, founded by my esteemed father Zahid Malik in 1988, has been a pioneering force in investigative journalism. With over 1 lakh daily readers and a strong national and online presence, we are recognized for our integrity and accuracy, having earned numerous national and international awards. The symposium offers a critical platform to identify the challenges and opportunities of the blue economy, a concept of increasing importance for a developing country like Pakistan. This gathering enables to delve into key issues such as sustainable maritime trade, ocean governance, and environmental stewardship, which are crucial for securing our future. Developing the deep sea economy presents immense opportunities for economic growth and innovation. By tapping into the vast resources of the deep oceans, such as minerals, fisheries, and renewable energy sources like offshore wind and tidal power, we can unlock new industries and revenue streams. We deeply value our partnership with NEMA and commend their efforts in bringing together a distinguished lineup of experts and thought leaders. As a media partner, Pakistan Observer is committed to amplifying the symposium message and providing comprehensive coverage to ensure the insights and discussions here today reach a wider audience. Thank you, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saab, for inviting us to this prestigious event. We looking forward to working together to ensure the continued success of IMS 24 and to help further evaluate the importance of the blue economy for Pakistan and beyond. And finally, I leave you with a quote from Gunter Pauli. Quote, "The blue economy is an opportunity to rethink our leadership with the ocean and its resources." Unquote. Let us join hands to create a sustainable, prosperous future for our planet. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Mrs. Bushra Iman serves as the Secretary of Pakistan's National Security Division, bringing over 2 decades of expertise in national security, counter-terrorism, and international relations. She has held key positions including Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Director National Counter-Terrorism Authority. A recipient of the Tamgha Imtiaz for excellent services to the national security, Ms. Bushra provides strategic guidance on national security issues, coordinates interagency efforts, and represents Pakistan in international security forums. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Bushra Iman to the stage for the keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Professor S.N. Iqbal Sahab, Minister for Planning and Development and Special Initiatives, Vice Admiral Ahmed Said, President NEMA, respectable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Before I start my keynote address, I would like to clarify that I'm an officer of the Pakistan Administrative Service, and I have not received any award, which I think the introduction was for somebody else. I would just like to clarify. I would like to begin with congratulating NEMA for organizing the International Maritime Symposium and expressing my gratitude for inviting me. Today, I'm honored to address one of the most crucial and promising avenues for sustainable development in the 21st century, the blue economy. Oceans, which cover over 70% of our planet, are a lifeline for both the global economy and the environmental balance. Yet, as we explore the potential of ocean resources, it is imperative to do so in a manner that promotes sustainable economic growth while protecting ocean ecosystems. The blue economy aims to balance economic development with environmental conservation by fostering growth in marine sectors such as fisheries, tourism, maritime transport, renewable energy, and biotechnology. This approach is especially vital for developing countries where ocean resources play a crucial role in food security, job creation, and poverty alleviation. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a comprehensive framework for this balanced approach. In addition to SDG 14, which primarily deals with life below water, there are other SDGs like SDG 1, 8, 13, 2, 12, and 17, which are also linked to the blue economy's successful implementation. Despite the potential benefits of the economy, ladies and gentlemen, several constraints hinder its development, especially in the developing countries. The first major challenge is the financial and investment gap. Many developing countries lack the capital needed to invest in sustainable marine industries and infrastructure. For instance, the financing gap in the Asia-Pacific region alone is estimated to be in trillions of dollars over the next decade. This shortfall limits the ability of these nations to implement large-scale blue economy projects such as marine renewable energy, advanced aquaculture, and coastal protection. Technological gaps also pose significant barriers to the blue economy's success. Many developing countries do not have access to the latest technologies required for effective marine resource monitoring and management. Governance challenges are another constraint. In many developing countries, there is lack of coordination between national, provincial, and local governments, resulting in policy fragmentation. There is a need for renewed focus on comprehensive maritime policy, addressing emerging challenges to protect the exclusive economic zone and coastline, a requirement to explore untapped resources for economic security, food security, and human security. Environmental pressures such as climate change, ocean acidification, and habitat degradation also pose major challenges. Failure to address these environmental challenges could exacerbate the vulnerability of coastal communities and undermine the long-term sustainability of blue economy. Turning the blue economy from a conceptual framework into actionable projects in developing countries requires a combination of innovative financing, technological advancement, improved governance, and stakeholder engagement. Several countries have successfully implemented specific measures that offer models for others to follow, and I would just like to discuss a few model examples. Seychelles' Blue Bond Initiative is a notable example of innovative financing tailored to the blue economy. The country issued blue bonds, financial instruments designed to raise capital for ocean conservation and sustainable marine projects. Seychelles successfully raised $15 million, which was used to fund the transition to sustainable fisheries, with an emphasis on rebuilding depleted fish stocks and strengthening fisheries. Importantly, the blue bonds also serve to bring in technical assistance from the World Bank, helping the country reform its fisheries management system and ensuring that these investments have a long-term impact on both the economy and the environment. On the technological front, Indonesia has demonstrated how mobile-based technology can be used to improve fish management. Indonesia's Smart Fish program, and SMART is an acronym for Sustainable Market Access through Responsible Trading of Fish. This program uses mobile apps to gather real-time data on fish landings and fisheries activities. This technology enables small-scale fishers to report their catches, which are then aggregated to form national stock assessments and ensure compliance with suitable fishing quotas. This practice can also be replicated, and it has already been replicated in various countries. In terms of governance, Norway's integrated marine governance model serves as a strong example for us to emulate. Norway coordinates its marine management through cross-sectoral collaboration, aligning policies related to fisheries, shipping, energy, and environmental protection. This model allows Norway to manage its marine ecosystems holistically, ensuring that different economic activities do not conflict with one another or degrade maritime environments. Finally, community engagement is critical to the success of the blue economy. So we have an example of Vietnam, where there's a project of mangroves and markets, the MAM project, which illustrates how local communities could be involved to lead sustainable infrastructure. They worked with shrimp farmers, and through mangroves, they wanted to protect coastal erosion and serve as carbon sinks, while also supporting the shrimp production. For developing countries to fully realize the benefits of the blue economy, capacity building is again an area which needs to be emphasized upon. This means strengthening the skills, knowledge, and institutional capacities of government agencies, civil society, and local communities to manage the marine resources effectively. This not only benefits the environment, but also strengthens local community and improves livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the blue economy presents a significant opportunity for developing countries to achieve sustainable development while addressing the interconnected challenges of poverty, food security, and environmental degradation. By aligning blue economy strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals, these nations can leverage their ocean resources to foster inclusive economic growth, mitigate the impacts of climate change, ensure the long-term health of marine ecosystems, and more importantly, to secure a better future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your enlightening and engaging address. The second speaker of the session is His Excellency Admiral Ravindra Chandrasiri, Sri Lankan High Commissioner to Pakistan. He brings a distinguished 4-decade military career to his diplomatic role. He holds a BS Honours in War Studies from Karachi University and an MPhil in Defence and Strategic Studies from Madras University. He will brief us about geostrategic environment of Indian Ocean region, implications on maritime security and geoeconomics. Please, sir, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Minister Professor Chowdhury and Admiral Zakaullah Nishan-Imtiaz Military, who was the Navy Chief of the Pakistan Navy when I was the Navy Chief back at home in Sri Lanka. So we have a very close and long association. And then Vice Admiral Saeed, thank you for inviting me. And as it is being told here, ladies and gentlemen, that I was trained in Pakistan Navy Staff College in 95-96. We were the last course in Karachi before the college was shifted to Lahore. Now I have to be very careful today because a few of my course mates are also sitting here, and try to assess me whether I am better as a naval officer or as a diplomat. So I am a product of Pakistan Navy. Pakistan Navy is our teachers. We back home tell in Sanskrit that relationship is we call Guru Shiksha, teacher to student. So I am proud to say that teaching has allowed us to fight against the liberation tigers of Tamil Eelam terrorists and to win that fight against them. So first, let me thank Pakistan Navy. Then the second thing, when we were really going down in our war in 1999-2000, when the Jaffna Peninsula is withdrawing, ladies and gentlemen, when our other friendly nations offered us ships to evacuate from the peninsula, it was Pakistan who said, no way, you stay back and fight. Ask what you want, we will give you. So today my country is the one country, thanks to Pakistan. We asked for multi-barrel rocket launchers, a weapon which can fire in salvos, which can stop the advancement of the terrorist. I know now that Pakistan didn't have a stock, but the leadership gave the order to give to Sri Lanka from your war stock. War stock for the younger generation back at there is the stock that you keep to use in a war. So you don't use it. But that was given to us. And then when we said we don't have instructors or we don't know how to fire this, the instructors also were sent. And instructors went into the area, these are not secret now, and they fired the first salvos and teach us how to fire. So if the Sri Lanka is not divided by a land border, northern Sri Lanka as the Tamil Eelam and southern Sri Lanka, it's thanks to Pakistan, Pakistan government, Pakistan military and Pakistan people. We will never forget that. If I touch back to the history, during the time of great Emperor Mughal emperors, from Akbar to Aurangzeb, that your country was controlling from Afghanistan to Myanmar. Only southern India and Sri Lanka was spared. And Emperor Akbar's army had 26,000 elephants. Those times there were no tanks. It was the elephants which have been used at the time. 26,000 elephants in his stable. And almost 75% was sold, of course, on concession by Sri Lanka. So we did business even during that time. An elephant is an animal who don't forget things. So we have elephants. We are like elephants. We will never forget Pakistan, what you did for us during that crucial time. So going back to my subject, what you see is here is the Indian Ocean. South of Sri Lanka, there is no landmass up to Antarctica. So technically, we should be able to claim as much as sea we have on the Indian Ocean, south of Sri Lanka. But it doesn't happen that way sometimes. And this one you see, this is the traffic density of the ships passing around Sri Lanka. More than 300 ships pass south of Sri Lanka every day. See the density. And see for the students who are back there, who are studying, you may not know something called soft power is there. 60% of India's containers transship through Colombo Harbour. So in other way, if we stop Colombo Harbour, 60% of India's containers will not go out or come in. So that's why this place is very important. Long time ago in 2016, we had a Gaul dialogue, an international maritime seminar. In that, we invited two important people, the Army Chief, the Navy Chief of India, Navy Chief, Chief of Staff of Pakistan, at that time Vice Chief of Pakistan, and the Admiral Harry Harris. He was the Pacific Command. You know what Admiral Harry Harris said? The Sri Lanka is important to US for three things. So we were wondering, what are these three things? First one, we know our location. Then he said, location, location, location. So that is why Sri Lanka is important to us. Then the famous diplomat of India, Ambassador Shiva Shankar Menon, who has been the ambassador in Sri Lanka, Pakistan, China, and then the foreign secretary, then the national security advisor, in his book, which he wrote, The Choices for India in the Foreign Relations. The book is known as Choices. He said Sri Lanka is a permanent aircraft carrier for India in the Indian Ocean. The statement is bit contentious, but it is a fact. So we are in a very important location in the shipping field. Now, this morning we talked about the seabed mining, and then we talked about outer limit of the continental shelf margin, and then the future of the blue economy. So, do you know this? There are two places in the Indian Ocean where that the rivers flowing from Himalayas take sediment means mud, into the sea. One is on the Bengal side, Bay of Bengal, that is the Bengal fan. It is coming from Brahmaputra, Godavari and great river Ganges. And for millions of years that this sediment has come and settled down in the seabed. So there where the oil and gas is, because oil and gas trapped inside this. So sediment in the sea is very important for anybody. Similarly on your side, from your great river Indus, that Indus fan is there. So now we talked about the Pakistan has found so much of gas, offshore gas. As Admiral Abbasi said, you are in the 4th or 11th, in between those two places, you have the reserves. So that is on the Indus fan. Now Bengal fan is the one. Now as per the UN Law of the Sea Conference 3, that any country who can show 1 kilometer of sediment thickness continuously is the owner. The neighboring country is the owner. The catch phrase is neighboring country. Neighboring country is the owner of that place, and next slide. Yeah. So even though the rivers are flowing from India, the 1 kilometer of sediment in the Indian Ocean, the neighboring countries are Sri Lanka. So we claim, we did our surveys when the war is going on, the same time the Navy did a great job. I should say the support which came from Pakistan also, your hydrography unit, and we measured these things and we put our claim to the UN Law of the Sea Conference. Now you all know what is the exclusive economic zone, or EEZ. In the EEZ, you own the seabed and the water column. Both is for you. That is the fish or any living spaces in the water column, plus something in the seabed. But beyond that, when you say outer limit of continental shelf margin, you don't own the water column. You own only the seabed. So now Sri Lanka's claim is up to almost 440 nautical miles south of Sri Lanka. At the same time, there is a small area, about say 160 square kilometers, which is overlapping between India and Sri Lanka. Now, being a diplomat in India 25 years ago as a defense attaché, at that time I advised my government, we will give that to India. We have so much on the south. But they said, as any diplomat, no, we can negotiate and we can come to a conclusion and we may divide it in equal distance. Okay. So military has a limit. Beyond that, it is a political and diplomatic leadership. So we produced our claim in 2009. We finished our war also in 2009. But when the war is going on, we were doing this also. And then the claim was there for some time. Now, next slide, what I am going to show is there is nothing secret. This is on the open source. Next slide. This is what the India reported. India reported, considering our intention that, see the para 2, Government Republic of India requests Commission not to consider and qualify the submission of Sri Lanka. Why? Why? Why a small nation like us? There is a reason. Next slide. This is the reason. All the rare minerals. Now, I was invited to a electric car factory inauguration near Karachi by a Chinese and Pakistani collaboration. The electric car batteries require these minerals. That is there only on the seabed. That is also in the deep sea bed. So Indian Ocean has so much of these minerals on the deep sea bed. So when it comes, there are no permanent friends between the countries. There are only permanent interests. The interest is to have more seabed owned by us, do deep sea mining and get that and make batteries for the cars, so-called environmentally friendly, but by doing deep sea mining, they are doing a big environmental damage. The environmentalists who are here will agree with me, and ultimately you make money. So now that, my point is this, ladies and gentlemen. there are only few countries who has deep sea mining capability. Why not Pakistan? If Pakistan has deep sea mining capability, Sri Lanka is the first country to come to you and say, please come and help us. We will do mining. You get 90%, give us 10%. That is enough to pay all our loans to IMF and all these people. We are a small nation. 22 million. Our population is 22 million. The young generation of Pakistan should know, who is almost 64% of this country's population. 22 million is Sri Lanka's population. Lahore itself and suburbs are 21 million. So you can put all of Sri Lanka in Lahore if you want. And you can send all the Lahorians to Sri Lanka. They will be more than happier to be on the beach than being landlocked. So gentlemen, ladies, this is the point. This sea bed you own is the future of your country. If you really exploit it properly, you will be amazed with the wealth that you have out at sea. Thank you.
So thank you for sharing your expertise through your presentation. Now it's our pleasure to welcome Mr. Johnson, who has joined us online today. His expertise encompasses maritime safety, environmental protection and security, with a focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing maritime infrastructure and strengthening regional cooperation. Mr. Sun supports the development of sustainable and resilient maritime industries, contributing to the achievement of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Sun will provide valuable insights into international maritime law, shedding light on the pivotal role of International Maritime Organization in ensuring safer shipping, greener seas, and a more sustainable maritime industry. Let's give him a warm virtual welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jason. I work in Marine Environment Division of IMO, dealing with all issues related to sewage, garbage, and ship recycling. It is my privilege to represent IMO at this important event. May I just show you my presentation? 1 second. Yeah, so, yeah. Share with my. Yeah. As a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for global standards for safe, secure, clean, efficient maritime transport, the International Marine Organization now it's called in London, UK since 1958, and our mandate is to set global standards on the safety, security, and environment performance for international shipping. So far, IMO has 176 member states, and 3 associate members. So as a specialized agency of the United Nations, IMO has an important role to play in helping member states to achieve the UN 2030 agenda. And IMO is actively working towards the 2030 agenda and is contributing to the implementation of SDGs, both through providing the legislative framework for international shipping, enable sustainable development, and through specific capacity building activities. Although IMO support the implementation of the 2030 agenda as a whole, the areas identified by IMO as SDG strategy as of most impact of its work are SDG 14, Life Below Water, SDG 13, Climate Change, SDG 9, Industry Innovation and Infrastructure, and SDG 5, Gender Equality, as well as SDG 17, Partnerships and Resource Mobilization. The global shipping industry, as we know, is responsible for transporting around 90% of world trade. The requirements and the recommendations developed under auspices of IMO are aimed at ensuring the organization's goal of safe, security, efficient shipping on clean oceans. The IMO legislative map can be split into pollution response, pollution control, safety, compensation, and universal under the UNCLOS of universal conventions. My focus today is on ship recycling, which I want to give a showcase about how IMO contributes to the UN 2030 agenda and SDG through providing a legal framework on ship recycling and through capacity building for major ship recycling and the shipping countries in this respect. With thousands of ships serving global trade, an inevitable part of maritime life cycle is the retirement and the recycling of ships. In 2005, the IMO Marine Environment Protection Committee agreed that a new instrument on ship recycling should be developed as a priority, with a view to providing legally binding and globally applicable to ship recycling regulation for international shipping for recycling yards. The decision was endorsed by IMO Assembly at the end of 2005. After 4 years, the work carried out subsequently result in the International Convention for the Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ships, that is a Hong Kong Convention, which adopted at a diplomatic conference held in Hong Kong, China in May 2009. The Hong Kong Convention met its into force conditions in June 2023, following the Bangladesh and Liberia's ratification of the Hong Kong Convention. Pakistan ratified the Hong Kong Convention in November 2023, thanks to the efforts of Pakistan Ministry of Maritime Affairs, in particular, the then Minister Vice Admiral Mr. Rao, I'm very happy to see he present at today's symposium also. Since adoption of the Hong Kong Convention, IMO Environment Maritime Safety Environment Protection Committee has developed and adopted a set of 6 sets of guidelines to assist member states in the implementation and enforcement of the Hong Kong Convention's technical standards. Due to the time constraints, I want to contract my presentation. The Hong Kong Convention addresses the needs and the concerns of all stakeholders related to ship recycling, including ship recycling, shipbuilding yards, shipbuilding states, ships and flag states, port states, ship recycling yards, ship recycling states. The Convention provides a cradle-to-grave solution to regulate ship recycling throughout the whole life of ships, from shipbuilding, ship operation, to ship recycling. So I wouldn't go to details of the requirements of the Hong Kong Convention. Because today I want just show example how IMO contribute to UN 2030 agenda and SDGs work. As mentioned previously, IMO's contribution to the 2030 agenda and SDG, IMO is doing the same for ship recycling and promoting the convention through promoting the throughout providing the legal framework and through capacity building activities. Recently, IMO adopted a resolution on revision of 2015 guidelines for the development of inventory of hazardous material, and also adopted the implementation of a Hong Kong Convention. Recommend that member states, especially the governments of states with ships owning and the registration interests, take initiatives in cooperation with the shipping industry to increase the number of ships recycled at HKC compliant ship recycling facilities. And the most recently, just last week, IMO adopted a provisional guidance on the implementation of the Hong Kong and the Basel Conventions regarding the transboundary movement of ships intended for ship recycling. The guidance recommends states that are both parties to the Hong Kong and the Basel Convention notify the Secretary of the Basel Convention that such states will apply the HKC's requirements for the transboundary movements of ships intended to be recycled at ship recycling yards that has been authorized in accordance with the HKC. I understand Pakistan is the parties to both Hong Kong and the Basel Convention. So in this regard, I would like to send this, you can forward this signals to your government, consider IMO's guidance on the implementation of HKC requirements. This is the text of this guidance, which I wouldn't repeat. And IMO also enhanced the capacity building for implementation of the Hong Kong Convention to achieve green ship recycling via the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, ITCP, and the major projects such as IMO national and regional workshops on the ratification and implementation of the Hong Kong Convention. The similar workshop and conference we did last year in Karachi, Pakistan, and also this year we have another one in Manila for all major ship recycling countries. So there are also some major ship recycling projects, like safe environmentally sound ship recycling in Bangladesh. And recently we also have started a safe and environmentally sound ship recycling in Pakistan to enhance capacity building for major ship recycling country to implement the requirements of Hong Kong Convention to achieve green ship recycling. For the major projects, I understand that my colleague John Alonso will give a detailed presentation at a later session for this symposium. So that, therefore, I wouldn't go into details about this capacity building activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, ship recycling contributes to the circular economy and the UN 2030 agenda for sustainable development and the associated SDGs. The Hong Kong Convention contributes SDGs by providing an international legal framework to regulate ship recycling, to effectively address the environment, occupational health, and the safety risks related to ship recycling. IMO has and will continue to provide technical support to the member states and promote the Hong Kong Convention and green ship recycling. With that, I conclude my today's presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Due to some unavoidable commitments, the chief guest has to leave early, so we have to change the plan. I would request Sir Zakaullah to please come to the stage for their thank you note.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, there's going to be a little change in the schedule as the Honorable Minister has to leave. So he was to come and deliver his insight on the subject. But I requested him that to allow me 2 minutes just to acknowledge a lot of contribution by him in his official as well as personal capacity to the maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as Chairman Board of Advisors of NEMA, I would like to thank each one of you, but let me be more specific for the time being with respect to our chief guest. Sir, for sparing your valuable time and being with us. Professor Hassan Iqbal has been a great supporter, as I mentioned earlier. And sir, your commitment to maritime development and sustainability inspires us all. And your support is crucial as we navigate the complexities of the blue economy. I would like to especially acknowledge your consistent support to the maritime sector for more than a decade, especially your significant personal contribution towards modernization of Pakistan Maritime Security Agency and Karachi Shipyard by sanctioning funds from PSDP for ships and ship lift and transfer system. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent gradual influx of investment in maritime sector, especially port infrastructure and shipping, is also encouraging and it goes without saying that his support is there for everything and anything that happens in the maritime sector. I think I shall not hold you any longer, sir, because of your next commitment, and I'll appreciate all the guest speakers and acknowledge everybody later in more detail. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would kindly request the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ehsan Iqbal, to present souvenirs to our distinguished speakers. I request President Nima to join the Honorable Chief Guest on the stage for the souvenirs distribution. Now, I will call the name of the speakers for the souvenirs. Dr. Shabana Fayaz. Commodore Abid Rana. Vice Admiral Iftikhar Ahmed Rao. His Excellency High Commissioner Ravindra Chandrasari. Mrs. Bushra Aman. Now I would request President Nima and Chairman Nima Board of Advisors to present the chief guest with a souvenir. Honorable Professor Ehsan Iqbal, we'll be honored that you share your expertise and thoughts with the gathering.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mohtaram Admiral Retired Zakaullah Saab, former Chief of Navy Staff, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed Saab, President Nima, Vice Admiral Iftikhar Rao Saab, Vice Admiral Hasham bin Siddiq Saab, and distinguished officers, speakers, panelists, and dear students. So pardon me for switching the language because there is media. Maybe by speaking in Urdu I can reach to a wider audience. سب سے پہلے تو میں نیما کا شکریہ ادا کروں گا کہ انہوں نے مجھے موقع دیا اور انہیں خراج تحسین بھی پیش کروں گا کہ انہوں نے اس ایک اہم موضوع پر اس مذاکرے کا بحریہ یونیورسٹی کے ساتھ مل کر انعقاد کیا. آپ سب جانتے ہیں کہ دنیا میں جدید معیشت کے اندر بلو اکانومی ایک نئی جہت کے ساتھ اور نئی اہمیت کے ساتھ ابھر چکی ہے اور اب دنیا میں اس بات پر بہت جد و جہد ہو رہی ہے اور محنت ہو رہی ہے کہ قدرت نے جو اتنا بڑا خزانہ انسان کو اس پلانٹ پر عطا کیا ہے اس کا کیسے زیادہ سے زیادہ پروڈکٹیو استعمال کیا جا سکتا ہے. ہمارے اگر ہم مذہب میں دیکھیں تو میں اکثر یہ کہتا ہوں کہ ہماری بدقسمتی ہے کہ ہم نے اس مشن سٹیٹمنٹ سے انحراف کر لیا ہے جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہمیں قرآن مجید کی صورت میں دی تھی. آج علم کا ٹیکنالوجی کا بحران صرف ہمارے ملک کا نہیں بلکہ پوری سویلائزیشن کا ہے اور وہ دور جب ہم دنیا میں محترم تھے تو وہ وقت وہ تھا کہ جب بغداد سے اور اندلس سے علم کے میناروں سے جو روشنی نکلتی تھی اس سے پوری دنیا استفادہ حاصل کرتی تھی. میں نے یونیورسٹی آف نارووال جو اپنے علاقے میں تعمیر کی اس کے آرکیٹیکچر کو اندلس اور مسلم اسپین کے آرکیٹیکچر سے عبارت کیا تاکہ ہم وہ انسپریشن حاصل کر کے اس ادارے کو ایک بہترین ادارہ بنا سکیں. تو اس کے کانوکیشن پہ میں اپنی تقریر کے لیے کچھ ریسرچ کر رہا تھا تو مجھے یونیورسٹی آف کیلگری کا ایک مضمون ملا جس میں انہوں نے اس مسلم اسپین دور کے اوپر تحقیق کی ہوئی تھی کہ کیا وجہ ہے کہ اس وقت مسلمان سائنس میں، میتھمیٹکس میں، اسپیس سائنسز کے اندر، میڈیسن میں، فلاسفی میں تمام جو ان کے اسکالرز ہیں وہ دنیا کے بہترین اسکالرز تھے. بلکہ اگر اس وقت نوبل انعام دیے جاتے تو 10 میں سے 7 یا 8 نوبل انعام مسلمان سائنسدان یا محقق حاصل کرتے. لیکن اس کے بعد پھر ہم بالکل صفحہ ہستی سے علم کے لینڈسکیپ پہ مٹ گئے اور یہی چیز ہے جو اس بات کا ثبوت ہے کہ آج 1 کروڑ کا ملک ہے. اس نے 2 ارب کی مسلمان تہذیب کو صرف خاموش تماشائی بننے پہ مجبور کر دیا ہے کہ وہ صبح شام اس ظلم اور بربریت کا نظارہ کرتے ہیں لیکن اس عالمی نظام میں اتنے بے بس ہیں کہ کچھ نہیں کر سکتے. اور وہ کیا طاقت ہے جو اس 1 کروڑ کی آبادی کے ملک کے پاس ہے جس نے پورے مغرب کو اپنا غلام بنایا ہوا ہے. اور آج مغرب وہ سارے اصول بھلا کر، ضابطے بھلا کر جن کی وہ تلقین کیا کرتا تھا، انسانی حقوق کے ضابطے دنیا کو پڑھاتا تھا اور ان انسانی حقوق کے ضابطوں کو اپنے آنکھوں کے سامنے ذبح ہوتے دیکھتا ہے لیکن اپنی ڈبل سٹینڈرڈز کے اوپر وہ اس 1 کروڑ کی آبادی کے ساتھ کھڑا ہے. میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اور بھی بہت سے عوامل ہیں لیکن ایک بڑا فیکٹر اس میں اس 1 کروڑ آبادی کی سائنس اور ٹیکنالوجی کے شعبے میں بالادستی ہے کہ اس 1 کروڑ کی آبادی کی جو سائنٹیفک آؤٹ پٹ ہے وہ 2 ارب کی آبادی کے مقابلے میں زیادہ ہے. اس 1 کروڑ کی آبادی کے جو پیٹنٹس ہیں، جو وہ ایجادات کرتے ہیں، وہ 2 ارب کی آبادی سے زیادہ ہیں. تو یہ علم اور تحقیق کی طاقت ہے کہ جس کی بنا پر وہ 1 کروڑ کی آبادی 2 ارب پر اس وقت غالب ہوئی ہے. ہمیں بھی اگر آگے جانا ہے تو ہمیں علم اور تحقیق کی روایت کو دوبارہ انہی بنیادوں پہ کھڑا کرنا ہے جن بنیادوں پر بغداد اور اندلس میں یہ منہدم ہوئی تھیں، اور ان علم کے اور تحقیق کے چشموں کو دوبارہ سیراب کرنا ہے کہ جس سے ہم فکر کی اور علم کی قیادت کو دوبارہ حاصل کر سکیں۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس حوالے سے جو میں مقالہ آپ کو بتا رہا تھا کہ یونیورسٹی آف کیلگری نے کہا کہ کیوں اس دور میں مسلمان علم کے شعبے میں اتنے بالادست تھے، انہوں نے کہا کہ اس کی بیسک انسپریشن ان کو قرآن مجید سے ملتی تھی کہ جس میں اللہ تعالیٰ کے بارے میں انہیں پتہ چلا کہ اللہ از آل نوئنگ۔ چونکہ ہی از آل نوئنگ، سو وہ سمجھتے تھے کہ جو نالج کی سیڑھی ہے یا لیڈر ہے وہ خدا کی معرفت کا سب سے بہترین طریقہ ہے، کہ اگر خدا آل نوئنگ ہے تو ہم جتنا علم کے میدان میں آگے بڑھیں گے ہم معرفت اللہ کی اتنی زیادہ حاصل کر سکتے ہیں۔ اور پھر سائنس کے اوپر یا کائنات کے مشاہدات کے اوپر جو قرآن مجید میں تعلیم کی گئی اس کو انہوں نے مشعل راہ بنایا، اور اس کا جو ایپسٹمولوجی ہے جو علم کی قرآن نے دی وہ دی آن آبزرویشن اینڈ انکوائری، اور بارہا یہ کہا کہ کائنات کے جو مناظر ہیں اور نظارے ہیں اور گتھیاں ہیں ان کی مشاہدہ کرو اور ان پہ غور اور فکر کرو اور اپنی عقل استعمال کرو۔ قرآن نے بار بار عقل عقل اور عقل کا لفظ استعمال کیا، لیکن ہم نے اپنے مشاہدے پہ پردے شٹر ڈال دیے اور عقل پہ زنگ لگا دیا، جس کی وجہ سے ہم اس پستی کے اندر آ گئے ہیں۔ اور اسی قرآن میں اس بلو اکانومی کا بھی ذکر ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے اپنی جو نشانیاں گنوائیں اس میں کہا کہ تم سمندر پہ تیرتے ہوئے کشتیوں کو نہیں دیکھتے، اور ان سمندروں سے کیا تم اپنے لیے گوشت حاصل نہیں کرتے، اور کیا ان سمندروں سے تم موتی تلاش کر کے اپنے لیے معیشت کا فائدہ حاصل نہیں کر سکتے۔ تو جو آبی وسائل ہیں، چاہے وہ فش کی صورت میں ہیں، چاہے وہ انڈر گراؤنڈ ویلتھ ہے، منرلز ہیں، چاہے میریٹائم ٹریڈ ہے، اس سارے کے بارے میں قرآن نے ہمیں کہا کہ غور و فکر کرو اور اس پہ دسترس حاصل کرو۔ اور آپ یہ دیکھیں کہ جب مسلم سویلائزیشن کی عروج کا دور تھا تو یہ وہ دور تھا کہ جب میریٹائم سیکٹر کے اندر بھی ان کے نیوی کے فلیٹس بہت مضبوط تھے، اور جس نے سمندروں پر حکمرانی کی اس نے دنیا کے اوپر بھی حکمرانی کی۔ تو میریٹائم ٹریڈ اور میریٹائم سیکیورٹی قوموں کی طاقت میں تاریخی طور پہ ایک بہت اہم کردار ادا کرتی رہی، اور ہم نے یہ تاریخ کے اس پورے منظرنامے سے جو فیکٹرز تھے کہ جن سے طاقت حاصل کی جاتی ہے ان کو دھندلا دیا اور آپس کے اختلافات میں پھنس گئے۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ آج پھر اس بات کی ضرورت ہے کہ ہم وی شوڈ گو بیک ٹو دا بیسکس اور ان اصولوں کے اوپر دوبارہ خود کو منظم کریں کہ جن سے تہذیب یا ملک یا قوم مضبوط ہوتی ہے۔ اور اس میں سب سے فنڈامنٹل جو پرنسپل ہے اور جو فاؤنڈیشن ہے، باقی ڈومینز ہیں لیکن جو فاؤنڈیشن ہے وہ نالج اور ریسرچ ہے۔ جس ملک کے پاس نالج اور ریسرچ کی صلاحیت کمزور ہوگی وہ کبھی بوروڈ انفراسٹرکچر کے ساتھ ترقی نہیں کر سکتا۔ تو اس بات کی ضرورت ہے کہ ہم اس سافٹ ویئر کو دوبارہ اپ ڈیٹ کریں جو ہم نے اندلس میں اور بغداد میں کھو دیا تھا۔ پاکستان کی اللہ تعالیٰ نے اتنی ہمیں دولت سے مالا مال کیا ہے کہ دنیا میں شاید کوئی ملک ان نیچرل انڈاؤمنٹس کا مقابلہ کر سکے ہم سے کہ جو پاکستان کو عطا ہوئی ہیں۔ اگر آپ پاکستان کی جیوگرافی دیکھیں تو شمال میں ہمارے پاس دنیا کی 14 ہائیسٹ پیکس میں سے 5 ہائیسٹ پیکس ہمارے پاس ہیں، اور اگر آپ جنوب میں آئیں تو 1200 کلومیٹر کے قریب 1000 کلومیٹر سے زیادہ ہمیں ساحل ہے، اور اس ساحل اور ان چوٹیوں کے درمیان دنیا کی ہر وہ لینڈسکیپ ہے کہ جو کوئی ملک کسی ملک کی ایک تمنا ہو سکتی ہے۔ دنیا کا سب سے بڑا اریگیشن سسٹم ہے جو ہمارے میدانوں کو سیراب کرتا ہے، صحرا بھی ہیں، ڈیزرٹس بھی ہیں، 4 موسم بھی ہیں، اور پھر پانی کے ساتھ محنتی افرادی قوت بھی ہے، اور اس زمین کے اندر معدنیات سے بھی ہم مالا مال ہیں۔ سوال یہ پیدا ہوتا ہے کہ یہ سارے سہولیات ہونے کے باوجود ہم کیوں وہاں پر کھڑے ہیں کہ جہاں ہم کھڑے ہیں؟ اور میں اپنی ہر موضوع میں تقریر میں اس موضوع کو ضرور اٹھاتا ہوں کہ آج ہم پر تاریخ کا یہ بوجھ ہے کہ ہم صرف اگلے سال کی نہ سوچیں، اس سے اگلے سال کا نہ سوچیں، ہم اپنی آنکھیں 2047 کے اوپر گاڑیں۔ آج سے تقریباً 23 سال کے بعد اس خطے میں 2 ممالک اپنے 100 سال کی آزادی کا جشن منائیں گے، ایک ہمارا ہمسایہ ملک اور ایک ہم۔ دنیا کے سامنے یہ 2 ملک اپنی آزادی کے 100 سالوں کو شو کیس کریں گے۔ ہمیں تقریباً بخوبی اندازہ ہے کہ ہمارا ہمسایہ ملک خود کو کیسے شو کیس کرے گا۔ جو اصل سوال ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ کیا ہمیں اندازہ ہے یا کیا ہمیں یقین ہے کہ ہم خود کو اس موقع پر دنیا اور تاریخ کے سامنے کیسے شو کیس کریں گے؟ لوگ کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ یہ 23 سال چھوڑیں جی، بڑی دور کی آپ ہمیں سنا رہے ہیں۔ اسی طرح کی باتیں لوگ اس وقت کہتے تھے جب ہم نے 1997-98 میں ویژن 2010 بنایا۔ لوگ کہتے تھے جی آپ ہم سے 98 کی بات کریں، اس سال کی بات کریں، آپ یہ کیا 2010 ہمیں سناتے ہیں۔ خواتین و حضرات، اس 2010 کو بھی گزرے ہوئے 14 سال ہو گئے۔ پھر جب ہم 2013 میں آئے تو ویژن 2025 کیا، اور اس وقت بھی لوگوں نے کہا جی یہ کیا آپ دور کے خواب شیخ چلی والے سناتے ہیں، 2025 کس نے دیکھی، آپ ہم سے 2013 کی بات کریں۔ لیکن اس 2025 کو آنے میں بھی چند مہینے رہ گئے ہیں، اور 3-4 مہینے کے بعد وہ 2025 بھی گزر جائے گا۔ اور ہمیں اپنی غلطیوں سے سبق سیکھنا ہے۔ دنیا میں کسی ملک نے ترقی نہیں کی جب تک کہ 4 چیزیں اس نے اپنے اندر پیدا نہیں کی۔ 4 چیزیں جاپان سے لے کے ساؤتھ کوریا، سنگاپور، ملیشیا، ویتنام، بنگلہ دیش، انڈیا، چائنا، ٹرکی، کسی ملک نے جس نے ترقی کی ہے آپ کو یہ 4 چیزیں کامن تھریڈ نظر آئے گا۔ اور اگر ہم پیچھے رہ گئے ہیں تو اس کی یہ وجہ نہیں کہ ہمارے اندر کوئی پلاننگ کی کمی تھی، ہمارے اندر صلاحیت کی کمی تھی، ہمارے اندر محنت کی کمی تھی، ہمارے اندر ان سے دیانت کی کمی تھی۔ یقین کیجئے کہ ہم ہر لحاظ سے ان سے کم نہیں تھے اور نہ ہیں، لیکن ہم ان 4 چیزوں پر ان کا مقابلہ نہیں کر سکے جن کے اوپر ان ممالک نے خود کو جما کے آگے بڑھایا۔ اور وہ 4 چیزیں ہیں: امن، there is no progress without peace. 2, political stability، کسی ملک نے سیاسی استحکام کے بغیر ترقی نہیں کی۔ اور اسی سے جڑی ہوئی چیز تیسری، continuity of policies for at least a decade، کیونکہ کوئی پالیسی 10 سال سے پہلے نتائج نہیں دیتی۔ اور چوتھی چیز، continuous commitment to reform، چونکہ یہ دنیا بدلتی ہوئی ہے۔ آج آپ چیز جو ٹھیک کر لیں گے کوئی ضمانت نہیں ہے کہ وہ کل یا پرسوں آپ کو کامیاب کرے گی۔ آپ کا انجام بھی اگر آپ تبدیل نہیں کریں گے تو وہی ہوگا جو ہم نے اپنے دور میں بلیک بیری اور نوکیا کا انجام ہوتے دیکھا ہے۔ کتنے بڑے ٹیک جائنٹس تھے لیکن صفحہ ہستی سے مٹ گئے چونکہ they failed to keep themselves aligned with the changes that were taking place in their marketplace. Similarly, innovation and technology نے ایک ایسا تیز رفتار ترقی کا پیمانہ طے کر دیا ہے کہ جو ملک مسلسل خود کو نئے تقاضوں سے نہیں ہم آہنگ رکھیں گے وہ بھلے کتنے کامیاب آج ہوں، کل کی ان کی ضمانت کامیابی کی کوئی گارنٹی نہیں کر سکتا۔ تو اس لیے ہمیں ان 4 چیزوں پر آگے بڑھتے ہوئے جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہمیں وسائل دیے ہیں انہیں پوری طرح بروئے کار لانا ہے۔ اور میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس میں جیسے میں نے آپ سے کہا کہ پاکستان کی جو اس وقت ایکسکلوسیو اکنامک زون ہے، یا اس کا ایکسٹینڈڈ کانٹیننٹل شیلف ہے. اس کے حوالے سے ایک پورا صوبہ ہے جو ہمارا پاکستان کا سمندر کے اندر ہے. لوگ 4 صوبوں کو گنتے ہیں، میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ 5واں صوبہ ہمارا تقریباً بلوچستان کے رقبے جتنا سمندر کے اندر ہے، جو مالا مال ہے بہت سارے وسائل کے ساتھ. اس کے اندر جو فشنگ کا پوٹینشیل ہے، ہم نے ابھی شاید اس کا 1% بھی ہارنس نہیں کیا. اگر ہم اس کو ہارنس کریں تو اس سے بلینز آف ڈالرز کی ایکسپورٹ جنریٹ کر سکتے ہیں. اسی طرح جو ہمارا پوٹینشیل ہے ایکوا کلچر کا، اور پھر اسی طرح میرین ٹورزم کا اتنا پوٹینشیل ہے کہ دنیا میں جس کے پاس تھوڑی سی ساحل ہے اس نے بھی اربوں اور ملینز ڈالرز کا میرین ٹورزم کا پوٹینشیل بنایا ہے، اور ہم نے ابھی تک اس میں کچھ بھی نہیں کیا. رینیوبل انرجی، اوشن انرجی کی اپرچونٹیز ہیں. آف شور ہائیڈرو کاربن اینڈ منرلز کا ایک پوٹینشیل ہے. جیسے ابھی سری لنکا کے ایمبیسڈر نے بھی کہا کہ اگر ڈیپ اوشن مائننگ کی ہم کیپیسٹی بنا لیں تو سری لنکا بھی ہمارے ساتھ تعاون کرنے کے لیے تیار ہے. سو ایک ہیوج اپرچونٹی ایریا ہے جو زیر سمندر ہمارے پاس معدنیات کی صورت میں دستیاب ہے. اور پھر اسی طرح شپنگ اور پورٹس ڈیولپمنٹ کا ایک بہت بڑا پوٹینشیل ہے. 1980 میں دہائی میں پاکستان دنیا میں شپ بریکنگ کا ایک بڑا مرکز بن گیا تھا. لیکن پھر کیا ہوا؟ ابھی جو آپ نے انٹرنیشنل میریٹائم آرگنائزیشن کے نمائندے کی گفتگو سنی، جو ہانگ کانگ کنونشن آ گیا، کیونکہ دنیا نے ضابطے بدل دیے، دنیا سسٹینیبلٹی کی طرف چلی گئی، دنیا سیفٹی کی طرف چلی گئی، دنیا نے پروٹوکولز بنائے کہ جن کے ذریعے ان تمام سرگرمیوں کو ریگولیٹ کیا جاتا ہے. اور ہم کنویں کی مینڈک کی طرح اسی پرانے طرز کے اوپر جمے رہے، اور ہم نے خود کو انٹرنیشنل الائن نہیں کیا کنونشنز کے ساتھ. اور رفتہ رفتہ وہ جو ہماری صلاحیت تھی، جو ایک زمانے میں ادھر گڈانی میں اور جہاں جہاں ہمارے جو شپ بریکنگ انڈسٹری ایک بہت بڑی صنعت تھی، وہ ختم ہو گئی اور ہم اس کا فائدہ نہیں اٹھا سکے. تو اسی لیے ضرورت اس بات کی ہے کہ ہم اپنے میریٹائم سیکٹر کو انٹرنیشنل پروٹوکولز اور کنونشنز کی روشنی میں ترقی اور صلاحیت دیں. یہی وہ عمل ہے جو ہم نے ویژن 2025 میں شروع کیا تھا، اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے ہمیں ایک بہت بڑی موقع دیا، ایک فٹ بال بڑا کیچ دیا. اس طرح میں اکثر یہ کہا کرتا تھا، قدرت نے اب کیا دل کے پھپھوڑے بندہ کرے. جب سی پیک ہم نے شروع کیا تو ایک برطانیہ کے محقق ہیں، پاکستان پہ کتابیں لکھتے ہیں، انہوں نے مقالہ لکھا سی پیک پہ. انہوں نے کہا کہ یہ میں نے منسٹر پلاننگ کا تقریر کا ایک جملہ پڑھا کہ سی پیک از اے گیم چینجر. تو پاکستان اتنے کیچ ڈراپ کر چکا ہے ترقی کے، تو مجھے یہی لگا کہ یہ بھی ایسے ہی ہے، بس پھڑ ماری ہے انہوں نے. لیکن انہوں نے کہا کہ جب میں نے اس کو غور سے دیکھا تو واقعی مجھے یہ یقین ہو گیا کہ سی پیک پاکستان کے لیے گیم چینجر ہو سکتا ہے. اور آپ دیکھیے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے ایک ایسا موقع دیا کہ ہم چین نے جو بیلٹ اینڈ روڈ انیشیٹو شروع کیا، جس میں میریٹائم روٹ بھی تھا، اس میں سلک روٹ جو زمین کا بھی تھا اور سمندری بھی تھا، ہم اس کے اندر ایک جیول کی طرح فٹ ہو رہے تھے. اور چین والے کہتے تھے کہ پاکستان ہمارا فلیگ شپ پروجیکٹ ہے بیلٹ اینڈ روڈ انیشیٹو کا، چائنا پاکستان اکنامک کوریڈور کی صورت میں. اور 3 سالوں میں ہم نے $25 ارب کی سرمایہ کاری پاکستان میں لا کے دنیا کو دنگ کر دیا. اور میرے پاس امریکہ، برطانیہ، یورپ کے سفیر آ کر ایک سوال کرتے تھے کہ ہمیں یہ بتائیے کہ ہماری کمپنیاں کیسے پاکستان کے ساتھ جڑ سکتی ہیں. لیکن پھر ہم نے کیا کیا اس کے ساتھ؟ ہم نے ایک خود ساختہ تبدیلی کے نام کے اوپر اس پورے عمل کو تہس نہس کر دیا، ریورس کر دیا. چین کو جو پاکستان کا بہترین دوست ملک تھا، اس کو سکینڈلائز کیا اور کرپشن کے بے بنیاد جھوٹے الزامات لگا کے چین کو بھی عالمی سطح پہ امبیرس کیا. نتیجہ یہ ہے کہ وہ ساری پائپ لائن ڈرائی ہو گئی. اور نہ صرف ہم نے یہ کیا، بلکہ جہاں ہم سی پیک کے اس تحت ذکاء اللہ صاحب نے کہا کہ جب ہم گوادر کو تیار کر رہے تھے تو گوادر کا انفراسٹرکچر ہی نہیں تیار کر رہے تھے، ہم اپنے ساحلی راستوں کی حفاظت کا بھی بندوبست کر رہے تھے. میں جب گیا یہ شام صاحب کے ساتھ میریٹائم سیکیورٹی ایجنسی دیکھنے, تو وہ ان کی کشتیوں کی بریفنگ دیکھی. میں نے کہا آپ تو سمندر کے اوپر جس طرح میں سمجھتا ہوں رکشے چلا رہے ہیں, تو یہ سمندری رکشے جو ہیں پاکستان کی ساحلوں کی اور سمندروں کی کیسے حفاظت کریں گے؟ تو یو نیڈ ٹو گیٹ یہ رکشوں کو آپ سمندری پجیروں سے یا لینڈ کروزروں سے ریپلیس کریں. اور اس پر ہم نے انہیں ایک نیا پروجیکٹ دیا کہ جس پہ 6 غالباً یا 6 جہاز جو ہیں جو بڑے وہ نیوی کے پاس اب MSA کے پاس آ چکے ہیں, کہ جس کے نتیجے میں اب ہماری جو سمندر میں پیٹرولنگ ہے وہ سمندری رکشے نہیں کرتے بلکہ سمندری لینڈ کروزریں ہماری پیٹرولنگ کرتی ہیں. اتنی صلاحیت میں فرق ہو گیا. تو اسی طرح کراچی شپ بلڈنگ کے لیے ہم نے جو جدید ترین ٹیکنالوجیز ہیں وہ لے کر آئے تاکہ ہم سی پیک کے اندر اپنا میریٹائم سیکٹر بھی مضبوط کریں. لیکن دیکھیے پھر کیا ہوا کہ 4 سال 2018 سے 2022 تک گوادر پورٹ, جس کو ہم نے ڈیپ سی پورٹ کے طور پہ ڈیولپ کیا تھا, اور یہ ایک بڑی اسٹریٹجک پورٹ ہے جو انڈین اوشن اور عریبین سی کے اوپر بالکل ماتھے کے اوپر ہے اور ایک بڑی اس کی محل وقوع کلیدی ہے, 4 سال تک اس کی ڈریجنگ نہیں کی گئی, مینٹیننس ڈریجنگ نہیں کی گئی. اور وہ ہم نے پوچھا آ کر بھی کیوں نہیں کی, کہ جی ہم مانگتے تھے پیسے کوئی نہیں دیتا تھا. اس کی گہرائی 1.5 میٹر کم ہو گئی, اور اس کا جو بڑے جہاز لنگر انداز ہو سکتے تھے وہ اس کی جو گہرائی ہے کم ہونے کی وجہ سے وہ نہیں آ سکتے تھے, اور وہ جو ڈیپ سی پورٹ تھی وہ ڈیپ سی پورٹ نہیں رہی. پھر جب اپریل 22 میں وی کیم بیک, تو آتے ساتھ ہی کوئی تقریباً 4.5-5 ارب روپے اس پہ لگے, اور ہم نے اس کی ڈریجنگ کا عمل شروع کرایا جو اب مکمل ہو گیا ہے. اور ناؤ گوادر پورٹ ہیز بین ریسٹورڈ ٹو اٹس اوریجنل ڈیپتھ, کہ جس کو ڈیپ سی پورٹ ہم دوبارہ کہہ سکیں. اسی طرح وہاں پر ابھی ہم نے پرائم منسٹر نے کہا ہے کہ جو ہاف آف دا پبلک سیکٹر پریکیورمنٹ ہے اس کے شپس جو ہیں وہ گوادر پہ اینکر کریں گے تاکہ وہاں پر بزنس جنریٹ ہو, وہاں کے مقامی آبادی کو روزگار ملے اور بلوچستان کے ہم پوٹینشل کو استعمال کر سکیں. تو یہ وہ خطائیں ہیں اور غلطیاں ہیں جو قوموں کو بہت مہنگی پڑتی ہیں, کہ جب آپ مڈ کورس کامیابی سے چلتے ہوئے اپنا سارا کورس بدل کے یو ٹرن لے لیتے ہیں, تو پھر تاریخ جو ہے افراد کی غلطیوں کو معاف کر دیتی ہے, لیکن جب قوم غلطی کرتی ہے تو اس کی سزا نسلیں ادا کرتی ہیں. اور اب ہم کوشش کر رہے ہیں کہ پھر اس کو دوبارہ ایک کریکٹیو میجر کے ساتھ ٹھیک کریں. اور آئی ایم ہیپی کہ الحمدللہ اب 4تھی دفعہ ہمیں ایک دوبارہ انفلیکشن پوائنٹ ملا ہے کہ جہاں ہم کورس کو ریورس کر رہے ہیں. پاکستان فائنلی از سیئنگ دیٹ انفلیشن از لوئسٹ in 44 months. Pakistan is seeing that our stock market is breaking historical records, 86,000 سے اوپر وہ جا چکی ہے. ہم یہ دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ پاکستان کی بین الاقوامی ریٹنگز جو پچھلے 5-6 سالوں میں گرنا شروع ہو گئی تھیں, اب مسلسل وہ اپ گریڈ ہونا شروع ہو گئی ہیں. The tide is turning. اور یہ بھی we are seeing کہ پاکستان اب چند دنوں کے اندر SCO کی سمٹ ہوسٹ کرنے جا رہا ہے, جس میں چین کے وزیر اعظم بھی آئیں گے, روس کے وزیر اعظم بھی آئیں گے, اور دیگر اہم سینٹرل ایشین ریپبلکس کے سربراہان مملکت بھی آئیں گے. تو پاکستان ول بی ایٹ دا سینٹر اسٹیج آف دا ورلڈ ڈپلومیسی. سو دیز آر ویری پازیٹیو ڈیولپمنٹس, اینڈ ناؤ اٹ از آور ڈیوٹی کہ ہم ان کو ہارنس کرنے کے لیے اپنے ملک میں امن اور استحکام کو دوام دیں اور یکسوئی کے ساتھ اس ترقی کے راستے کو فالو کریں. چونکہ لیڈیز اینڈ جینٹلمین, ٹوڈے نیشنل سیکورٹی ڈپینڈز آن اکانومی. اسٹرانگ اکانومی از اسٹرانگ پاکستان. اسٹرانگ اکانومی از اسٹرانگ نیشن. اسٹرانگ اکانومی از نیشنل ڈگنیٹی اینڈ نیشنل رسپیکٹ. اگر اکانومی مضبوط نہیں ہوگی تو آپ اپنے دفاع کے لیے بھی پیسے نہیں نکال سکتے, اپنے لوگوں کو روزگار بھی نہیں دے سکتے, بھوک اور افلاس بھی ختم نہیں کر سکتے, اور غربت بھی نہیں ختم کر سکتے. سو اٹ از اباؤٹ ٹائم کہ وی بیکم این اکنامک نیشن, اور ہم اس مقصد کے ساتھ اپنے آپ کو یکسو کریں کہ ہم نے 2047 تک پاکستان کو ٹاپ 10-15 اکانومیز کے اندر لے کر آنا ہے. یہ ہماری نسل، یہ جو فرنٹ رو کے اوپر جو لوگ بیٹھے ہیں، ان میں سے اگر اللہ تعالیٰ نے کسی کو 100 سال کی عمر دی تو شاید ہی میں بی ایبل ٹو سی دیٹ مائل سٹون. لیکن جو بیک اینڈ کے اوپر مور دین ہاف آف دس ہال جو یوتھ بیٹھا ہے، ایچ ون آف یو از گوئنگ ٹو بی ایٹ دا پیک آف یور کیریئرز. آپ لوگ 50 سال پہ ہوں گے اور آپ لوگ وہ منزل دیکھیں گے. سو آئی تھنک واٹ وی اوو in next 5 years, through stability in this country and progress, we should give you a platform from where you can take that big plunge into the future. You can take that big ride کہ جس سے آپ پاکستان کو اس مقام پہ پہنچا سکتے ہیں. تو آخر میں پھر یہی کہوں گا کہ اس وقت ضروری ہے کہ ہم اس بلو اکانومی کے پوٹینشیل کو حاصل کرنے کے لیے گورنمنٹ، پرائیویٹ سیکٹر، ایکیڈیمیا اور انٹرنیشنل کولیبریشنز کے نیٹ ورک کے ذریعے، جیسے کہ یہ کانفرنس نے ممکن بنایا ہے، وہ پاتھ ویز بنائیں. اینڈ آئی وانٹ ٹو ایشور یو that the 5 E's framework that we have developed for Pakistan, that has blue economy as one of the drivers for Pakistan's future development. And whatever recommendations you will give us, I offer you کہ نیما ہمیں ایک پریکٹیکل، ایکشن اورینٹڈ، ڈویبل روڈ میپ دے جس سے ہم پاکستان کا بلو اکانومی کا پوٹینشیل اگلے 5 سالوں میں ڈیولپ کر سکیں. اینڈ آئی ایشور یو that will not go into any library اور ایک stack of papers میں گم نہیں ہوگا. we will put it to action. دیکھیے کتنا بڑا ظلم ہے. ہم نے 2 اساسے اپنے تباہ کر دیے ہیں. there was a time when PIA used to lead the airline industry and where is PIA today? 16,000 ملازم ہیں، ان کے لیے 100 ارب روپے کا خسارہ ہے سالانہ جو ہم برداشت کر رہے ہیں. ہوا کی ایئر لائن بھی تباہ کر دی، اور جو سمندر پہ پاکستان نیوی جو ایک نیشنل شپنگ کارپوریشن تھی PNSC، اس کو بھی تباہ و برباد اور غارت کر دیا. ابھی وہ ایک جہاز کی مرمت ہوئی ہے، اس جہاز کی مرمت اتنے میں ہوئی ہے کہ ایک نیا جہاز آ سکتا تھا. یہ وہ چیزیں ہیں کہ جن کے اوپر ہم نے اپنے ملک کے ساتھ تباہی کی ہے. اب وقت آ گیا ہے کہ 9 ارب ڈالر کی ہم ٹریڈ فورن شپنگ لائنز کو دیتے ہیں. Why cannot we open our shipping sector جس پہ حکومت اب کام کر رہی ہے کہ ہم ایسی پالیسیز بنا رہے ہیں کہ جس سے پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کو انسینٹیو دیں گے کہ پاکستان کی شپنگ لائنز بنے، بجائے یہ کہ ہم ڈالرز کے اندر اپنا زر مبادلہ فورن شپنگ لائنز کو دیں. پاکستان کی اپنی شپنگ لائنز جو ہیں وہ ہماری ٹریڈ کو دنیا کی مختلف پورٹس تک لے کر جائیں، پاکستان کے جھنڈے کے ساتھ وہ شپس پاکستانی مصنوعات کو لے کر جائیں. چونکہ پاکستان کا فیوچر از ناؤ لنک ٹو ہاؤ فاسٹ وی گرو آر ایکسپورٹس فرام $30 billion to $100 billion. ہمارے سامنے یہ ہدف ہونا چاہیے کہ ہم نے اگلے 7 سے 8 سالوں میں پاکستان کی ایکسپورٹس کو $100 billion پہ لے کر جانا ہے. یہی ایک راستہ ہے کہ جس سے ہم ملک کو اپنے پیروں پہ کھڑا کر سکیں گے. لیکن اگر یہ ایکسپورٹس جانی ہے تو یہ ہوائی جہازوں کے ذریعے تو بہت تھوڑی حصہ جائے گا. اس میں 90% جو ہماری ٹریڈ ہے وہ شپنگ کے ذریعے، میریٹائم کے ذریعے جاتی ہے. تو اس کے لیے ہمیں ایک بڑا روبسٹ اپنا شپنگ کا انڈسٹری کا جو کلسٹر ہے وہ ڈیولپ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور اس کے لیے بھی آئی ووڈ لائک کہ نیما شوڈ اور بحریہ یونیورسٹی مل کر ہمیں دے اگر گائیڈ لائنس، تو ہم اس کے اوپر انشاءاللہ تعالی پوری طرح سے عمل کریں گے، چونکہ یہ وہ سیکٹرز ہیں جو پاکستان کے مستقبل کے ساتھ وابستہ ہیں. ایک دفعہ پھر میں آپ سب کا شکریہ ادا کرتا ہوں، اور میں امید کرتا ہوں کہ اس کانفرنس سے کچھ ایسے ٹھوس اقدامات نکلیں گے جس پر ہم عمل کریں گے. اٹس آل اباؤٹ ایکشن ناؤ. وہ ایک اسٹینفورڈ یونیورسٹی کے پروفیسرز کی اسٹڈی ہے، انہوں نے کہا کہ سک آرگنائزیشن از ون دیٹ ہیز نوئنگ ڈوئنگ گیپ. It knows everything, but it cannot put what it knows into action. So it's all about putting our knowledge into action now. اور ہم implementation کے ذریعے اور اپنی commitment سے اگر dedicated طریقے سے اپنے علم پر عمل کریں، جتنا کچھ ہمیں پتہ ہے اسی پہ عمل کر لیں، تو 2 4 5 سالوں میں پاکستان کی پوری جو चाल है, जो पाकिस्तान की पूरी उठान है, आप देखेंगे कि वो किस तरीके से बदलेगी। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Thank you so much to our chief guest, Professor Ehsan Iqbal, for gracing us with your presence. We are truly honored. We will proceed with the remaining session. I would request the speakers to kindly limit their addresses to 5 to 6 minutes due to time constraint. Our next speaker is Dr. Shabana Fayaz, who is an associate professor and chairperson of Defense and Strategic Studies at Quaid-e-Azam University. She holds a PhD from the University of Birmingham. She is serving on the board of multiple academic institutions, research think tanks, and civil society organizations. She has presented papers at international conferences and conducted training sessions and has more than 40 publications to her credit. Her presentation will focus on the potential of maritime tourism, prospects for Pakistan. Please, ma'am, welcome to the stage. वहाँ पर पॉइंट आउट करके स्लाइड चेंज करनी है जी
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम everybody. I'm honored to be part of this symposium, and great thanks to the NEMA organizers, the dignitaries, the ambassadors, and of course the young generation. Am I audible? Okay. The time limit has been reduced. It was initially 10 minutes. It has been to 6 minutes. And it's okay, we can make it 5 minutes. But I'm going to flash few slides for you. And obviously these are for your notes or your background knowledge. And because of the time scarcity, I won't be like to press you further into these topics. Basically, the topic that's been assigned to me is about the Pakistan's potential for tourism, and of course, in the light of SDGs, the challenges, and what we have been doing, or we have been misdoing, as has been pointed out very rightly by our esteemed speaker, our chief guest recently, Mr. Ehsan Iqbal. 3 points I think we should be knowing when we want to move on. We have always, to talk about SDGs is always good, but to do good is a big challenge. This doesn't mean that you cannot do good. You can always do good. The problem is, how do you do good? So this basically means that you have to have a clear understanding of how to use the Pakistan and generically the whole of the maritime world to the benefit of the humankind. This is a big dilemma, and as has been pointed out by another Ms. Bushra earlier as well, there are 3 primarily goals that one should be looking at. It is the goal, number 1 is the no poverty, then is the gender equality, and then is the decent work and economic goals, and of course the reduced inequalities. The catchphrase that a minister has used, that you need an economy, but we need to be an economic nation. We are an economy. I still believe. How? We are a black economy. Let's admit. So what we need, we don't need a big economy. We need an equitable economy. We need an economy that empowers the middle and the normal person like us. We need the economy that enjoys the excess. That is what the Pakistan is doing, and I hope the new generation and we will continue to move on that direction. Coming to the blue economy, I don't want to go into much of the details, but we all know that the importance of blue economy is well acknowledged worldwide. There are 3 things. It's more than a worth of 7th largest part. The question is that where and how it is benefiting the people. I always say there are 3 piece that are important. We need to see the perception, we need to see the policy, and we need to see the practice. And this all boils down to what Pakistan has been doing and should be doing on the coastal tourism, that is basically the subject of the talk today. It's actually quite tricking. I was thinking I'm going to use this. Well, according to this, what I feel is, and to my limited knowledge, Pakistan has been blessed with a maximum coastal area. But unfortunately, that remains unexplored. That remains, at times when I supervise the thesis, we say a concept much talked about is the maritime blindness. This is a catchphrase that has been used. But I feel where we are moving towards is the maritime sensitization and the maritime awareness. So we have to move from this catchphrase that we are a maritime blind nation. We are not. We are maritime ill-equipped nation. And I think this is very important. So why we should be, in the apologetic term, we should be proactive. So this is what is important. And of course, the maritime mindset needs to be harnessed more. As has been pointed out earlier, ecotourism, since I work on terrorism studies a lot, so it comes out. Ecotourism, sustainable tourism, and development. This is something very important. When we were, I remember we were being part of the Marcio, a flagship project of the Pakistan Navy as well. They took us to Gwadar. One of our wish was to go by ship from Karachi to Andhra. They said it's not possible. You know, it's quite a tiring journey. So why can't we have the commercial tourism ships for the the citizens of Pakistan, and it can get a lot of money, but we cannot do it much. So community-based is another. Empowering local population. The last one is something very important that is linked to what we are seeing in case of Balochistan. Whenever the private firms that are coming to invest there, they're seen as the aliens. And it is not only the Chinese or others, it is the Pakistanis from the mainland as well. Why it is so? Because the Balochistan has been the least inhabited area. And the Pakistan main part, the people have been more focusing on all the land and the air parts, so that they themselves don't know what can be the potential, and now they know, so they feel very insecure that it will be eaten up in the name of tourism or the deep sea mining or anything by the other private firms and so forth. So how to make them a partner in tourism? This is a big dilemma. Number one, you have to train them. Most important, you have to bridge the trust deficit that exists between the indigenous population and come to the point where they can be the partners. So this is what the economic, the tourism or coastal tourism should be doing. You have to make them partner, but that is a long-term process. Actually, NEMA has been too kind on me. They have given up too much bullets to me to cover in my paper. But the fact is that the time is not kind to me. So you have the presentations, you can see. I put them late night, worked on that. But this is a sort of code of ethics. So it all boils down, if you read the manuals of the maritime tourism, or any sea-based tourism, this is a fact either stored in the SDGs or otherwise, that first you have to have don't upset the indigenous borders, the coastal lines. Make the parted at a win-win situation. Make them the partners in the progress. So we can also say that are we going to do that? Our policies of Pakistan's in future of economic empowerment are addressing that. I think this is an area one should also look into it. And most important is the safety and security of the tourist. It is not only the foreign tourist now, it is the local tourist as well. And here comes the area that I focus on, the non-state actors' work, that how they have been used in the name of nationalism in case of Balochistan. I hope you are reading. This presentation is available. If it is, my email is there. If you need, I can share some parts of it with you people. I was also given a bullet that you give a successful examples. You know, it's beautiful. You find the world so beautiful with the blue water all around. And some of the countries that are successful strategies or who have done it, I'm coming to Sri Lanka in a while, but the Maldives and Sri Lanka are also excellent examples in our case. Costa Rica is another one for sustainable eco-tourism. So this is sustainability should be the key. When we are talking about SDGs, we are talking about the proactive policies versus the coastal tourism. You have to think of understanding what is the future in at stake. Yes, Maldives is, I hope you people have visited, not all, maybe few, to Maldives. Those belonging to, the Navy, they must have the chance to visit there. And it's one of the countries that has been very effectively channeling a middle ground between the religious ethos and the economic tourism ethos. Though there have been the issues, but they have very patiently resolve that issues for the economic gains, and it depends what you want to use by your religion and let them do. Of course, not extensive or offer, the things that for the ecotourism and so forth. Final point is that Pakistan tourism industry can be a significant driver of economic growth and development of the country. Now, how to make that industry? The minister himself has said, you need a logistics, you need the training, you need the infrastructure, you need the vision, and you need the political stability. Well, I will also add to it, the political stability should be hand in hand with the strategic and the equilibrium or the vision that exists between all the stakeholders of the country. So this is very important, and including in that should be the center point, should be the betterment of the people. If the people are being minused in the name of coastal tourism uplift, I think that can create a problem in the long run for the Pakistan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative presentation. Now, it's our pleasure to have Commodore Abid Rana, Sitara-e-Imtiaz Military Retired, Director of Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park, as our next speaker. Commodore Rana brings expertise in maritime strategy, naval operations, and international relations to promote innovation and collaboration between industry, academia, and government and PMSTP. Commodore Abid Rana will brief us about the contribution of PMSTP in maritime and national economy. Please, sir, welcome to the stage.
Admiral retired Zakaullah, former Chief of Naval Staff, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. This is my profound privilege to share my views with this august audience about the role of Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park. The broad outline of my talk is as flashed. A lot has been said about blue economy by the previous speakers and would be covered more by the later speakers. I will therefore directly move to the gap analysis and the role of Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park in addressing these gaps. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, with a total sea economic zone of over 240,000 square kilometers, is blessed with a vast but untapped maritime resources. The resources are being termed untapped because only a fraction of its potential is currently being exploited. The reason for such an indifference to oceanic resources in Pakistan can be traced back to our continental mindset, which focused heavily on land-based economic opportunities. To reverse the situation and to be able to exploit resources worth 90 to 100 billion annually, a fundamental shift towards maritime development is essential. This cannot be achieved without strengthening Pakistan's maritime industries, research and development to enhance existing capabilities, collaborative efforts with technology partners, enhancing knowledge, encouraging technological innovations and bringing academia, industry, and government on one platform to form what is being called a triple helix model. It is in this context that PMSTP was conceived and envisioned to bridge existing gaps and play a pivotal role in reviving hitherto forgotten blue economy of Pakistan. Before dwelling upon the broad contours and stated vision of PMSTP, it may be in point to first determine the gaps in exploitation of our blue economy. This slide shows the total spread and potential of Pakistan's blue economy in hydrocarbons and mineral resources alone, which as of today stands at 5 to 10 trillion US dollars. Globally, oil and gas industry contributes 21% to world GDP, whereas in Pakistan, this contribution as of today is negligible. Likewise, assessed potential of offshore gas hydrates is approximately 4 to 10 trillion US dollars. And here again, its exploitation in Pakistan is almost non-existent. Given our existing capacity in terms of HR, technological base, available capital, and industrial infrastructure, the total potential may not be exploitable and hence not relevant for our today's discussion. To keep it realistic, I have therefore narrowed the gap analysis to only 6 key sectors. A quick audit of our existing potential vis-a-vis its exploitation in key sectors will bring forth the gap and help in strategizing our priorities and bring forward areas requiring focused attention. This slide shows earning of US $10 billion against an exploitable potential of over 80 billion US dollar in key sectors. The earned revenue include inflows from port activities, including custom and tax levies, which, if excluded, our total exploitation stands at only 1.6% of our existing potential. Ladies and gentlemen, mere 10% target to improve exploitation only in the key sectors will accrue additional 10 billion US dollar in short term and 100 billion US dollars in mid to long term. This in view, PMSTP was conceived with the core objective of progressively closing the gap of potential earning in maritime sector, starting with these 6 sector areas and progressively moving to other sectors with a clear KPI to add US $10 billion by year 2030 and US $100 billion by year 2035 in the national GDP of Pakistan. Vision and aim of PMSTP are as flashed. Keeping in view the gap vision and aim. PMSTP has been planned with an infrastructure spanning over 350,000 square feet that will include innovation centers, cutting-edge research facilities, technology incubators, and network for maritime technology firms. Elaborate details of the project will be worked out after finalization of the design and other aspects of the project, which is currently under review at Naval Headquarters. PMSTP will act as an enabler for growth of maritime science and technologies by providing a conducive research-based innovation ecosystem. It will be a catalyst for growth of maritime sciences, technologies, industries, and businesses that shall help in exploitation of Pakistan's blue economy's potential. The park will create and maintain an innovative ecosystem to harness unique advantages of ocean economy along with other streams of economy. It shall encourage industries, academia, and government for effective collaboration in development of marine sciences and technologies. I have been reminded of the time, so I'll skip and go straight to the conclusion. There are a couple of slides which I will leave. Of course, they are available in the presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, blue economy of Pakistan presents enormous potential in all maritime sectors. Our huge oceanic resource remains largely untapped due to lack of necessary capacity, resources, and policy framework. Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park is a step in the right direction, which will provide impetus and act as a catalyst in jump-starting the blue economy. Mere 10% exploitation of our potential in short to mid-term will contribute more than $100 billion per annum to Pakistan's economy. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise through your presentation. Our next speaker for today is Vice Admiral Iftikhar Ahmed Rao, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, who has an impressive maritime career marked by distinguished service in Pakistan Navy and led key establishments like PNS Makran and PN Coastal Command. His influential leadership transformed Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works as its managing director and significantly contributed to Gwadar Port's development, shaping Pakistan's shipbuilding industry and maritime strategy. Vice Admiral Rao had been Special Assistant to PM for Maritime Affairs. He is an author of books like Gwadar Bay to Sir Creek and Maritime Security Challenges and Responses in a Changing World. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Vice Admiral Iftikhar Ahmed Rao, who will share his expert insight on Pakistan blue economy, highlighting the opportunities and challenges that shape this vital sector. Welcome, sir.
I'll try to. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. What we were discussing was that I have some difficulty because of Chatika standing, so that she was offering me to sit down. I'll try to stand for some time, and then if needed, I'll go and sit down there. Blue economy prospects and challenges for Pakistan. First, let's see what is blue economy. There is no clear-cut, accepted definition of blue economy in the world so far. Various people define it various ways, but mostly these are what it is. All economic activities related to oceans, seas, and coasts, which are sustainable, equitable, and environment friendly. That is the key. You take. वहाँ से तो बिल्कुल नहीं हो रहा. Prospects for Pakistan. Once we have seen what blue economy is, Pakistan's location is the most important thing. We used to call it geostrategic location, but it is more of geoeconomic location, which is more important. World's most important sea lanes of communication pass right off our coast. And of course, they generate the maritime economic activity of our coast. Central Asian republics, which are energy rich but they are landlocked, so they need the route to the closest sea for their export of their energy. So there are three routes. Just a cursory look at this will tell us that the first two are not only long and go through the difficult terrain, but they are also then eventually end up in the restricted waters. The third route, which is coming down south to Gwadar or Chabar, whichever you may call it, is the shortest and is the actual open seas, so that is the most viable route. And when this energy from the Central Asian republics will also start flowing through our coast or off our coast, then almost 70% of the world oil will flow just off our coast. The maritime economic activity that is already there in our area or in our seas is tremendous, and it will keep on increasing as is shown over here. And the opportunities for Pakistan are already there so much that in case we have the requisite assets and infrastructure, we can take tremendous advantage out of it. And if we do not take advantage of this God-given location, then we have nobody else to blame but ourselves. Oil from the Gulf, this is how it flows. Almost 18.5 million barrels per day emanate from the Strait of Hormuz, and about 16 million barrels pass through the Malacca. You can see the bulk of it is going to the east. And where is the east? China. China used to be the net oil exporter, but it is now the biggest oil importer of the world. And all the rest of the countries also have been in this area. So by 2014, China became the largest net oil importer. Now you have seen in the list of the importers of the oil, US is not mentioned. US used to be heavily dependent on oil from the Gulf, and that is why they were always interested to keep stability in this region, which is no more the case out of their shale oil and gas, etc. Now they don't need any oil from the Gulf. So they are no more interested. Now China, as some people say, China is the new US in the Gulf. China is interested in keeping the stability in this region so that the oil continues to flow through their country. Not only oil or the rest of the bulk, we will briefly mention about it, the containerized cargo. This is the distribution of the containerized cargo all worldwide. And 64% of it goes to Asia and Far East Asia, and within Far East Asia, of course, bulk of it is in China. So exponential growth and huge volumes of the Chinese trade, $6.31 trillion global trade in 2023. In few years, it has grown so much. In some of my previous lectures, I mentioned it was $4 trillion, and now it has crossed $6 trillion. So tremendous growth. And with this comes the China-Pakistan economic corridor that we keep. In my personal view, this name, China-Pakistan, has restricted ourselves so that other regional countries are not really that forthcoming to join us. So this may be a misnomer, but this economic corridor is very, very important. And for the shortage of time, I will not go through the details. You all know about it, but it is very important. You have seen this map already, and this is our importance. Next, please. Okay, coming to maritime opportunities now. The seaborne transportation, that is the biggest opportunity that, maritime opportunity that any economy has. Gwadar and CPEC, we all have heard about it a lot, and of course it is very important, but once it is fully developed and fully operational, only then we can take maximum advantage. The short-term measures, like the minister also mentioned that 50% of our cargo will pass through Gwadar. Well, that may be a social or political thing, but economically that may not be the best thing for the country, because it will make the imports even more expensive. If they land at Gwadar, and then they'll come by road to Karachi and then go all the way up. So it is going to be even more expensive, not that much. So we have to, Gwadar, what is the basic thing or the most important thing which are lacking in development of Gwadar? Two things apart from anything else. First is security, and second is connectivity. It is not really well connected with the hinterland or the Central Asian republics or China. So, and that is the key reason why this port is not developing. Transit and transshipment opportunities to Central Asian republics, East Africa, and even to the Gulf is tremendous. About 6 to 8 million TEUs, containers, are transited in this Central Asian Republic regions. And those countries are very keen in Pakistan that if they can become, Pakistan can become the gateway for their import and export, including containers. And there are various other countries who are interested in investing this or taking this opportunity of gateway to the Central Asian republics, namely even the UAE, the two companies from the UAE, DP World, and also the AD ports. They are both very keen to interact with the Pakistani partners so that this, opportunity can be availed. Ports. We have 3 ports now, including Gwadar. Ports have so much of tremendous, as somebody has also mentioned. Just to give you one example, Jebel Ali Port, which is an artificial port, not a natural port. Jebel Ali Port has more than 50% of the Dubai's GDP generated from Jebel Ali Port alone. More than 50% of Dubai's GDP. About 26% by the port and a little more than 24% by the free trade area along with the Jebel Ali Port. So that is how it is important. And our location, Karachi Port, Port Qasim, Gwadar Port, and then our, if we are properly connected to the Central Asian republics, China, etc. So there is a tremendous scope where it can be done. And ports are in a very bad shape. It is sponsored by the port also, I can see Port Qasim, but I must say that there are a lot more things that can be done and that needs to be done at the ports. Shipping. You must have heard the Pakistani Shipping Corporation, Minister also mentioned, 6 to 8 billion US dollars per annum we pay to the foreign shipping companies as freight charges. PNSE, so far, around 10%, plus minus 2% of our total cargo is lifted by PNSE. And this has been the case right since many decades. PNSE is in great profit. Since 2001 till now, they are in profit. Their shares have boomed, they've gone out of the sky. Their share, 10 rupees share, is now more than 300 rupees. So that is a very profitable thing. The big question is, if it is such a profitable business and there is so much opportunity in Pakistan, why private sector is not coming in? And why PNSE cannot expand its ship or fleets to take advantage of that? There are various reasons. As my minister mentioned, that there are consistency of policies. Our shipping policy, which was introduced in 2001 and then amended in 2019, it had provision of tax exemption for the purchase of new ships, etc. And 2 years back, in the financial bill, during the budget, about 22% duties have been left. So there it goes. After we have taken it up with the FBR even now. These days, the biggest excuse or biggest reason is IMF doesn't agree. So nevertheless, so the consistency of policies is very important. That is what the private sector is not very willing to join up. There are many Pakistanis who own ships, but they have registered them outside, not in Pakistan. Shipbuilding, close to my heart. Shipbuilding, ladies and gentlemen, is an economic catalyst. Till Second World War, Most of the shipbuilding was done in Europe, and that too mostly in UK. After the Second World War, when Japan's infrastructure was all destroyed, they wanted to rebuild their industrial infrastructure. After a lot of deliberations, they came to the conclusion that make shipbuilding as the hub industry, all the other industries will grow with it, that is the steel industries, automobiles, electronics, etc., all those industry will develop. And that is how the Japan developed. Within few years, by mid-50s, Japan became #1 shipbuilder of the world. And we know how their economy grew. Then late 60s or early 70s, South Korea wanted to start the economy the same way. After a lot of deliberations, they also came to the same conclusion that rather than reinventing wheel, follow the Japanese model. They did. And by mid-90s or early 90s, they surpassed Japan and became the #1 shipbuilders of the world. And their economy had the same pattern as Japan, the steel industry, automobile, electronics, etc., etc. Then came China. China had already started development since 80s. But around 2000, when their Prime Minister was Chu Rongqi, who was from economic background, ex-mayor of Shanghai, after deliberations, he decided that rather than reinventing the wheel, follow the Japanese and Korean models. They did, and in 2001, China was exporting 1 million deadweight tonnage. By 2005, they were exporting 5 million, 5 times in 5 years. And they announced that by 2013, they will become #1 shipbuilders of the world, which as usual, they achieved 2 years earlier. And since 2011, China is #1 shipbuilder of the world. And we all see their economy, how it is going. It is a labor-intensive industry. It suits where labor is relatively cheap. Initially, when Japan was overtaken by Korea, same thing, because from the Japanese labor, Korean labor was cheap. When China has taken over, because Chinese labor is cheap. Now, these three giants construct more than 90% of the ship in the world. And they have big competition with each other. Japan and Korea realize that because it is labor intensive, they cannot compete with China. So they have a philosophy, they have a policy to build shipyards in places where they can have their own management, their own technology, but labor cheaper than China. And that is where the advantage lies for us. That is how they developed Vietnam shipbuilding. That is how they developed the Philippines shipbuilding. And now Philippines has become #4 shipbuilder of the world after these three big giants. And the JICA and Nomura, the Japanese research institutes, they have studied that what are the strengths of Philippines. They identified 3 things: deep seashore, abundance of labor, and fiscal incentives by the government. Now, yeah, jitni bhi denge, main usko nahi. So, abundance of labor. If we have them in Pakistan, we have deep seashore, abundance of labor force, too much of labor force, fiscal incentives are in our own hands, and location is ideal just off the mouth of the Gulf. So it is an ideal location. There are plans, abundance in Pakistan. There are plans to have 2 big shipyards of the world class since 27th August 2007. All the governments have come, they have all said this very good plan and we'll do it, and we're still talking. So it is a great thing. Ship breaking and ship recycling, I will not mention too much. My friend Junsun also mentioned, and I can see Captain Javed, the Balochistan Development Authority, and the Ship Recycling Association guy sitting, and our dear ambassador who is supporting us. So they will be talking in the next session. You will be enlightened by that. Fisheries, the Minister also mentioned a little bit, and marine and coastal tourism, Madam explained very rightly. I've just like to explore this marine and coastal tourism. Coastal is all this activity that we keep mentioning about the coastal tourism. Marine is different. Marine is on the sea, on the water, diving and boating, etc., rest of the thing. Offshore oil and gas, of course, it has been mentioned a lot. Next, please. Fisheries, we have already seen this. This is a World Bank report of 2018. There is a recent report also of the World Bank on the same thing. And tourism, ma'am had also mentioned this, just showing you some of these sites that you can see. Challenges, lack of awareness or sea blindness. We Navy guys can keep saying the sea blindness, but there is actually sea blindness, and that is what is the biggest challenge. Bulk of our population has not even seen the seas, not to talk of the knowing or giving any importance to these seas or matters related to sea. And one of the biggest problems is that lack of coordination. Why lack of coordination? Interministerial, provincial, and organizational disharmony. There is a joint Maritime Information Center, coordination center established by the Navy. There are 43 domestic stakeholders in this. 8 ministries with so many departments in each ministry, and 2 provincial governments plus the private sector. So the coordination is a real problem. And our friends are sitting here from the Balochistan government and also the DG Port and Shipping and the Shipbreaking Association people, and you will see how much problems are there to have a common goal or a common point where we can progress. So, ladies and gentlemen, just one point coming towards the conclusion. As part of the interim government, NEMA was very kind. I requested DG NEMA. He associated Commodore Babar Bilal with me. I requested Navy. Navy said deputed serving officer who is actually working on the policies, and we had one from the Bahria Foundation, an ex-hydrographer who had worked on the maritime policy while he was in the Ministry of Defense. All 4 of us sat for months together and prepared a national maritime policy and put it up so that it can be approved. That was November last year. And it is still going in circles, and we really hope that it comes up sometime. The structure of the national maritime policy that we develop is description of the maritime segment concerned, that what is that particular segment. Then coming to this specific Pakistan-specific environment challenges and opportunities, and policy directives have been given with the action to the relevant ministries or organizations, pointing them who is to do it, and they are with timelines. And as the minister had mentioned, maybe you can take some points from this also. They have been divided into short term, medium term, and long term. He mentioned 2047, and that is exactly what we are heading to. So by 2030, these are the points need to be done. So, ladies and gentlemen, our geoeconomic location is ideal, and potential of our seas, our exclusive economic zone, and the rest is tremendous. Giving maritime sector is new importance, and safeguarding our maritime interests would be key to our economic development and influence in the region. Now, towards the end, let me tell you that government is trying to take taking some initiative in the maritime sector. Government has created a maritime task force, which I am part of it now, and we are trying to work out on the similar line that national policy, what all can be done in immediate term or etc. And we only hope that we are able to provide some guidance to the government. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to preserve the memory. I would request all the speakers to please assemble on the stage for a group photograph. I would also request President NEMA and Chairman NEMA to accompany the speakers on the stage. I would request Vice Admiral Ahmed Naseem, Hilala-e-Imtiaz Military, retired, and President NEMA to present the souvenir to Admiral Mohammad Zakaullah, former Chief of the Naval Staff and NEMA Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our second session. Now we'll have a lunch and a prayer break. Dear guests, please proceed towards the cafeteria for the lunch. And dear students, please stay in the auditorium and you shall be served lunch shortly. We'll be back for the last session at 3:20 p.m. And the session will discuss the green ship recycling and implementation of HKC in Pakistan and launching of the REMA reports. 3 o'clock.
in green ship recycling, a sector that holds significant economic and strategic value for our nation. This session aims to shed light on the challenges and opportunities associated with green ship recycling and to discuss actionable steps for effective implementation of the Hong Kong Convention in Pakistan. I'm pleased to announce that NEMA would also be launching 5 research reports and a book today in this session. Before we proceed with the session, I would like to share an insightful video prepared by NEMA that highlights the importance of blue economy. Please direct your attentions to the screen. Our oceans encompass over 70% of the Earth's surface, facilitating the global economy, sustaining ecosystems, and regulating climate. More than 90% of global trade traverses the seas, positioning oceans as a vital resource for humanity. The blue economy, which encompasses the sustainable exploitation of marine resources, represents a crucial avenue for economic growth and environmental protection, particularly for developing nations like Pakistan. The blue economy is closely aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, promoting affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industrial innovation, climate action, and the protection of marine ecosystems. With a coastline stretching over 1,000 kilometers, Pakistan is endowed with vast marine resources. These resources offer opportunities in fisheries, aquaculture, maritime trade, and renewable energy, though much of this potential remains untapped, as the country's blue economy has the potential to be valued at over $100 billion. Despite vast resources, Pakistan's maritime sector faces significant challenges, including outdated infrastructure, inadequate investment, underutilization of major ports in Karachi and Gwadar, neglect of its coastal regions, marine pollution and coastal erosion, lack of tourism facilities, etc. Key industries like ship recycling require urgent modernization. Pakistan's waters present substantial opportunities for renewable energy, including wind and tidal power, in addition to hydrocarbons and mineral resources. Furthermore, advancement in marine biotechnology offers promising prospects in pharmaceuticals and related fields. The National Institute of Maritime Affairs is hosting its flagship International Maritime Symposium under the theme of realization of blue economy through the prism of sustainable development goals. Despite considerable potential, Pakistan's blue economy faces challenges require comprehensive policy reforms and investment. By modernizing our maritime sector, prioritizing sustainability and investing in coastal communities, Pakistan can unlock the true potential of the blue economy and contribute meaningfully to global sustainable development. Before formally starting the session, I would like to deliver a brief resume of Session 1 and 2 of International Maritime Symposium. After the usual welcome remarks, the first session of the program opened with keynote addresses from Senator Mushaid Hussain Sayyid and Dr. Shahida Jaffrey, focusing on the importance of maritime security and the blue economy for Pakistan. Rear Admiral Faisal Ali Shah discussed the challenges facing the blue economy within the Indian Ocean region, emphasizing security concerns, followed by Dr. Ashfaq Hassan Khan, who delivered a brief on exploring the prospect of blue economy for developing countries, stressing the potential benefit for sustainable economic growth. Professor Ali Ibrahim Akutay from Dehukam, Turkey, presented online focusing on international ocean governance and equitable sharing of resources within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Rab Nawaz concluded the session with a discussion on environmental and social challenges, particularly the need for protecting marine ecosystems. In the second session, His Excellency Admiral Ravindra Chandrasiri, the Sri Lankan High Commissioner, spoke on the geostrategic environment of the Indian Ocean region and its implications for maritime security and geoeconomics. Vice Admiral Iftikhar Ahmed Rao highlighted the prospects and challenges for Pakistan's blue economy. A representative from the IMO, Mr. Johnson, participated online, adding insight on International Maritime Organization standards. Dr. Shabana Fayaz of Quaid-e-Azam University addressed the challenges Pakistan is facing in realizing the SDGs in the maritime sector. Finally, Director Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park emphasized the contribution of the PMSTP in promoting the blue economy. After the resume, here is the galaxy of subject matter experts that will enlighten us today with their knowledge and experience. Please give them a huge round of applause. The program of the final session is as flashed. Here, I would also like to read out the message from Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Naveed Ashraf, Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military and Tamgha Basalat. He wrote, and I quote, "Our oceans are a vital ecosystem that sustain life and livelihoods, and blue economy provides a pathway to responsibly harness these resources while ensuring environmental sustainability. Oceans support biodiversity and regulate climate, making them essential to our planet's well-being. The blue economy offers a transformative opportunity for sustainable resource utilization, allowing nations to balance economic growth with environmental stewardship. Pakistan's prosperity is closely tied to its oceans. By embracing the blue economy framework, we can secure a sustainable maritime future that benefits not only our nation, but also the entire region. With an extensive coastline and a rich marine resources, Pakistan is positioned to unlock significant economic potential through enhanced port infrastructure, fisheries expansion, maritime trade and coastal tourism. Our commitment to developing Gwadar Port and improving ship recycling aligns with international conventions and underscore our dedication to sustainable practices. However, addressing environmental challenges and strengthening partnerships with regional neighbors and the global community is essential. In alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 14, focus on conserving marine resources, we bear a collective responsibility to protect our maritime environment. Pakistan has made notable strides in sustainability, exemplified by tripling mangrove forest cover since 1980. Pakistan Navy actively promotes marine conservation through a collaborative effort with the stakeholders. I commend the National Institute of Maritime Affairs for organizing this symposium and urge participants to engage in meaningful dialogues together. We can chart a sustainable course for our ocean and economies, ensuring a thriving future for generations to come." Unquote. Here, I would also like to mention that International Maritime Symposium, the signature event of NEMA, has been jointly conducted this year in collaboration with Bahria University. So to officially open this session, it is my honor to invite Rector Bahria University, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awais Ahmed Bilgrami, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, Honorable Senator Mushahid Hussain, Norwegian Ambassador, His Excellency Albert Ilsas, Mr. Zafar Ali Shah, Federal Secretary, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, President NEMA, flag officers, distinguished guest speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is my profound pleasure to welcome you all to the third and final session of the fourth International Maritime Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, this International Maritime Symposium is a flagship event of National Institute of Maritime Affairs, conducted biannually. This time, Bahria University is collaborating with NEMA for this symposium and to augment efforts aimed at advancing Pakistan's maritime sector. I'm grateful to the chief guest, our worthy guest speakers, and distinguished guests for their participation in this session. In the two sessions held earlier on in the morning today, we had delved into the complex connections between the blue economy, sustainable development, and the distinct challenges faced by developing nations, including Pakistan. The concept of blue economy has garnered significant global traction, with the United Nations playing a key role in advocating for sustainable ocean management. As we explore the intersection of blue economy and sustainable development goals, we recognize the immense potential for economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. I firmly believe that this symposium has provided a crucial platform for advancing the dialogue on blue economy and the broader maritime industry in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this final session will focus on implementation of Hong Kong Convention in Pakistan. The Hong Kong Convention, adopted in 2009, is designed to ensure that ships are recycled without posing risks to human health and the environment. The convention is set to enter into force on 26 June 2025, and Pakistan must ensure its readiness and compliance before that. However, let me also say that a lot of work is still needed to be done to achieve the same. I would like to appreciate President NEMA and his team for highlighting this important issue at this level. Bahria University is playing its part in this effort, and I feel happy to mention here that NEMA and Pakistan Maritime Science and Technology Park, being established at Bahria University Karachi campus, have started coordinating joint efforts in different maritime domains to press on Pakistan's maritime interests. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahria University and NEMA remain committed to foster a platform that encourages innovative and strategic thinking in maritime affairs. And with the support of our national and international partners, we continue to bring significant maritime issues to the forefront. In the end, I'd like to once again thank the chief guest, worthy speakers, and all other distinguished guests for attending this all-important final session. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight and the strong leadership role you have played in bringing this forum together. Now let us take a moment to recognize the generous contributions of our sponsors. Port Qasim Authority has been a sponsored partner with us in organizing IMS 24. It is Pakistan's leading maritime hub, connecting the nation to global markets. With state-of-the-art infrastructure and services, the port enables efficient cargo handling, fostering economic growth and trade. Dedicated to sustainability and customer excellence, Port Qasim Authority drive Pakistan's maritime progress. Please direct your attention to the screen for a special video message. We are fortunate to have with us Rear Admiral Hassan Nasir Shah, Chairman PQA. I would like to invite him to the stage to share his views.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Vice Admiral Bilgrami Saab, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik, flag officers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my unique honor and privilege to speak for few minutes. I have few minutes? Okay. Thank you. Somebody asked me why you haven't given your voiceover on the video, and I said if I attach voiceover on the video, then nobody will call me to speak. So while standing on this stage and the floor of NEMA, and being part of the Ministry of Maritime, I have a strange feeling, and I have always felt what NEMA is doing here and what we are doing in maritime. तो एक शायर का शेर है, तू ख्याल है किसी और का, तुझे सोचता कोई और है, सरे आईना मेरा अक्स है, पसे आईना कुछ और है. This was on the light side, but I'm very much cognizant of the role that NEMA has been playing all along in development of maritime sector, and then very recently for last, I would say 10 years, we have started using the term blue economy. Well, Port Qasim, that I come from, I bring experience of few years, and then combining with my experience at Karachi shipyard. What I feel is, in terms of blue economy, in terms of national economy, if you want to take a dipstick of how your economy is doing, just look at our data, our handling of cargo, our handling of ship handling, and the revenues that we are making. So on overall, because blue economy is part of the national economy, so what I can report back, positivity in a very honest way. Few years back, 2 years back, we had 26% drop in our cargo handling, which actually reflects how the economy was doing. But in the last year, we have started to recover it back. While the economy was doing 3 to 4% growth in the past years, Port Qasim was doing or growing at a 12% plus in terms of cargo handling. So, and it has a direct relationship with the GDP. I would think, as far as the contribution of blue economy is concerned, I'm sure the session 1 and session 2, people have talked in detail, in depth about the prospects and then all variables which are actually at the interplay. I would rather restrict myself to the role of the ports that we are actually playing into this. Port Qasim is started as an auxiliary or secondary port to Karachi, main KPT, which is a legacy port of over 140 years almost. We are a comparatively young and new port, but Port Qasim is the energy hub, I would regard it as if, because we receive all LNG, we receive only port which is authorized to receive coal, LPG, and the white oil. And also, this is the port which is connected to the hinterland with the piped network of PEPCO and moreover, we are also having industrial zone of about 13,000 acres where more than 800 units are actually operational and 40 are actually under construction. What development, what changes we have seen in the national economy in our contribution of the port has been the rise of exports. I welcome Mashahid Hussain Sayyid Saab. Thank you very much. So the biggest change has been into the port has been actually the import of LNG in the last 7 years. And secondly, what we have witnessed is actually the export of rice. In the last 5 years, we have seen 20 plus rice processing mills established in our port, and the rice export from Port Qasim has gone from $500 million to $3.5 billion. And this is what the development has taken place with the arrival of the hybrid seed on the right bank of Indus River. So in that terms, we are encouraging the exports from the port, and we have taken approval from the cabinet to virtually half the port dues, the dry charges that we charge, and we have slashed it 50% to incentivize the port and the export sector. So the video that you saw took us about 3 to 4 weeks to actually compile it together, and it actually shows the activities which are happening in a day from sunrise to sunset. And the port, Port Qasim, as we call it, 24/7 port, we never sleep. So in the next session on shipbreaking that will actually kick off, I have very personal experience and very, I would say, very sensitive and very passionate about this thing, because the government of Pakistan actually once tasked personally myself and as a member of the committee which investigated the fire on the ship where the 26 laborers actually died, and the memories from that incident, they still haunt me. And I could see the innocence of the laborers and the greed of the people who were involved in the shipbreaking and not even allowing the basic facilities, the safeties. And since then, we had recommended, and I'm kind of a sad, bilkul, thank you. I'm just winding up. That the facilities have not developed yet. I hope with these efforts that are going in, they will definitely be put in place, and we will see the improvements in shipbreaking sector. So now I have received the friendly reminder. Thank you. It's a friendly reminder. So thank you very much, Admiral Saeed, Nima, and we will always support you in your endeavors. Nima and Port Qasim will always be together in your efforts, sir. Thank you.
It is now my privilege to invite a distinguished leader and a prominent voice in Pakistan's policy making, Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid, to set the stage for our upcoming panel discussion. Please give him a warm welcome. Senator Mushahid, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of the Almighty, the Lord of all mankind. Just a point of clarification. I came on the dot at 2:30 and I was there, but people were having a lunch break and they said the session would start late. And then I had another webinar with Beijing on Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So the chairman, Niba, my friend, Admiral Saeed Saab, let me have his office. So I spoke on the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, so I'm sorry for the delay, but the delay was caused by your own late start, just to be clear. Admiral Bilgrami Sahib, the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Saeed Saab, I see the Ambassador of Norway, Per Albert Ilsas, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give tributes to Norway because Norway is the first country to recognize Palestine and take a principled position. And Norway has taken a principled position on the genocide against the Palestinian peoples by the Israelis. Admiral Asif Saab, my friend Abdullah Hamid Gul Saab, son of General Hamid Gul, and I like it that Abdullah also has the same DNA as his illustrious father on issues. My compliments to you. We have had a very constructive session starting this morning, and as I mentioned earlier in the morning also, that we live in a world of turbulence and transformation where the role of the high seas and the oceans is going to be paramount and going to be pivotal in terms of trade, in terms of connectivity, in terms of conflict, or even cooperation and confrontation. And we can see it recently that during this Middle East crisis, the United States has increased its strength in the region from 30,000 sailors and soldiers to 43,000 soldiers and sailors in the Middle East, including 2 aircraft carriers, USS Ford and USS Eisenhower, and a third one is on the way, USS Georgia. So in Islamabad and most of Pakistan's policymakers, when we look at the world, we have always had this, what I call, and this is a common area which our friends in Navy will understand, the sea blindness. We always talked of, even when he had the war with India, he said, the battle for Pakistan will be fought in the plains of Punjab, and we will defend East Pakistan in Punjab. So this was proven to be a fallacy. So in this world, in the 21st century, I think it's extremely important that the role of the Pakistan Navy, as well as the role of different areas of ocean-faring and seafaring should be promoted. And I was very happy to see the speech of Admiral Nasir Shah Saab, because when he was chairman of the Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works, and I was chairman of the Committee on Defense and Defense Production. I visited the Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works twice, and I saw their great work, and we were the ones who also focused on and gave permission for this work on the new shipyard which we needed in Gwadar. It was approved, but I think it's not been implemented as yet. When we talk of these issues, I'm very happy to note that NEMA also, together with Norway, has been playing a very important role in an area that is quite important for shipbreaking and shipbuilding, and that is in Gadani, because this area, South Asia, is the hub of shipbreaking and ship recycling also. India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And I, because my father served in the army, I had the opportunity to be in East Pakistan, former East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and I saw that the role of former East Pakistan in that regard. In the current context, there are three elements which are very important. One, of course, is the safety of workers. And on that, much needs to be done. And Shah Sahab also mentioned the accident that took place in the Gadani shipyard in 2016, I think it was, and then efforts were made. The second aspect is making it environmentally friendly. And I think your cooperation of NEMA with Norway is going to be extremely important. And the third area is, of course, providing a legal and regulatory framework. And in this regard, I would like to compliment our system, especially the Pakistan Navy and NEMA, for that initiative of joining the Hong Kong Convention on 23rd of November 2023. That is a very major step forward, which will ensure that Pakistan comes within the framework of the international regulatory system. And the recent visit of the IMO Chief International Maritime Organization has also been extremely important. When we talk of the blue economy, and I think that it is a sad story, and Admiral Belgrami is here, you're the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, I hope that you will put the necessary pressure, and we will also put the pressure from outside. For example, the Strategic Investment Facilitation Council, which was launched on June 23rd, 2023, they still are focusing on other areas, but not the blue economy. And the blue economy is some area which is going to be extremely important for our region. And it was thanks to the efforts of the Navy that we started the exploration for offshore reserves in gas and oil. And thankfully, we have seen some discoveries. And those offshore discoveries can be extremely important, given our relationship with China, which we have been reinforcing. So in blue economy, I feel that as I would like to repeat what I said in the morning, 2-3 areas are important. Number one, the focus has to be on eliminating the sea blindness, creating more awareness among policymakers and opinion leaders. And I'm very glad that a large contingent of journalists is also here, because the focus of Pakistan has to shift from the land to the sea. That is where the action is going to be. Even the American Indo-Pacific strategy is all about roping in India against China, and it's focused on the seas and the oceans. So that's number one. Number two, the focus has to be also on not just on Karachi or Port Qasim, but also on the Gwadar port, which is a centerpiece of CPEC, because Gwadar is the one port that provides an outlet to the seas for the countries of Central Asia, especially Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. And they want to be land-linked through Pakistan, through Gwadar. And this is a very important area. And I would like to remind you that when I was a journalist in 1992, I went to Tashkent, soon after the liberation of Uzbekistan, after the breakup of the Soviet Union. And I interviewed Islam Karimov in October 1992, the president of Uzbekistan. I said, what is your vision, sir, for the future? How do you envisage the role of Uzbekistan? And you know what he answered to me? In October 92, he said, my vision is that we should have a road from Tashkent through Termez to Karachi so we can access Karachi port. At that time, there was no Gwadar port. So his vision in October 1992, soon after independence, was that Uzbekistan's future, economic future, is linked with connectivity to the warm waters of the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea through Pakistan's port of Karachi. And that vision is still there, except now Gwadar is playing that role, and that, I think, needs to be focused on. And the third area, when we talk of ports, it's not just Gwadar. We know about Haman Tota, we know about Chabahar in Iran. In Saudi Arabia, they are building NEOM, which is a huge project of $500 billion. It's all about connectivity. And China is playing a pivotal role in the Maritime Silk Road, linking these seaports through connectivity for commerce and for culture. So in that regard, the three key areas are going to be for Pakistan, for our blue economy. Number one, trade. Number two, technology. And number three, tourism. So I would suggest that NEMA act as the think tank for the blue economy with the support of the Bahria University and the Pakistan Navy. And we outside in the system will certainly push and promote it. And Abdullah Hamid Gul is a very articulate spokesman for the oppressed. I think this is also a cause of the oppressed, because this is the future of Pakistan. And we hope that you will play that role, and we, for us, will certainly continue to play that role. Thank you very much, and I look forward that the blue economy is now about to take off thanks to the efforts of NEMA and the Pakistan Navy, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Mushaid Hussain Sayyid, for your insightful and impactful address on advancing green ship recycling in Pakistan. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor, His Excellency the Norwegian Ambassador Per Albert Alsace. His Excellency has extensive experience in international diplomacy and humanitarian work. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Senator, and thank you for your kind words in Norway's address. Vice Chief of the Naval Staff, Rector NEMA, President NEMA, Rector Bahria University, I apologize, President NEMA, Vice Admiral Said, Excellencies, flag officers, senior officials of the government, representatives of the academia and students, and the press, and ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you all. I would like to start by congratulating NEMA for convening this important conference on maritime sustainability together with good partners. I would also want to congratulate NEMA and the President on completing and launching today a very important report relating to ship recycling. We have been proud to partner with NEMA in supporting their work on the report, and I've had an opportunity to review it, and I must commend NEMA on its quality and thoroughness. Well done. Sustainable Development Goal 14, to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, is a core policy objective for Norway. Close to 1,600 vessels are registered in the Norwegian Ordinary Ship Register or Norwegian International Ship Register and ply the seas near and far under the Norwegian flag. We also export a lot of fish, and we sell a lot of oil and gas. And so for us, the maritime industries account for 70% of our export earnings. This is one reason why we see the coming into force of the Hong Kong Convention for the safe and environmentally sound recycling of ships this year after its ratification by Bangladesh and Pakistan last year as a major landmark. I would like to use this opportunity to again congratulate Pakistan on ratifying the convention. Our ship owners have a direct interest in the development of a safer and more sustainable shipbreaking industry globally and in Pakistan. Another important event last year was the adoption by IMO of a revised climate strategy. The new strategy calls for international shipping to reach net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. In addition, member states agreed on emission reduction milestones of 20% in 2030 and 70% in 2040. With time, the drive towards net zero emissions in shipping will drive the replacement of older fleets with fleets of ships propelled by newer, cleaner technologies. This, in turn, will continue to fuel demand for shipbreaking services, but the premium will be on more sustainable, more environmentally friendly and safe ship recycling services. Against this backdrop, the Hong Kong Convention, we hope, will contribute to a level playing field that will benefit stakeholders who ratify the convention and take real steps to comply effectively with it. Put differently, competitiveness in shipbreaking or ship recycling in the future will, we believe, depend on the ability of individual countries and their industries to effectively adopt the labor and environmental standards set out in the Hong Kong Convention and demonstrate actual compliance. So for Pakistan, ratification of the convention, while very welcome, is only a first step. Compliance will be as important, and to enable this, there is a whole lot of work to do, as is highlighted in the report NEMA is launching today. Norway remains committed to supporting Pakistan's efforts towards compliance with the Hong Kong Convention. We recently pledged a financial contribution of around $1.6 million over 3 years to support the joint IMO-ILO project titled to facilitate effective implementation of the Hong Kong Convention to ensure safe and environmentally sound recycling of ships in Pakistan. In closing, let me just say that Norway looks forward to continuing to engage closely with Pakistan and Pakistani stakeholders on all aspects of maritime sustainability, and to congratulate again NEMA on the event today and the launching of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Next, we have a recorded message from Mr. Diwan Rizwan. Mr. Diwan Rizwan is the owner of Diwan Ship Recycling, part of one of Pakistan's largest business groups, the Diwan Group of Industries. The group not only specializes in ship recycling, but also operates steel mills, textiles, and imports steel products and sugar. Over the past 50 years, they have dismantled more than 500 ships, including ULCCs and VLCCs, and various challenging vessels. Diwan Ship Recycling boasts 4 yards capable of accommodating over 5 ships simultaneously, recognized for their top-tier facilities in Gadani, which can handle larger vessels. Their operations are certified to ISO 9000, 14,000, and 18,000 standards, and they are actively pursuing compliance with the Hong Kong Convention for Sustainable Ship Recycling, ensuring their practices meet the highest health, safety, and environmental standards. Let us focus on the screen for their message.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow supporter green maritime practice. I am truly honored to be invited today, the keynote speaker in the pivotal session focused on green ship recycling in Pakistan, particularly in the context of implementing the Hong Kong Convention of 2009 at Gadani Yard. The theme of this international symposium, Realization of Blue Economy through the Prism of Sustainable Development Goals SDGs, also support collective mission to cultivate a sustainable and responsible maritime sector. The Pakistan Ship Recycling is committed to enhancing the sustainability of ship recycling process, ensuring compliance with international standards and ultimately safeguarding our marine environment. I must stress that our journey towards achieving compliance with the Hong Kong Convention is an opportunity to embrace a blue economy that focuses on environmental preservation, economic viability, and social responsibility. As we approach the deadline of June 26, 2025, it is important that we collaborate effectively with all stakeholders involved to establish Hong Kong Convention compliant yards at Gadiani. Here, I must acknowledge the fact that the recent visit of IMO Secretary General to Gadiani yards and his confidence in our abilities provided renewed speed to our vigor to implement HKC in collaboration with all stakeholders. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the immense effort put forth by the National Institute of Maritime NIMA. The PSBA appreciate NIMA in fostering efforts aimed at implementing the Hong Kong Convention effectively and Gadiani and beyond. The knowledge and expertise with NIMA can enhance our endeavors to create operations that are not only economically forward-thinking but also environmentally sound. By implementing green technologies and environmentally responsible process, we can transform our industry footprint and align with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our aim is to move towards a future where Pakistan stands as a beacon of compliance, sustainability, and innovation in ship recycling. At the end, let me assure the House that PSBA is committed to comply with all the green practice outlined under IMO Hong Kong Convention in the early time frame. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next keynote speaker, Captain Javed Khan, retired, is a government officer serving in the government of Balochistan. He has extensive experience in various sectors, including mega infrastructure development projects, policy making, industrial development, finance, and human resource management. Captain Javed has been managing the affairs of Gadiani Ship Recycling for over a decade as a director and is serving as Chairman Balochistan Development Authority for the past 1 year. Captain Javed Khan has worked on legislation and mega project related to the compliance of Hong Kong Convention for Gadiani ship recycling industry. I now invite Captain Javed Khan, retired, to please come on stage for his address. Please give him a warm welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Qul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Sadaqallahu Mawlana al-Azim wa sadaqa Rasulun Nabiyyun Kareem. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Assalamu alaikum. And today I am the happiest man in this hall representing Balochistan, because what we are discussing in this session, focusing on blue economy or ship recycling, which is mainly in Balochistan, Gadani. So that's why I feel proud to represent Balochistan at this moment. I pay my tribute and regard to the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, the Chief Guest of today, Senator Mushaid Hussain Syed, Excellency the Norwegian Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen. Just to start with my presentation or my talk, I won't be taking much time because much of the gracious enough to sanction a project which was proposed by the government of Balochistan of about 12 billion rupees. And through that, we will be going for almost more than the Hong Kong compliance, the HKC 2009 regulation. Rather, we will be going for more than that. I'll just show the slide where you can see it for yourself that what are we doing for the compliance of HKC 2009 at Gadani. This is just a normal compliance of HKC by June 25 is the D-Day. The main mandatory requirement is development of TSDF facility water treatment plant in Green Yard. Reviving the Gadani ship recycling industry infrastructure development will support the largest industry of Balochistan in Pakistan. These are the steps which in this project the government of Balochistan with the support of the federal government is taking. We will be developing health services, and that is an hospital of 30-bedded, approach road 32 kilometer, construction of auxiliary building which I already spelled out, and then there is a labor colony residential block, public health engineering facility, waste reception and disposal facility, supporting facilities. Sir, I must tell you that this is the mandatory requirement. Today we are just saving ourselves with the provision of this facility at Karachi. But the facility at the nearest location is a must, and the first priority of the government of Pakistan and the government of Balochistan is to start work on it immediately. Then the rest of the thing, that is establishment of re-rolling and recycling industry zone, development of BDA plots. Sir, I must inform you and apprise you that Gadani shipbreaking yard consists of 1,256 acres of land, which consists of 314 plots. Each plot is of 4 acres. At the moment, we had only 135 developed plots. And through this project, we are going to develop much more because we have a natural edge, a priority on the, with regard to the other countries, that may be India, Bangladesh, and Turkey. Supply and installation of 1-grid solar system for re-rolling design. So this is construction of health services, as I mentioned. This is what I mentioned about the auxiliary facility, that what we are doing for the labor, welfare, and human development. Because I have a limited time, that's why I'm not going to read it out, sir. You can read it out for yourself kindly. So side by side, I must tell you that we are complying the HKC. The start is legislation. And Balochistan government has already prepared a draft which is submitted to the provincial cabinet, and then it will go to the provincial assembly. After discussion over there, once it is passed, then it will go to the governor and it will become an act. So we are on it, and the first thing that is legislation will be complied with within 2 months' time. So we are going for solar grid as well because it will make us more environmentally safe. Thank you very much, sir. I just go within 1 minute, sir, that all these steps which you have taken, the government of Balochistan, with the support of the federal government, is very committed. And starting from the legislation up to development of the infrastructure, and then for the welfare and development of the labor and human development, and finally is the development of green yard and ship recycling facility. Sir, I must tell you one thing, that if not 100%, 60% of the regulation already in practice in Balochistan. ये मैं उर्दू में कहूँगा सर कि सिर्फ टर्मिनोलॉजीज चेंज हुई है, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें वही है। पहले शिप ब्रेकिंग यार्ड था, अभी शिप ब्रेकिंग फैसिलिटी हो गई सर। पहले शिप ब्रेकिंग फैसिलिटी को शिप रिसाइकलिंग अभी कहते हैं, पहले हम कहते थे शिप ब्रेकिंग। सो if not 100%, 60% of the requirement is already in practice. And as far as the HKC is concerned, sir, by the end of calendar year, that is December 24, 5 of the ship recycling facility will be ready as per the Hong Kong HKC 2009 is concerned. 11 ship recycling facility volunteer to comply with it, and hopefully by June 25, we will be able to achieve the target, inshallah. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for expanding our knowledge. Ms. Rumina Khurshid Alam, Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Climate Change at Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, has expertise in climate policy and sustainability. She develops and implements strategies to mitigate climate change impacts. Ms. Rumina Khurshid has graciously shared a recorded message for the International Maritime Symposium, highlighting the critical intersection of climate action and maritime development.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable our Vice Admiral retired Ahmed Said Saab, His Excellency from Norwegian Ambassador, of course members from the IMO and Shipbreaking Association and all the learned participants and all the media and those people who are especially online as well. I wanted to pay my great regards. Today, of course, I'm really thankful to the President of NEMA that he has given for inviting me over this event. But I would love to come over there, but unfortunately, I was having a commitment. So because of that, I'm unable to attend. But as we had made a promise that whatever the findings going to come, we are going to share with each other, and definitely whatever so we can work in a way together from the Ministry of the Climate Change and the NEMA. Of course, we are looking for the collaboration and to take a great help from this symposium, because I believe today's symposium is something which is very much relevant and very much important, because this is something which is, when we talk about, it's a need of a time. And although we are already very much late on it, but I think it's never too late. So it's better to take it a quick starter, or which start he has already taken, but I think it's more important to stay focused on it. And especially the theme of this, which the team of the NEMA has selected, that is International Maritime Symposium, on the theme of SDGs and blue economy. Because right now, of course, we all know that the way this global situations are moving, and we all needs to go towards mostly like where economy is matter a lot. But of course, when we talk about the blue economy, it is very much pertinent and relevant topic towards the current times. It is something which is something which is very close to my heart, as we had our different discussions in which I've mentioned about, about the shipbreaking thing. And when we talk about the green ship recycling, of course, this is something which is very important. And this sector is also, which is unique and blend of environmental, economic, human rights and international cooperation, dimension. So I think, as you may know, that ship recycling is essential. It's very much essential for decarbonizing aging and vessels, and recovering valuable materials, and ensuring that the shipping fleets remain efficient. So, however, traditional shipbreaking methods have long been linked to serious environmental and health issues or risks. I think the risks is the relevant word, more important, because yes, we all know that how much important it is. So the economic challenges are equally significant. Pakistan's lack of modern infrastructure in its shipbreaking yards remains a major impediment when we talk about the Hong Kong International Convention for the Safe and Environmentally Sound Recycling of Ship offers a framework to ensure hazardous material are managed responsibly during ship dismantling. So I think minimizing harmful impacts and on both workers and ecosystem. So in Pakistan, the shipbreaking, the ship recycling industry, I wanted to say that in the Pakistan, of course, the ship recycling industry, which was once the world's leading ship recycling industry, faces both challenges and opportunities as the world moves towards more sustainable practices in the line with the green ship recycling. However, despite challenges, there are significant opportunities for the growth in Pakistan when we talk about the green ship recycling sector. So if we invent in that sustainable practices, we can create thousands of jobs by implementing proper safety network, proper safety standards, and most important thing is the training programs, capacity building, knowledge sharing, learning from the neighboring countries, that how they are doing the work, how we can learn from their best practices. So I think this is something which is very much important, and how we can transform the industry, this industry, into a safe and reliable source of income for the local communities. With this, I would really, in the end, I would just really want to urge or request to all the stakeholders from the government, and of course from the private and corporate sector and civil society as well, to work together to ensure a balanced approach and prioritize both of the sustainability and equitable development. It's not only in maritime sectors, but of course it's needed in all sectors, because once again, as I always, wherever I go, I always say that it's not I, it's not you, it's us. And if we can do something for our generations to come, I think this is the most important thing. And when we talk about SDGs, of course, we all know that we should not leave anyone behind. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our panel discussion. I would request our panelists to kindly come up on stage and take their respective seats as we watch a very insightful video on shipbreaking. This session will be moderated by Commodore Rahil Masood, Sitare Imtiaz Military. A submariner by profession, he has held pivotal leadership roles in Pakistan Navy, Ministry of Defense Production and NRTC. He holds an MPhil in IR, an MBA in HR and numerous certifications. He secured professional specialization in submarine warfare from France and in electronic warfare and combat management from the USA. Presently, at NEMA, he is Project Director for HKC Gap Analysis in Ship Recycling in Pakistan and Seafarer Handbook on International Maritime Law. Sir Rahil, the podium is yours now.
Vice Admiral Owais Bilgrami, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, Vice Admiral Asif Khalid, Senior Senator Mushaid Hussain, sir, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. We are privileged to have with us a remarkable lineup of panelists, each a leader in their field, bringing diverse perspectives and deep expertise. Their insights will be crucial as we tackle the complexities of ship recycling and strive for sustainable practices that align with international standards. So, let me introduce the panel. We had on our panel His Excellency was supposed to be here. He had some emergency and he has left. In suite, we have Captain Javed Khan. He's the chairman Balochistan Development Authority, and the Balochistan Development Authority is the regulatory body of the Gadani Ship Recycling Yards. Then we have Mr. Gulima Mo. He is the representative from United Nations International Labour Organization and plays a crucial role in promoting decent work standards and improving working conditions in the Balochistan ship recycling industry. Then we have Mr. Asif Ali. He is the General Secretary of Pakistan Shipbreakers Association, and he plays a very prominent role in representing the interest of the ship recycling industry affairs. Then we have Mr. Musharraf Humayun, who is representing Gadani Labor Union, and Gadani Labor Union basically represents and safeguards the interest of the ship recycling industry workers. We have again Commander Anis Khan. He is the senior researcher at NEMA, and he has been instrumental in conducting the report which His Excellency, the Norwegian ambassador, referred to, and it took about 8 months in the finalization of that report. We have online Mr. John Alonso from United Nations International Maritime Organization. He is basically the project coordinator of Sansaric project. He was here with the Secretary General IMO in Pakistan last month. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General, International Maritime Organization, attended the International Maritime Sustainability Exhibition and Conference 2024 in September this year. Event was organized by Ministry of Maritime Affairs. This has been the first ever visit of IMO's Secretary General to Pakistan. In his exclusive interview with NEMA in Karachi on 13 September, he shared insights on ship recycling, which we are pleased to present it to you.
Sir, if I'm coming towards ship recycling, so you have recently visited the Gadani shipyard. So how was your experience and what are your remarks for it?
So it was a very good experience because I always like to speak directly to the people that are there, the ones that are working, the ones that are developing their shipyards. And this was important. I saw the progress in the shipyard that I visited. I saw the commitment that they have, particularly with the project that we are launching on Monday, IMO, with Pakistan. I saw their own commitment from the owner of the yard by having a consultant, a private consultant, to assist them on implementation. But I also saw that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a year to go. I asked them to work together because they need to support together, as well as the support from the government. From our side, we're providing that support through this project that I just mentioned. And of course, it's now on Pakistan to make the most of that project, to exploit it, to make the contacts, and to start making the progress. Not everything is going to happen in 1 year. But as long as the pillars are there, you can continue to improve. And what I can tell you is, by working in developing the ship recycling yards, you're also helping the economy of that region.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ship breaking is a compulsive requirement, and it is an important component of many economies of the nations. World over, when we talk about the ship breaking, until to date, 70% of the end-of-life ships are scrapped in Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. United Nations International Labour Organization declares shipbreaking as one of the most dangerous and hazardous occupations, with unacceptably high levels of fatalities, injuries, and work-related diseases. From 2014 to 2023, 7,150 ships have been dismantled globally. 4,912 ships have been scrapped in Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan only. Pakistan could secure only 16.8% to its credit. In 2023, Pakistan could take only 15 ships at the Grand Breach, the most discouraging business profile during last 10 years. The Hong Kong International Convention basically provides a comprehensive legal framework for safe and environmentally sound ship recycling, addressing worker safety, hazardous material management, and environmental protection. And it is set to come into force on June 26, 2025. Pakistan acceded to the convention on November 30th, 2023. Gadani Shipbreaking Yard is spread over an area of 1,256 acres, comprising of 135 plots, out of which 100 plots are owned by the private shipbuilders, the private owners, and the 35 plots are held with Balochistan Development Authority. Gadani shipbreaking industry has historically been a vital economic driver, generating about 14 billion in annual revenue and directly employing 20,000 workers, with 800,000 people indirectly dependent on it. The industry has been supplying from 15 to 20% of Pakistan's steel production, supporting over 80 smelting facilities and 300 tree rolling mills. HKC compliance, in fact, also marks the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. There are almost 10 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that are aligned with it. Now, while we are talking about these are the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Now, before I open the forum for discussion, basically the environmental concerns, infrastructure deficiencies, and technological hurdles are significant obstacles at Gadani yards. Transforming this industry requires a strict regulatory compliance, a focused approach to sustainability, the development of human capital, and reforms on occupational health, safety, and environment. With this preamble, we shall start the panel discussion. Certainly, together we can pave the way for HKC-compliant Gadani ship recycling yard. My first question would be to Commodore Imran, who has undertaken a very comprehensive data analysis through mathematical modeling based, I would request him please, Commodore Imran, based on your mathematical modeling research, what key factors do you believe will most significantly influence the rate of ship decommissioning in the next decade, so that we can have an anticipation or appreciation of what ship recycling industry will get the business, or what kind of a business boom will be there?
Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to answer this question. And first of all, thank you very much, President Nima, to give me opportunity to analyze the data. We have analyzed the 10 years data, which was authentic and available on the open source. And we analyzed, and through that data, a linear mathematical modeling could not be done because of COVID in between, and few regulatory that Commodore Rahil has mentioned, few regulations which are coming, and this will be the energy efficiency existing ship EEXI, and C2, which is carbon indicators. These will be the implemented, and because of these, the linear mathematical modeling of historical ship recycling cannot be taken. The new ships which are coming, they are compliant to these instructions, and which slows down the new ships constructions which are incoming, but they will be taking place in 2024 and onwards. So the ships will be retired, and those ships are aged. They will be coming into the recycling. It will increase the ship recycling. The another factor you have mentioned is the market. We have seen the world economy is developing, but the container ships and basically the oil tankers, these will be the two key role players which will be playing roles in the ship recycling. The another is a mix of ship which will be taking this. So we can, in conclusion, conclusively, we cannot take the linear modeling. We have to take count of the IMO regulations in ship constructions, and with which we can say that around 2.5 to 3% of global registered ships will be coming into the recycling per year, and that makes around 2,500 ships to 3,000 ships. But we have a limited capacity in the world, so ship will be lined up, and this is a huge industry which is coming up, and Pakistan obviously have a lot of opportunities, around $1.6 billion per year estimated.
Thank you very much, Commodore Imran. In a nutshell, what you have said is that there is an expectancy of about 15,000 ships coming in the next decade, at least,
or more than that.
And this quantity may be increasing. And this is a compulsion basically of the regulatory restrictions and the aging ships. My next question would be, I would like to take the lead from Commander Anis. You have conducted the study, and you have identified the gaps between the ground realities and the HKC implementation requirements. Can you please very briefly highlight the main gaps assessed?
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, HKC is worker-centric in all respect, and probably this is the theme of whatever has been discussed today. All its 21 article and 25 regulations revolve around it. And now, after hearing the Senator and Chairman PQA, probably, sir, it was made to cap the sentiment of the innocence of the worker and the safety of the worker, because it catered for the safety of worker through different mechanism, which is in order to make ship recycling plans, in order to have a legislation, in order to have administrative refinement in the form of one window operation, as mentioned by Chairman BDA. It talk of documentation, inspection, and an authority which give it to it. Once we started the this research in the month of December, probably we were lagging in all the aspects. We were lagging in the legislation, for example. There was no Ship Recycling Act in Pakistan. So until unless you have a foundation, how can you think that HKC postulates would come into implementation? So BDA Act 1974 just merely make a mention of ship recycling in one of its paragraphs in 3 lines. And it is 2024 and the BDA Act was 1974. Balochistan Environment Protection Act 1979 was enforced, but BPA does not have the wherewithal to implement what certificates they were issuing. I mean, if you do not have the professional people to analyze about toxicity and all that, how can you issue that? So we encountered all these problems at that time. In nutshell, there was a lack of comprehensive legislation, weak enforcement mechanism, hazardous waste inventory management and disposal issues, safety protocol issues, labor right issues, limited training, and lack of government one-stop operation and reporting and monitoring issues at that time, sir. But we have traveled quite ahead now.
Thank you very much, Commander Anis. To me, it appears that the legislation is the main component of the thing, which is essentially required to move the machinery ahead. So my question would be with you. You have very comprehensively covered it over here, and you, during your workshop in Karachi on 17th September, you had again given a complete rundown of what all actions are in place or in progress. My question to you is that Pakistan acceded to the HKC on 30th November 2023, and today we are in October 2024, but still our legislation is not yet signed or enacted. What is the delay and what time frame you see for its finalization?
Thank you very much, sir. It is a very pertinent question. And as I mentioned in the presentation as well as in Karachi, as you mentioned, there is no delay. As Commander Anis also mentioned, we do have a legislation. Balochistan Development Authority Act promulgated in 1974 by the government of Balochistan have a cover of the ship recycling or ship breaking. At that time it was called. Then we have a ship breaking rules derived from the Balochistan Development Authority Act. Different SOPs which is being implemented as of today. Then we have Environmental Protection Agency Act, which cover the environmental aspect of the ship recycling. Now coming up to the ratification of HKC, once Pakistan ratified the HKC Convention in 2009 in December 23 or November, then there were certain things which were to be discussed between the federal government and the provincial government. That what are the domains of the federal government and what are the prerogative of the provincial government. I must apprise you, sir, that ship breaking or ship recycling is a provincial subject. It has never been on the federal legislative list, which has been developed. So ship recycling now and ship breaking was a provincial subject. From 79 onward we were dealing it. There were certain observations from the federal government and certain approach were to be discussed that who will do what. Then very recently we have been able to come over all those controversies, all those difficulties which were emerging from the federal government and the provincial government. And we shared the draft act with the federal government again and again. Now final draft act has been submitted to the provincial government, and hopefully this week or next week the provincial cabinet will approve it, and then it will go to the provincial assembly, and within 2 months time we should be able to have a proper legislation as well as the HKC is concerned, and that is updated one. Otherwise we had the legislation And as I mentioned, sir, there were quite a few things which were similar, but the terminologies and analogies were different. Otherwise, the things were there on ground.
It's understandable, but there are some mandated requirements which are to be aligned in the legislation according to the HAC requirements. So until and unless the legislation is not in place, the requirements, ensuing requirements will not be, workable or would not be mechanized. So you have very rightly placed it now that the draft legislation is already there and you are expecting it to be finalized in a couple of months or soon. Sir, my question to you. ILO has been very deeply engaged with the Balochistan government. With regards to the Gadani shipbreaking yard, what steps are being taken by the shipbreakers, by ILO for the improvement of the conditions of the labor or the rights of the labor and all associated, the associated worries of the laborers?
Mm-hmm. So we do, from the ILO perspective, we do recognize that shipbreaking is, as you said, one of the most dangerous occupations there are in the world. But we do recognize, it's dangerous today, but it doesn't have to be. Nuclear power management is dangerous. It's risky, but it's not necessarily dangerous because we have the safeguards in place. Shipbreaking is risky and dangerous because we're not providing those safeguards. So as was shown in the video, workers are exposed to explosions, to working with heavy machinery, to toxic and polluting chemicals that produce not only diseases on the day, but accumulate and are cancerogenious. And those are kind of the occupational and safety and healthy concerns that we see, but there are others. Shipbreaking usually takes place in isolated areas, usually out of the purview of institutional arrangements. It's far for labor inspectors to go. They come far in between, so it's basically a place where workers and employers function without necessarily the purview or the effective regulation of the state. So that makes it prone to forced and bonded labor, to child labor, and to other issues that, and it's also carried out informally, which further undermine the capacity of workers to further the rights that they have. So this, and there's a third element. So there's the isolation, there's the fact that risk is actually danger, and there's the unstable economic environment where it takes place. Usually we would prefer for workers to have a stable employment over time, ships lined up so that we know that workers have a stable employment. But the current state of the industry is there's a ship, there's employment, the ship is broken, is recycled, employment disappears, and so on and so forth. So there's very little incentive for employers to train their workers to keep a skilled workforce that can maintain that knowledge on occupational safety and health and eventual compliance to the Hong Kong Convention. So what can we do? And part of the work that we will do with John and the IMO with the support of the Norwegian Embassy is to promote these institutional arrangements that allow for ensuring compliance to the Hong Kong Convention. So promoting workers' knowledge about their role and that they can raise their hand and say, there's no compliance here. We don't have to wait for an inspector to come and signal and write a report and put a fine. But workers and employers can raise their hands. Because in the end, I think the main point here is that, as was highlighted by you and earlier by the Senator, compliance is a collective issue. It doesn't depend on one particular shipyard. It's Pakistan who complies. And if there's no compliance, there is no market. And if there's no market, there are no jobs.
Very rightly said. It's a combined effort which has to be pushed together, sir. Sir Asif, I have a very high regards for you. You are a seasoned shipbreaker. And I want to know what steps are being taken towards achieving the HEC compliance. And what is the present status on ground since the visit of the Secretary General IMO?
Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum everyone. Since the visit of the Secretary General of the IMO, the speed has picked up in the Gadani as far as the development of the yards are concerned. We have like almost, now in the final stage with the classification societies for the compliance, certifications. Our ship recycling facility plan is almost 85% is ready. Minor things are left which will be completed soon. And a lot of progress is going on at Gadani. Generally, Captain Javed Saab has already told that there will be about 5 yards or 4 to 5 yards which will be ready for the audits by the end of this year. And there will be other yards, the 11 which have signed in the first phase will be ready by the sometimes next year, inshallah, by the mid next year.
Sir, it's very encouraging to hear that. And I hope that, as Diwan Saab said, that you are pursuing ISO 14000. They are certified ISO 14000 and ISO 8000. I would advise, rather it may be taken as an advice, that you should now pursue ISO 30000, which is much aligned with the requirements of HKC 2009, sir.
I know, and thanks for the advice, but you see, before the HKC, we had this SOPs issued by the BDA. After the accident, unfortunate one in 2016, unfortunately, I think 23 people have lost their lives. That was really a very, very sad, situation for all of us. Of course, those who have lost their lives and the others as well, for all the shipbreaking industry as a whole, because for several months the industry was totally shut down. We all suffered fortunes,
Sir, it's very well known what were the reasons and why they were shut down. I'm so grateful to you for highlighting, and it's very encouraging to see that 5 shipyards would be ready or would be undertaking the certification process by the end of this year. So very grateful, sir. मुशर्रफ साहब, आपसे मेरा सवाल है कि गडानी शिप ब्रेकिंग यार्ड में मजदूरों को किन अहम चैलेंजेस का सामना है और एचकेसी के हवाले से उनसे कितना मशवरा किया गया है या उनकी कितनी सुनाई है?
थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने हमें बोलने का मौका दिया। गडानी शिप ब्रेकिंग में बहुत सारे मसले मसाइल का सामना है मजदूरों को।
मुख्तसरन बताइएगा।
मैं तो अगर आप मुझसे पूछोगे तो मैंने तकरीबन 10 सफ़ात पर मुश्तमिल
मुख्तसरन, बिल्कुल मुख्तसरन
एक वो बनाया है, लेकिन मुख्तसर आपको बताऊंगा कि वहाँ पे क्या मसले मसाइल है। सबसे बड़ी मसला तो ये है कि वहाँ पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का मामला चल रहा है, क्योंकि गडानी क्लोज है और कोई ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, हमें कोई असरा भी नहीं है कि वहाँ पे कोई शिप आए और वहाँ पे मजदूरों को मजदूरी मिले और मौके मिले। सबसे पहले तो ये बात है। दूसरी बात ये है कि मैं अक्सर औकात देखता रहता हूँ कि अगर हम कंप्लायंस के मेरीटाइम के मुताबिक या नीमा या दूसरे हांगकांग कन्वेंशन के मुताबिक हम कंप्लायंस की तरफ जाते हैं, तो सबसे पहले हमारे जो इदारे हैं, जिस तरह बलूचिस्तान फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल बलूचिस्तान सोशल सिक्योरिटी इंस्टीट्यूट है, वहाँ पे जो तनख्वाहों का रेंज है वो मिनिमम वेज के बेस पे वो 6% लेता है। इसमें 2 कैटेगरी की तनख्वाहें होती है, अपर लेवल की है और लोअर लेवल की है। अपर लेवल में 15% का वो इजाफा करते हैं। हालांकि अभी भी हमने एक एग्रीमेंट किया शिप ब्रेकरों के साथ, शिप ब्रेकर्स ने हमारा 23% तनख्वाह में इजाफा किया है। हमें शिप ब्रेकर्स से कोई तकलीफ़ नहीं है, हमें तकलीफ़ गवर्नमेंट के डिपार्टमेंट से है कि वो हमारी चीज़ों के ऊपर तवज्जो नहीं देते हैं, क्योंकि हमारी तनख्वाह 45,000 से प्लस है, हालांकि उनका स्कोप 35,000 रुपीज़ है। हम आउट ऑफ द स्कोप है। आप लोगों के उसके मुताबिक कि भाई आप कंप्लायंस की तरफ जाओ, कंप्लायंस के ऊपर पूरा उतरो, तो जब एक बंदा आउट ऑफ द स्कोप है, उस कानून के ऊपर पूरा उतरता ही नहीं है, तो फिर हम कैसे उसको फॉलो करेंगे और उसकी रूल्स रेगुलेशन के मुताबिक चलेंगे। दूसरा EUBI का मसला है। UBI में हमारे इंटरमीडिएट वर्कर है, माइग्रेटेड वर्कर है, ये एक इंतहाई ख़तरनाक ज़रदास इंडस्ट्री है. इसमें हमारे लिए क्या कानून साजी की गई है, किस तरह होना चाहिए? क्योंकि हमारे पास माइग्रेटेड वर्कर है, इंटरमीडिएट वर्कर है, उनकी क्राइटेरिया पूरा नहीं होता है जो एक UBI का क्राइटेरिया है, एक सोशल सिक्योरिटी का क्राइटेरिया है. क्योंकि हमारे पास 2011 से 2012 से 100 कैजुअलिटीज़ हुई है. डेथ ग्रांट हमारे लिए मुख्तस किया गया है. वो हमें ये कहता है कि आपका UBI और सोशल सिक्योरिटी का कार्ड नहीं है तो आपका क्राइटेरिया पूरा नहीं होता है. तो सबसे पहले मुतासर तो मैं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं फेटल एक्सीडेंट ज़्यादा करता हूँ. मेरे ऊपर पर्दा गिर जाता है, बंद फिसल जाता है, समंदर में गिर जाता है. सबसे ज़्यादा मुतासर तो मैं हूँ. लेकिन मेरे 100 कैजुअलिटीज़ वर्कर वेलफेयर फंड ने, वर्कर वेलफेयर बोर्ड ने बाउंड करके रखा हुआ है, नहीं दे रहा है. हालांकि इसके मुकाबले में हमारे शिप वर्कर से कोई, इसलिए मैं आपको बोल रहा हूँ कि उसने पूरा का पूरा कंपनसेशन दे दिया है.
मिश्र साहब आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जो आपने बताया, और उसमें उम्मीद है कि ये चीज़ें आगे तक इनको कम्युनिकेट किया जाएगा. और चेयरमैन BDA भी इधर बैठे हुए हैं जो कि बलूचिस्तान गवर्नमेंट को इसके बारे में बताएंगे भी. जो हमारी रिपोर्ट जाएगी उसमें भी ये चीज़ें हाईलाइट होंगी.
सर एक बात मैं और कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि मैंने मुख्तलिफ फोरम्स पे ये सारे बातें की हैं, लेकिन किसी ने हमारा बात नहीं सुना है. सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है शिप ब्रेकिंग, लेकिन गवर्निंग बॉडी में जितनी भी मेंबरशिप होती है हमें इग्नोर किया जाता है. हमें उसमें गवर्निंग बॉडी में लिया ही नहीं जाता है. वो इसलिए नहीं लिया जाता है कि हमें ग्राउंड रियलिटी पता है. हमें पता होता है कि भाई किस प्लाट में कितने वर्कर्स हैं, कितना कंट्रीब्यूशन हम कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं. लेकिन सर ये कि ये मौका हमें इसलिए नहीं देता है कि हम हर फोरम पे बोलते हैं. जब हम बोलते हैं तो हमें मौका नहीं दिया जाता है.
मुशर्रफ साहब आपका बहुत
रिक्वेस्ट है, आपकी तवज्जो से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमें गवर्निंग बॉडी में मेंबरशिप दिया जाए ताकि हम UBI कार्ड और सोशल सिक्योरिटी के ये मामलात उठाएं.
मुशर्रफ साहब हमारी जो रिपोर्ट है, जो नीमा ने रिपोर्ट प्रोड्यूस की है, उसमें हमने ये बिल्कुल रिकमेंड किया है कि लेबर यूनियन का जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है वो गवर्निंग बॉडी में होना चाहिए, और हम इसको सपोर्ट करते हैं. और आपका जो आपकी ये जो इस सेमिनार, इस सिंपोजियम की रिपोर्ट है, उसमें भी इस चीज़ को हाईलाइट किया जाएगा. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
हम सईद साहब का बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रगुजार हैं कि जब भी ऐसा कोई मौका होता है हमें बुलाते हैं और हमें बोलने का मौका देते हैं. हम स्पेशली आपका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
हेलो जॉन, हाउ आर यू?
Very well, thank you. Greetings from London.
We will take it after completion of this round, please, if you permit. John, how are you? John,
very well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a pleasure for us that you are online with us, and it was a pleasure meeting you and attending your workshop on the IMO inception. John, my question to you is, you visited the Gadani yard on 17th of September, and you had visited not only one yard but 2 yards, and you had seen the practical demolition of a ship as well. What's your opinion about the progress being made by the shipyard or by the shipyard owners towards the achievement of the HKC compliance?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Well, I mean, in general, I am quite impressed by the preparations and the efforts that have been made in Pakistan to comply with the Hong Kong Convention. I'm not only talking about the ship recycling yards itself, but as well as we have heard the efforts made by BDA, for example, in developing legislation, and I believe as well the Ministry of Maritime Affairs in their cooperation, the institutional cooperation with BDA. From the perspective of the shipyards, I mean, the ship recycling yards, we have heard how they are investing. Mr. Asif is just briefly mentioned how many yards they're expecting that have embarked in the route to become compliant with the Hong Kong Convention. we think, I mean, from my perspective, of course, there's still investment. Let's not ignore that fact. There's still investment to be made. The infrastructure needs to be upgraded. That's an essential fact. And that goes in line as well with many of the issues that perhaps have been highlighted in regards to worker safety, for example, and sustainability of the yards. We know that so my colleague from ILO mentioned that how the ship recycling industry has been identified as one of the most dangerous in the world, but it is not different from other industries like mining, shipbuilding, or even construction. So there is no secret on how we need to address those safety concerns. It's very basically sort of giving proper technical capacity building to the workforce at all levels. We're talking of supervisors to the most basic worker. And of course, we need to ensure that knowledge and practice is in the yards. And that's perhaps the major failing that was identified there is this know-how. We know there is a know-how on the different practicalities, on the different processes for recycling or breaking the ship, but we need to ensure that as well necessary safety, I call it, aspects are in place. I mean, from the moment of registration of workers, training of workers, following up the identifying which workers are located to different areas, keeping track of capacity building of the training, of know-how of the workers, and so forth. That is what we're trying to provide from IMO. And it is a slow process where we will all have to invest. One of the issues that has been raised is the high percentage of migratory workers in the industry in Pakistan. This is very different from what is happening right now in other countries in South Asia. So that sort of allows ship recycling managers to invest in the workforce because they have a reduced amount of workers but are highly qualified, highly trained, and they are permanent. That is something
John,
that we have to see.
Sorry, I'm cutting you due to paucity of time. I just want to sort of wind it up, and I appreciate that your focus is basically on the capacity building, and you seem to be a bit satisfied over the progress being made. And how do you see NEMA's role in it? What role NEMA can play?
Well, NEMA for us is one of the key knowledge partners for the project. Of course, myself and other people based at IMO, we do not have knowledge, the specificities about Pakistan. So it is essential for us to collaborate and to rely on partners in the country that already have the knowledge, have the highest level of knowledge actually, on the different aspects related to either legislation, capacity building, technical needs, etc.
I am so very grateful, John. I will wind up the session with the verse that any delay that we are making is a loss of opportunity. It's a loss of opportunity cost, in fact. And we have lost enough time. We must not let ourselves relax on the matter. We should aggressively pursue. Until and unless the legislation is not in place, the ensuing activities or mechanism, they cannot be pursued. So we must push the mechanism, we must push the finalization of the legislation, both at the federal level and at the provincial level. In fact, without the support of IMO and ILO, it won't be possible to have a complete realization of HKC compliance, and it would be prudent that their support remains with us. And along with Norwegian ambassador is not here, I wanted to appreciate the efforts that he had rendered in giving a momentum to this entire activity, or even bringing the Secretary General to Pakistan. It was his efforts, and I think he has been playing a pivotal role in it. And we wish that Norwegian government support should continue in terms of building our capacity, our capability, especially the hazardous waste management is a very, very tedious activity and a very investment-intensive sort of a project. And I hope like BIMCO, like JICA or those bodies, they can come in and they can play their pivotal role in it. So Hassan Shah, you had a question. Just it will be the last question. Okay.
Thank you. My question, or basically I have a comment. I was just listening to Musharraf Saab. He represents the union. He used the word migratory labor. That is, in my view, a slightly different perspective. It is not migratory labor, it is captive labor, it's a bonded labor. This is the sad part of shipbreaking that I personally observed. It's basically complete village or villages in certain area, and especially the area is Upper Dir and adjoining areas that descend in Karachi, Gadani part. They never see the city, they never visit the city. They don't speak the language. They have never seen a ship in their life. They have never seen gas cutting cylinders or gas cutting equipment, and they just don't know what is PPEs. So it is basically the interplay between the Jamadar, which is the human resource supplier, and the unions. This is where my request is that we should make a recommendation that this bonded labor phenomena should finish off from this industry. This is really exploitation of the poor people, innocent, illiterate people. They are actually utilized in this shipbreaking industry. We must regulate, and it is the basic responsibility of Balochistan Development Authority to regulate. There is no regulation in Gadani complete strip, and people are actually subjected to so inhuman conditions that that only brings tears to your eyes when you see this happening, and people start, making billions out of it, and they don't respect the minimum wage also. And because of the migratory kind of nature or the bonded labor phenomena, it doesn't stop anybody from actually registration with EOBI. It is mandatory, it is must. When you have a certain number of labor increasing, you must register them. Nobody stops it. And the labor union should enforce this. They just cannot complain about it. And those people, shipbreakers, who actually make so many billions out of it, this is what I'm speaking from my heart. I have seen the innocence of those young 17, 16-year-old boys which are employed, and they just don't know what they are actually, which type of rigor or hazardous work they are actually doing. So my request is, EOBI is must. Nobody should actually work without registration of EOBI, and with the proper the protective equipment, with the helmets, and then there should be proper ship recycling methodology. There is no methodology as such.
So very grateful, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Your
I would like
observations.
To Please, 1 minute.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Your observations, that we have observed them during our survey as well. The things are a bit more finer over the period. They have changed. Now the things are quite a bit better. And with the implementation of HAC, there is a definite, I think there will be a definite change there will be definite improvement coming into the play, because it is focusing, as if you might have seen in the slides of the Chairman BDA, there the Laborers Housing Society is also in the planning. And we hope that with the implementation of HKC, the certain very, very gray areas, they will definitely improve, and there will be a definite improvement that will come into place. I am so very grateful to all the panelists, and I hope that we continue to work together towards the implementation of HKC if the ship recycling industry is to prevail in Pakistan. Thank you very much all for coming over to this meeting.
Thank you, sir. I would now invite President NEMA, Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, Hilal Imtiaz Military, to conclude the discussion.
جی شکریہ آپ کا. میں آخر میں بالکل چھوٹی سی بات کروں گا, زیادہ نہیں, جس ایک دو شکریہ کے الفاظ ہیں. ایک تو یہ کہ آج کا جو ہمارا سیمینار تھا اس کا بیسک پرپز یہی تھا کہ جو بلو اکانومی ہے اور جو اس کو گورن کرنے کے لیے سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گولز ہیں, اس کے درمیان جو پرسیپشن کا اگر فرق ہے یا سمجھ کا فرق ہے یا رولز کے مطابق جو چیزیں اب آ رہی ہیں, تو وہ ہم یہاں پہ ڈسکس کریں. اور آپ سب لوگوں نے دیکھا ہوگا کہ جو بھی یہاں پہ ہمارے معزز اسپیکر صاحبان آئے, انہوں نے اپنا ایک پرسپیکٹو دیا ہے. تو یقیناً گیپ ہے, یقیناً انڈرسٹینڈنگ کا بھی گیپ ہے اور امپلیمنٹیشن کے اندر بھی گیپ ہے. تو جو لیگل رولز ہیں ان کے اندر بھی ہماری انڈرسٹینڈنگ بہت زیادہ امپروو کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. تو یہ ایک پوائنٹ میں نے کہا ضرور میں بات کروں. اور سر وائس چیف آف دا نیول اسٹاف, سر آپ کا بہت شکریہ ٹائم نکالنے کا, آج ہمارے ساتھ آپ تشریف لائے. وائس ایڈمرل بلگرامی صاحب, ساتھ ہی میں شکریہ ادا کروں عبداللہ گل صاحب کا, سر آپ ٹائم لیا اور آپ تشریف لائے. سر پورٹ قاسم اتھارٹی ایڈمرل حسن ناصر شاہ, سر آپ کے آنے سے یقیناً بہت سی چیزوں کے اوپر بات چیت آپ نے کی, تو وہ بھی ایک بڑا نالجبل تھا. اس کے علاوہ بہت سارے ہمارے دوست احباب یہاں تشریف رکھتے ہیں. ہمارے اسپانسرز جو ہیں ان میں بھی ہمارے جو پاکستان آبزرور ہے اس کے چیئرمین فیصل زاہد ملک صاحب, سر آپ کا شکریہ, آپ نے بہت زیادہ تعاون فرمایا. اور پورٹ قاسم اتھارٹی ہمارے ساتھ آپ کا تعاون تو ہمیشہ رہتا ہے, اور آپ یو آر ون آف آر میجر پارٹنر, اور ہمیں بہت زیادہ آپ سپورٹ کرتے ہیں. فار دیٹ وی آر ویری تھینکفل ٹو یو. ساتھ ہی ساتھ ریکٹر بحریہ یونیورسٹی, سر آپ کا بہت شکریہ, آپ کی آرگنائزیشن, طلباء تمام جو آج ہمارے ساتھ رہے, یہ تمام اس چیز کے حقدار ہیں کہ ایٹ لیسٹ ان سب کے لیے ایک دفعہ کلیپ ضرور کیا جائے. اور ساتھ ہی ساتھ میں جو ہمارا ملک کا ہم کہتے ہیں کہ چوتھا پلر ہے, وہ ہے ہمارا میڈیا. تو میڈیا کے جو حضرات تشریف لائے, جنہوں نے اس ایونٹ کو کور کیا اور آخر تک ہمارے ساتھ رہے, آپ تمام کا بھی بہت شکریہ. اور آخر میں یقینی طور پہ جو ہماری بحریہ یونیورسٹی کی اور نیما کی ٹیم, جنہوں نے مل کے یہ سارا اسٹیج مینیج کیا, پروگرام مینیج کیا, یہ تقریباً میرا خیال ہے 15-20 دن سے, یہ بلکہ پہلے سے پلاننگ فیز تو تقریباً 2 مہینے پہلے سٹارٹ ہوئی, اور اس کے بعد آہستہ آہستہ اس پہ تمام کام چلتا رہا. تو یہ تمام جن لوگوں نے یہ کیا, اسٹیج پہ جو ہمارے سیکرٹریز ہیں, ان سب کے لیے بھی بہت بہت تالیاں آپ ضرور بجائیے گا. سو ویری کائنڈ. اور ہمارے دوست جو سندھ سے تشریف لائے ہیں, کچھ प्रेसिडेंट हैं हमारे एक्वाकल्चर और एग्रीकल्चर के, दाएं वाली शाह साहब आए हुए हैं, और इसके अलावा हमारे कोयटा से हमारे BDA के चेयरमैन साहब हैं। सर, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया आने का, और आपके ख्यालात से हम मुस्तफ़ीद हुए। तो एंड में हमारा अभी इसके बाद एक छोटा सा सेगमेंट है, वो बुक्स लॉन्चिंग है, और बुक्स लॉन्चिंग के बाद वी विल हैव शील्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, और उसके बाद हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे ऑनरेबल चीफ गेस्ट से कि अपने ख्यालात से हमें नवाजें। थैंक यू।
Thank you, President Nima. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the much anticipated report launch ceremony. We will be unveiling 5 research reports and 1 book authored by Nima researchers. I would like to request the chief guest, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awais Bilgrami, Hilal Imtiaz Military, to accompany President Nima on the stage for this ceremony. I would like to hand over the podium to Vice President Nima, Commodore Babar Bilal Haider. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to introduce to you my senior researchers who have worked hard for last 1 year and produced 5 research reports and 1 book. The first team of researchers who worked on the identification of gaps in ship recycling practices at Gadani Yard to analyze of the high seas treaty advancement in green shipping technologies is the key activity here. But before that, the smaller research reports, that is the report on the responding threats of climate change for resilient mercantile sectors of Pakistan. Mr. Wajir Rahman is the lead author and Ms. Anila assisted him. Second study report focuses on analysis of high seas treaty ABNJ and BBNJ, areas beyond national jurisdiction and biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, its implementation of Pakistan, authored by Dr. Fasiya Safdar and Ms. Sanaz Fatima. Third study was on the Marpol Annex 6, and this has also been authored by Dr. Fasiya Safdar as the lead researcher with assistance from Mr. Salmanul Haq. Next in line is the Research Reports Compendium 2023. This compendium is based on all the research work done in 2023. So there are a team of 3 researchers, Kamran Hashmi, Ms. Iram Zahid, and Hamza Mir is the designer and worker who worked on the book. And the last compendium is about the NEMA's op-eds. NEMA's researchers usually produce newspaper articles, and Mr. Wajir Rahman is the lead researcher in that, and Ms. Iram Zaid assisted him in this regard. And now coming to the flagship book, which we have been talking, HKC. This is a signature research activity which is offering a roadmap for implementing HKC in Pakistan. This has been authored by Commander Anis Khan, Ms. Sabah, and duly assisted and supervised by Sir Rahil Masood. Ladies and gentlemen, once again you can put hands together to appreciate the efforts of researchers of NEMA. Thank you very much.
We will now present souvenirs to our speakers and guests as a token of our appreciation. First, I would like to call I would like to call Captain Javed Khan, Chairman BTA, to receive his souvenir. Next we have Mr. Guillermo Montt from ILO. Mr. Asif, Honorary Secretary, PSPA. Mr. Musharraf, representative from Gadani Labour Union. Mr. Anis Khan, Senior Researcher. Commodore Rahil Masood, Sitara Imtiaz Military. Now I would like to call our sponsors to receive their souvenirs. Mr. Faisal Zahid Malik, CEO of Pak Observer. Rear Admiral Hassan Nasir Shah, Chairman PQA. Today we are honored to have with us Vice Admiral Ahmed Tasneem, Sitara Jurat and Bar. Sir, I would request you to kindly... Okay, he's not here. Now I would request the Chief Guest to give souvenir to Rector Bahria University, Vice Admiral Asif Khalik, Hilal Imtiaz Military. Now I would request Rector Bahria University and President Nima to present souvenir to the chief guest. It is my honor to invite our chief guest, the Vice Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awais Bilgirami, Hilal Imtiaz Military, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Vice Admiral Asif Khaliq, Rector, Bahria University. Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, President, NEMA. Flag officers, worthy speakers, participants from Pakistan and our international participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here this afternoon. And as the symposium draws to a close, I feel very honored and privileged to be able to offer my views and a few reflections on such important topic. The theme of the seminar has been very well selected to reflect the national aspirations of development in the blue economy. But that too through the prism of the Sustainable Development Goals. That is the key, in my view, to the economic development, whichever field it is, particularly in the blue economy, that it needs to be sustainable. Blue economy is not merely a concept. It's a transformative force capable of driving sustainable economic growth, creating employment and securing food and livelihoods for millions. And to gainfully unlock this potential, we must prioritize the sustainable management of our marine resources and align our efforts with global sustainability goals. For Pakistan, the blue economy has long remained an uncharted frontier. Despite our vast coastline, exclusive economic zone, extended continental shelf endowed with rich marine resources, our maritime sector has struggled to receive the attention and investment it rightfully deserves. This must change. This session's focus on ship recycling has shown us one key avenue which has played an important role in Pakistan's economy and through which we can take a lead to revitalize not only this segment but our complete maritime sector as well. Green ship recycling epitomizes sustainability within the maritime industry. It offers a way to extract value from ships at the end of their life cycle, without degrading the environment. Unlike traditional shipbreaking methods, beset with pollution, health and safety hazards, and coastal ecosystem degradation, green ship recycling minimizes hazardous waste, reduces pollution, and safeguards both workers and the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, Hong Kong Convention provides a robust global framework for best practices in ship recycling industry. It is not just a regulatory framework, it is a roadmap for cleaner, safer, and sustainable future of our maritime industry. Its effective implementation in Pakistan will ensure that our ship recycling industry not only regains its due market share, but it is efficient, environmentally responsible, and safeguards mandates of occupational health and safety. This alignment will definitely attract investment and create new economic opportunities within the framework of the blue economy. International Maritime Organization plays a critical role in advancing these standards globally. IMO Secretary General's recent visit to Pakistan is a testimony that can be viewed in the same context. Pakistan, though late in getting on board the Hong Kong Convention, must work closely and proactively with the IMO and with the support of Royal Norwegian Government to ensure that our ship recycling industry gets aligned with the Hong Kong Convention by the mid of next year. This requires unwavering commitment, aggressive pursuance, strategic investment, and collaboration across all sectors, both internationally and nationally, at the government, private industry, and civil society levels. Here, I would like to commend the efforts of NEMA's researchers on the launching of 6 publications, especially the gap analysis conducted on the implementation of safe and environmentally sound ship recycling. That will be instrumental in the implementation of the Hong Kong Convention at the Gadani ship recycling yards. I must specially acknowledge His Excellency Per Albert Ilsas, Norwegian Ambassador to Pakistan, IMO, ILO, PSBA, BDA, and MoMA for their unwavering support to NEMA in completion of this research report. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to National Institute of Maritime Affairs for organizing this event. NEMA's ongoing efforts to raise awareness on blue economy and to promote sustainable maritime practices are not only commendable, but are critical in a country suffering from endemic maritime blindness. Through initiatives like this symposium, NEMA is helping drive the national conversation on the future of Pakistan's maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, I call upon all the stakeholders, whether from the government, private sector, or civil society, to carry this momentum forward. Success of green ship recycling and our broader blue economy agenda will require the collective will of all involved to implement policies, invest in sustainable practices, and strengthen partnerships at all levels. यहाँ मैं बिलखुसूस इस बात का जिक्र करना चाहूँगा कि हांगकांग कन्वेंशन और इससे कॉन्फॉर्मिटी के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत इस बात की है कि इसके रिक्वायरमेंट्स और प्रीरिक्विजिट्स के ऊपर एक कॉमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग अचीव की जाए। इस तरह के एंडेवर्स के लिए नीमा का किरदार काबिल सताइश है। आज के जो पैनल डिस्कशन है जिसमें मुख्तलिफ पर्सपेक्टिव्स हमारे सामने आए, वो इस बात को भी जाहिर करते हैं कि कितनी ज़रूरत है कि एक कॉमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग के साथ एक भरपूर तवज्जो और प्रोएक्टिवनेस के साथ इसको आगे लेके जाया जाए ताकि अगले साल की डेडलाइन से पहले हम हांगकांग कन्वेंशन को कंफर्म कर सकें। Let's be reminded that the future of our oceans and the success of the blue economy rests on our shoulders. The Hong Kong Convention is not just about compliance, it's about ensuring a legacy for future generations, where our seas are cleaner, our industries more sustainable, our economy thrives, and our people more prosperous. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the foreign delegates, participants, and speakers who have enriched this symposium with their insights and expertise. Your contributions are invaluable as we navigate the path towards a safe and sustainable future for our maritime sector. Let us remain committed to the shared vision of a thriving blue economy that benefits both Pakistan and the world. I look forward to seeing the positive strides we will make as a result of our today's discussions, inshallah. I thank you all. Pakistan Navy Zindabad, Pakistan, wind up.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and gracious remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chief guest is here with us on stage, I would like to call all the speakers and panelists to the stage for group photograph. I would also request President Nima and Rector Bahria University to kindly join the chief guest on stage. For the next photograph, I would like to call the organizing teams of NEMA to please come to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the final session. Thank you for being with us today. The guests are requested to please move towards the cafeteria for refreshments. The students are requested to keep seated. You will be served refreshments here. Thank you.